In my short time I've realized that there is so much more to life than getting older and getting mine. This is my ready, set, let go attempt at finding who I am, and I'll be brief, so listen closely. I've learned not to talk through movies when I still don't know the lines. I've learned who not to ask advice from when I can't make up my mind. When times get tough, I've learned that breathing is the best thing I can do. And I've learned letting go of friends is something I won't get used to. I've learned a fair amount about the world of women and of love. I've learned that money doesn't always mean deserving one or both of the above. It's hard to be alone when you're alive, but somehow I have learned that we won't be alone when we all reach the other side. Something in my heart is telling me I've learned to love who I've become. I know my learning isn't done, but I'm afraid I will never quite understand the way I wish I could know everything I would ever need just in case I ever lose my way. I've learned not to lie to people who know me better than my word, and I believe I've learned to filter out the voices in my head. I've learned failure's not an option, it's frowned upon and rude, and giving up before the bell is something I've learned not to do. I've learned how to keep my head above the waterline in desperate times. I've learned to swim when someone lonely ties an anchor to my legs. I've learned to fight the difference between wrong and right, how to sleep at night. You know, I still don't have that cartridge, but I'm learning how to live in black and white. I'm afraid I will never quite understand the way I wish I could know everything I would ever need just in
This better be the final day of the factory or I will crazy.
shine so bright, we shine so.
Okay, I'm streaming, don't be mean. Hi, what's up, guys?
Jake Paul stuck his fingers up her ass 10 minutes after she took a shit, and he put them in my mouth, and I sucked it off, and I said, like.
I didn't know it was Jake Paul.
And the whole room smelled like shit afterwards. Basically, I'm a rider. You know, I didn't enjoy the taste of her shit.
What did it taste like? Could you compare it to a food?
It tasted exactly how it smells.
Why would you say any of this? Who is this fucking loser? Oh my god. Oh, my cam is fucked. I have to restart my whole stream. I'll be back in a second. Alright, let's see if we can start it before the stream shuts off. Be back in a sec.
You know why you're here, so...
It's frozen LUL. Game is frozen
Oh.
LUL.
Oh my god, wait.
Game is frozen LUL.
No! Wait, is he on a good run right now? Another 7-ish minutes?
I don't think this is a dash then.
Or is he...
Options. FOB
Can't fucking
93
see
sliding.
anything. Fucking...
Oh.
Game is frozen LUL.
Oh.
Options.
I can't see anything. This is not a bastion.
Options.
Is it?
FOB 93 slider.
Do you see DSP's reaction to finding out you plan to have WWE wrestlers ask him questions?
I don't know. I can't
No.
tell. It's like 27 when it should be like...
That was for the show with Dan, though. That wasn't going to be for our interview.
Crafting.
More. I don't know. Sometimes it's weird. I'm not sure.
Crafting.
We saw this. Boring. Hold on. He's on a run right now, guys.
I
Chill.
bet to find out though.
Wait, oh wait. He hasn't even found a stronghold yet. Run is dead?
It's a fortress. Fortress.
Damn, he's trying to FOV cheats. Why don't they do the strat where they respawn on the beach looking for the chest over and over again? Are they like... Do they have a gentleman's agreement not to be that tryhard, or...?
Convenient one. That's for sure.
It's way too much RNG. Well, I think you need one of those multi-screen starters. You'd want to roll like 20 worlds, or 9 or 18 worlds of run or whatever to find it, right? Oh!
Good evening, Mr. Force. I just watched a deep face of you where you successfully completed a Minecraft speedrun in less than 15
Slice
minutes.
M up.
Oh, I enjoyed it. I had such a great
Oh, Envy, thanks for the
time.
tier 1 summer, buddy.
My girlfriend caught me in the act, but I kept watching. Without shame. Oh, yes.
Zoomer slowly leveled up.
That's
Some kind of
disgusting,
Hogwarts.
man. Here I am pretending.
Okay, stop. We're moratorium on deepfake stuff, please. Where it's funny for 1 minute and now it's not funny anymore. Please stop linking me a million different deepfake things for every fucking thing. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Oh my god.
My mum, 82F, told me 12M to do the dishes 16. But I, 12M, was too busy playing Fortnite 3 kills. So I, 12M, grabbed my controller, shot 4, and threw it at her. 138 kph. She died and I, 12M, went going to prison. 18 years. Am I the asshole?
Ugandan key.
It's funny, before we started taping, Arian was telling me about how the NFL is rigged and how every year he used to get a script.
Yeah.
Day one of training camp that would get dropped off at his locker. And you would have to, it was like week 1, you'll do this. Week 2, you're going to have a hamstring injury. Week 3, this is going to happen. Week 4, you're going to get 3 touchdowns. And so then you just have to, did you memorize those before the season started? Or would you go and rehearse the script before every game?
We really
Wait, this is a meme, right?
dedicated to it. So it was more so like, that's what practice was about. It was about practicing the script. Like, this is what goes on and this is what we have to do in order to,
And this referee is going to miss this call because they hate you and they love the Colts, that sort of thing.
WWF, so it's like, we know what's going to happen, but you still got to put on a show.
Yeah.
What did you think when you got the script in 2016 that said your career was going to fall off a cliff when you stopped believing in God?
That was 2015.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's funny, before we started taping, Arian was telling me about how...
I never know when people are fucking trolling anymore. It's impossible to tell them. I just super don't care about this drama. Oh my God, I don't care. The more I thought about it, and then I ran it by 2 normie friends, and God, I don't care. God. Absolutely don't give a fuck.
Let's talk about Atrioc.
Let's.
Normally when I make a mogul mail, it's a pretty simple process. I just find a topic I'm interested in, I do research on the topic, and I give my take. That's it. But for the first time ever, I felt pressure to make this video. It hasn't even been 48 hours since Atrioc, one of my friends, was revealed on stream alt-tabbing, which exposed that he paid for a deepfake porn website of streamers, of his coworkers, of pretty much every woman you can think of on Twitch or YouTube, my girlfriend included. Now, he did say in his apology that, it was a video of someone he didn't know in real life, but I don't really think the nuance matters. Some people were mad at me in my DMs and they tweeted at me that I've taken so long to make this video, but I hope you get that I prioritized being a boyfriend to my girlfriend, who's had a very shit past couple of days, over being like mogul male guy.
Okay, I don't care. I'll take all the heat and all the L's or whatever the fuck this fucking... Like, it's just cringe. I had to prioritize... I'm not trying to burn a Ludwig bridge, but like, bro... People made a website where they fucking deepfake porn. It was pretty gross, kind of creepy, but like, bro... Does she need like emotional support through these like trying times? Are we being serious right now? Cutie wasn't even on the fucking leaked page. Like, the self-insert is so hard. Like, why the fuck? It's so cringe. It's so cringe. Please. Oh my God.
But then when I sat down to think of like, okay, what am I supposed to say here? What is my take? It didn't feel like there was any other take to have than the one being expressed by all the women online.
Oh my God, it's like every cringe point. Believe, listen to their voice. Oh my God. Okay, it's all right. Ugh.
So rather than tell you a random dude's opinion on all this, I figured I would just show you some of the tweets that I thought were poignant and powerful and read them together.
She claimed it's exacerbating her dysmorphia. Why are you looking? Why are you looking? Just don't look. Don't go to the page. Don't look at it. Just don't look at it. She did say people were sending it to her. Does she go through every fucking DM in her mystery box? Or... I don't know. I thought... Aren't these the streamers that say they get like death threats and shit all the fucking time? Now they're telling me that they pour through every single DM they get on Instagram, on Twitter, on... Just don't look.
Starting with Pokey, who said, stop sexualizing people without their consent. That's it. That's the tweet.
That's not even a good tweet. That's a dog shit tweet. People are gonna sexualize anybody. That's not the problem. The problem isn't sexualizing people. The problem is when you objectify people. The problem is when you act creepy towards people. There's no problem with sexualizing. You want to fucking jerk off to some fucking person because you think they're a hot streamer. Fucking knock yourself out. Who the fuck cares? It's not even a good tweet. There's nothing insightful. There is nothing nuanced. There's nothing that's new. There's no novel. It's just It's just fucking farming. It's selfless farming.
Which I don't really even understand. You would have a different opinion. If someone doesn't want to be sexualized and they don't consent to it, they shouldn't be sexualized. Next tweet was from...
You don't have to consent to things that are happening in other people's minds. Bro, we're not here to fucking mind police you.
Ray, who said it should be illegal to profit off of somebody's likeness in sex work without consent, whether it's fake or not. Talking about it will bring those sites more attention, but I hope this helps take a step forward in the right direction so that law can be made to protect people from being used in this way. Which
I think that's a good point. The profiting part is pretty shitty if you're profiting off of somebody else's image and likeness for porn. That's pretty shitty. Sure, that's fair.
is a good point. Not only are these women not consenting, somebody is profiting off of them, and they're not consenting. Crazy. And to the second point,
crazy,
about how it'd bring more attention, I feel a bit better about making this video now because the creator of this website took down the website. To be clear, he's still a weird, creepy piece of shit, but the website at least was taken down, so no one can, from this video, try to see what all was going on there. Next tweet is from Sweet Anita, who said, this story was how I found out that I'm on this website. I literally choose to pass up millions by not going into sex work, and some random Cheeto-encrusted porn addict solicits my body without my consent instead. Don't know whether to cry, break stuff, or laugh at this point. And I think, honestly, that's one of the biggest fuck-ups Atrioc did. Like, it is a fuck-up and a severe lapse in judgment to not only go to this porn website, but pay for this porn website. But then leaking it on stream caused a whole new world of harm because so many new people were exposed to this idea and then went out to seek what this idea was, to seek deepfake porn. Not only that, a bunch of women, because this was leaked, found out they were on the website. And if you don't know, my girlfriend and many other women pay sometimes thousands, tens of thousands of dollars a month just to make sure that, like, random photos of them being sexualized are not on the internet.
Tens of thousands of dollars a month? Aren't there, like, automated services that you can pay a couple $100 to sign up to that automatically scrub that shit from the internet? I'm pretty sure Melina has a guy that does it to her for free, or she pays him like a few $100s. Tens of thousands? That sounds like blackmail, Chief. Tens of thousands? Okay.
They pay money, which is not part of their job description, just so that it doesn't exist. And it's a lot different, by the way, because I've seen this take float around. If it's a woman being sexualized, then a man. And I think you can probably understand, like, how that was created over the past couple of centuries of humanity, where, you know, my balls being leaked is a funny thing, and then a woman's boobs being leaked leads to, like, you know, a bunch of teenage kids, acne-faced kids jerking off. I think you can probably understand that.
How is that even that much worse? I reject this. I don't buy this. I'm fighting hard against this. You know why I thought about this? Here's why I thought about this, okay? My shit got leaked 10 fucking years ago, and it was a whatever. Who cares? If my dick would have been 4 inches or 3 inches long, I bet that picture would be linked under every single fucking thing I ever talk about until the day that I fucking die. I guarantee you that if I had a tiny dick, that shit would have been leaked fucking everywhere. Is it the worst thing in the world that people are masturbating about you online? Is that actually fucking your head up that hard? That people are jerking off because they've seen pictures? Who the fuck cares? If people are treating you in a shitty way, that's fucked. I can understand that. If people are treating you horribly, typing creepy messenger chat, sending you shitty DMs, talking about you in a public, that's bullshit. I can understand that. But jerking off, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares? I think it's an insecurity thing. That's what I think. Bite me, get mad. I think that the extreme reaction, and I'll say this a million times, even though it doesn't matter, people say, oh, Destiny thinks you can't be upset at all. That's fine to be like upset or annoyed. But I think the extreme reaction is because I think that this has more to do with people's sexual insecurities than any sort of like rooted stance of like, it's wrong to objectify, blah, 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 blah. I think it just has to do with the insecurity thing. That's my position on this. For people to have this disproportionate level of response.
QDO said a good point, something that most people wouldn't have perspective on. The amount of body dysmorphia I've experienced since seeing these photos has ruined me. It's not as simple as just being violated. It's much more than that.
Violated? Violated? It's not even your body, it's your face. Violated?
Because at the end of the day, it's a deepfake. It's not you, but also it's what this person who made the AI deepfake is like.
I'll throw this into the ether, and I could be wrong. I feel like the reaction to this is worse than if actual nudes leaked. I think that if there was actually a site that had nudes of a couple big streamers and he was looking at that and people found out, I think the reaction to this is worse than actual nudes leaking. That's how insane this is to me.
Projecting on you, but it's not. It's weird. It's weird.
Like, people have had nude leaks before. Has there ever been a response like this? Well, yeah, it's pretty scary that no matter what you do, point of view can be created. What do you mean by scary? What do you mean by scary?
Brooke said, seeing some awful takes regarding this deepfake situation. We're all real humans with real lives that are affected by situations like these. It goes much further than it's not real. Please have some compassion and think beyond it's not affecting you in any way. Streamers are people. Streamers they are humans. And I feel like sometimes they get treated like actors were treated like a decade or two ago, where they're not people. They're the mega rich actor, you know, fake George Clooney or Jennifer Lawrence or whatever. But streamers are so much easier to access, one, so it's much easier to hurt them, and two, so many more of them. And they are not all rich, famous. Some are just doing it as the only job that they like and can do, and there's not a lot of humanity in the interactions that I see with streamers. Maya had a really powerful screenshot tweet here that said, in 2018, I was inebriated at a party, and I was used for a man's sexual gratification without my consent. Today, I've been used by hundreds of men for sexual gratification, probably thousands, without my consent. The world calls my 2018 experience rape. The world is debating over the validity.
Bro, Destiny, want to get canceled? What do you mean it's only her face? Then sexual assault, verbal abuse is also not so bad by your logic. That's why I don't read YouTube chat. You see what you guys are doing over there? You see what you guys do to me when you make me read this shit? Control yourselves.
Of my experience today. The debate over our experience as women in this is not, shockingly, amongst men. None of you should care or listen to what any male streamer's take is on how we feel. I founded a nonprofit animal sanctuary at 22. I've raised over $1 million for conservation at 24. I have created 0 sexual content in my 3 years on Twitch. Despite this, my face was stolen so men could make me into a sexual object to use for themselves. If anyone doesn't think it's a big deal, that's my name in the headlines where thousands of people are commenting on the sexualization of my body against my will. You're the problem. This situation makes me feel disgusting, vulnerable, nauseous, violated, and all these feelings are far too familiar to me. This is not your debate. Stop acting like it is. Which might solicit some reactions from like guys watching, which is not all men, not me. And like, yeah, like, congrats. The bar was on the floor, but you weren't a weird fucking creeper. But you could also like understand that it's almost always a man. Like the dude who made the site, a man. The dude who leaked the site and paid for it, a man. Everyone who probably from that leak paid for the site, also likely men. Like disproportionately to women 100 times over. And I feel like it's okay to acknowledge that and use that information positively. And I want to end with this Medium article written by Josie, which I thought was really poignant, which said Atrioc apologized for viewing the deepfakes, and maybe he was telling the truth when he said it was a one-off mistake. A rabbit hole he tripped and fell down. I don't know if that makes it better. Does it matter? Is morbid curiosity a valid excuse for violating the privacy?
Violating the privacy?
Of people you know? How many women were unknowingly used as feature models on the site? Does the apology make up for sending an army of men to stare at every single woman on the site? Judy had a good analogy. Yeah, of course, he did not mean to send an army of men to this site. But you also don't mean to get into a car crash. That still doesn't mean that it's not a fucked up situation and that the pain from that car crash hurts. Ultimately, it's not really about Atrioc. He's just another man partaking in the problem. It's about men feeling entitled to every part of a woman online and the desire to consume so much that they are willing to rob women of their personhood. It's about the men who will defend him because they see nothing wrong with viewing women as solely vessels for their pleasure. It's worth reading all of that. I'll put it in the description.
Thank you so much.
Any more of the tweets from the women who are streaming or who were on this website or who are a part of what happened here. I don't want to like be a defender of Atrioc, you know.
But he was a good guy.
That's not what I want to do.
But he was a good guy. Oh my
Like,
God,
I
is he gonna do it? No
believe,
shot.
Maybe naively, as the guy who's been scammed for $50,000, that he isn't like a shitty, seedy person who's like secretly jacking off to my girlfriend. Like I don't think that's that guy. I think he fucked up. But sometimes like that's enough. Like one fuck up is enough. And like I just hope from here he just takes all the steps and all the actions,
therapy,
you know, to make it better.
Have we gotten a tweet yet of I'm going to therapy for this, guys? Please be patient with me. I'm in therapy for this. I need help.
Like that there's some good that comes out of this because of the guilt, the remorse he feels, and how he views himself.
What's your take on actually making the porn or distributing it? Is it okay because it's another body? No, I think it's probably not okay. I think the deepfakes porn is probably, I think it's probably not okay. That's where I'm at on it right now. I'm like 65% against it. I think I could be argued in the other direction, depending on the argument, but right now I don't think it's okay. It feels like it's not okay.
In trying to show he is the man that he thinks and maybe I believe is still in him.
The man I know you can be.
He wrote his own tweet about how his apology on Twitter, how he's stepping down from off-brand to take time offline and to take these steps. You know, time will tell and show the actions that he takes, if they're fruitful, if they're not. I'm not going to show it because really this is about the women. I was just a vehicle for you to read all those tweets. There's the take. I feel like that's the only take to have. I don't know how you would have another one.
So brave.
But thanks for watching. This was weird. Hopefully I don't have to do this again and I can go back to talking about e-girl drama. Have a good one, guys.
I really wasn't planning on weighing in too heavily on this whole Mr. Beast drama that's blowing up, calling him demonic for his newest video about curing 1,000 people's blindness, because I feel like the only people that are...
Destiny's deepfake problem. TLDR, since I forgot the first post going to meme about it, Destiny sometimes just says almost the opposite of what he means before clarifying. We try to get so many, oh, we actually agree convos. The actual title should be Destiny's deepfake problem, that has almost nothing to do with deepfakes, because very little of this discussion has to do with the specific technology. It never did. More concisely, you can just call it Destiny's problem. This is an incredibly hard post to make, because despite Destiny possibly having one digestible stance on deepfakes, he also just sometimes states off in a completely contradictory way to what his stance actually is. This is the source of the content. Oh, so you agree with me? Actually, you just think I should have said it in nicer debates. When in this case specifically, there has to be a violation of all tenets of communication to bridge some statements with his supposed position. There's also an issue where Destiny is extremely selective in what he finds interesting. While it's normal to not want to tackle every angle of a subject, especially when so many people try to have the meta conversation when it's not needed, but in this case, Destiny has pretty much written off the discussion as a whole. Whatever though, I'll set up sections. Okay, I can have whatever conversations I want if I want to. It's my stream. I can talk about whatever I want. So yeah, I don't want to talk about like jerking off over your friend or whatever because that's just not interesting. I just don't want to have that conversation. But you can talk about it on my sub if you want or whatever. I'm not really sure what Destiny's position is. I think the way he handled this is an interesting look at his flaws when tackling topics because they show up in other dramas but don't really come to the forefront here all that much. I'll try to be quick about this one, lol. Wait, I am so fucking confused. Who fucking hears someone is jerking off to deepfakes of you? Is this a guy thing? I just don't understand. I'm watching a VOD of Cutie crying like she had actual pics of her exploded asshole leaked or something. Bro, I'm laughing so hard right now, I don't get it. She's acting like she got raped, what the fuck? My poop leaving me, it's kind of weird, yeah, but like, what the fuck? His first entry into the conversation is who fucking cares. The implication is that no one would. That's usually how you use this sentence. Now, despite the meaning carried by the statement being obvious, Destiny sort of has these outs where you can say something that means one thing to then reveal that the entire time it meant another. The entire time it meant another. Here are some outs. Who fucking cares is extreme hyperbole, meaning he knows exactly who cares. He just wants to know who exactly cares to this extent. You give credence to this by him afterwards and later saying, yeah, it's weird. And by the fact that on stream, he goes over the fact that everyone obviously cares. He just wants to know why, illustrated in the second out. Hold on, what is this writing? Who fucking cares is extreme hyperbole, meaning he knows exactly who cares. He just wants to know who exactly cares to this extent. You give credence to this by him afterwards and later saying, yeah, it's weird. And by the fact that on stream, he goes over the fact that mostly everyone obviously cares. He just wants to know why, illustrated in the second out. Here, all he's saying is, yeah, people obviously care, maybe even a lot, but it doesn't warrant this level of care specifically. I just don't clarify. Why the fuck do you care is what he means to say every time he says this, and the expletive there is for effect and not to say it's unreasonable to care. This out is at Destiny the entire way through is coming at this from an analytical angle, making little judgments about people's outlook. He genuinely wants to know what the root of problems, blah, blah, blah. Before I'll read all of this. I'm going to start to read more subreddit stuff, mainly so I think I can weed certain types of thought or people out of my community. Something that I've kind of hinted at this a little bit last year, but something I'll be doing going forward is I'm going to start to get rid of all of this concern trolling is going to be gone. It might make me unpopular with some communities or people that clip me on the internet, but the concern trolling of like Destiny, the very first thing that you typed in chat when you were watching a video, I think is incongruent with like the prepared and more thought out response you give later. I don't give a fuck. Leave my fucking shit. Watch my YouTube videos or just say I'm a hypocrite or leave. But like, I'm not going to be at all points in my life like, I'm analyzing this Cutie Cinderella video for the first time, and despite the fact that I think that her crying reaction might be a little bit over exaggerated, I don't think, or blah, 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 like, no, like, I watched a video, it was fucking funny. Okay, I'm sorry. I might be a sociopath, maybe, but it was fucking hilarious watching somebody come on and go, this is what pain feels like. And it's like, oh my God. Was she assaulted? Like, what happened? And then you find out that somebody had a fucking tab open where there was deep fake porn of her. That shit is funny to me. I'm sorry. And I think a lot of people find it funny, okay? That reaction is unfucking believable. And I'm tired of pretending that it wasn't, okay? It was an unbelievable reaction. And then Atrioc and his fucking wife crying in the background like, my husband. It was worse than the Dr. Disrespect shit. And people laughed at the Dr. Disrespect shit, okay? No, I promise, guys, I'm never gonna fucking, like, it was funny. Now, is it creepy or weird or whatever? Yeah, sure. But like, I think that like the explanation, like, oh my God, who cares? Like, it's like saying like I came home yesterday and I saw a guy like jerking off like in the parking lot to me. And it's like, oh my God, like who cares? It's like a guy jerking off or whatever. It's fucking weird or whatever. But it's like, okay, yeah, like I guess it can be kind of weird if the guy's like stalking you outside at night. Do you think he's gonna like break into your house or rape you or whatever? Blah, blah. Sure. But I think we're okay. I think we need to take a step back from the like, because also this sucks too, and I guess you can argue that it's my fault, and maybe it is, but that's fine because I can keep carving away at the community until there's nothing left. Okay, I feel like in every single big drama that comes out, we never even talk about any of the actual issues. It's always like the optics of the issue, and it's so fucking boring. I hate it. I don't like it. The first video was funny. So was Atrax. They weren't funny because they were like comical. It was funny because it was so unbelievably fucking awkward. I feel like I'm watching a Black Mirror episode where a guy's life is being destroyed and he's coming out crying with his wife in the background because he masturbated to CGI'd pictures of a coworker. That's fucking weird and hilarious and fucked up and funny. It just is. I'm sorry. But yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Like, damn. Like, this is some shit, I guess. And then maybe the secondary argument is you can't treat your like website chat like it's a private chat. But like, I don't know, like if you're gonna like clip off, like here's like the first like 7 sentences of a response that you have when you're first watching the video, and this wasn't like the measured, careful take that you gave later after a lot of thought about it, like, well, yeah, of course, they're never going to be. And you shouldn't expect them to be, okay? They're not. I don't expect you to. And you know what? If you don't like that, then that's fine also. And if you think that that makes me a bad person or hypocrite, that's fine also. Either don't watch my shit or keep making alts. Keep making alts and shit on me in my subreddit, okay? And I'll keep banning you, and you'll keep making them post. You'll get all those views, and we can have our perpetual struggle, the Batman versus the Joker, of you triggering the fuck out of me and me banning the fuck out of you, okay? Make sure that Forethought keeps his job. Now, the issue here, as you figured out, is these interpretations are alien, and it makes no sense to assume them implicit. Destiny is clearly communicating something, which is the fact that this all barely matters, when he means something else entirely. I watched the deepfake section of his stream up until his talk with Brittany went to bed. When he was done, I don't know if he went back over his thoughts on it later on the stream or not, but what surprised me is that in the stream, he had an even more anti-deepfake porn stance than I did, seemingly, the entire way through. I said I didn't care about making a deepfake for strictly personal use, but as soon as people found out you fucked up, Destiny got one step further and said that it's still bad privately. So what I thought was just a Destiny lavism, which in my opinion is a tool in his belt. The process I just described is basically a lavism, saying a contradictory stance and then tying it back to you really feel through a tenuous link. But then he just did the same thing after. I'm thinking about it a lot more, and to be honest, I'm starting more on the idea it's not a big fucking deal. It's my body. It's not even... Because I'm still thinking about it. Yeah, I'm still thinking about it. I literally say I'm thinking about it a lot more. This is the most failed vibe check ever. I bet 1% of the reaction of the streamers had anything to do with deep fakes. 40% of it was just, I don't ever want anyone thinking about me sexually because of some crazy insecurities. And the other 50% has to do with body comparison. This is just the same thing from before. The implication is clear that he either doesn't think it really matters all that much, or that he pretty much attributes the reason people care to be some weakness of their character. Something I might, yeah, maybe, but I also might change my thoughts on this by tomorrow too. I don't know, we haven't had like a huge deepfake porn discussion before. My thoughts are probably gonna change this quite a bit since yesterday through the next week, 2, 3, or maybe the next month or 2. I don't know. There might be a lot of different things that I think about in regards to this. Sure. So pay attention to chat tonight. Maybe I'll type in something else. Luckily for him, I gave him a 3rd out. Thank you, King. Thank you for giving me a 3rd out. You get an upvote just for that. I didn't deserve it, and you gave it to me. Thank God. Then don't come out swinging so hard, idiot. See ya. I will come out swinging hard. And if by swinging hard, you mean typing in my initial reaction in chat to a video I watch, I think I will do that. Get fucked, okay? I hope you get deep faked and fucked, okay? Meta stock after hours. Can I even see after hours? Oh, holy shit! Boys! It's after hours though. The low volume. Oh no! It's happening. Nah, this is gonna come in at like, the market's gonna open at like 160, okay? But still, yeah, I know, Q4 earnings for today. Oh my God, it's gonna be like 160. Oh, I can't make bad calls. I can't make them. I'm the stock guru, okay? They call me Investiny, okay? God damn. Hop on the rockets, boys. We're going to the fucking moon. Didn't you buy it at 250? What? I brought in at like, I don't know how to find out what I bought in for. Vanguard changed the fucking layout of their shit ass fucking website. And I can't find my, it used to be, you'd go to personal investors, log in, and then I could click brokerage account, and then I could click Meta. That's the stock I bought. And then it would show me right here my past trades, but it doesn't show that anymore. I don't know why. Check the date, then price. It doesn't show it anymore. I don't know why. It used to just show it on this page. Holdings activity? Look under average cost basis. Oh, maybe. Oh, cost basis summary. I have to go back into my brokerage account, Meta. Oh, I bought in at 166. I think. Cost per share. 430 shares at 166. We're coming back big. We are going to be up here. We got 6 months to grow. When was that buy? In June? Oh my God. Oh my God. What price are you selling for? I just sell after a year for my long term. It's just like meme shit. I just do it for whenever the long term capital gains is. God. I knew I could trust the Zuck. I knew I could trust him, dude. Who fucking cares just means who fucking cares that it's deepfake specifically and not something else. Him breaking it down to percentages supports this. The actual implication of what he says is that these things aren't justified, obviously. Reducing everything down to insecurity can get pretty boring and lame. I might touch on this too, but more importantly, if he's ever pressed on how he sort of minimizes the reason people feel ways to pretty much be, oh, it's because they're flawed, he can always just back up to my main point is about how deepfakes, which is correct the whole thing, is what sparked it. It doesn't actually matter that much to people. They're just why I don't understand why you would spend so much time. Like I put up like hundreds of hours of video content a month. Why fixate on like let's nail down the exact position based on like 12 messages? Why not just watch the video on it? Why not like go over the discussion on it? Why fixate so hard on trying to divine the meaning from like a few sentences in chat? It's like so weird. Why? Meta just completely dropped support for their most successful VR game. They own second to Beat Saber. Good. What is this? You guys are... I'm not going to finish... I can finish Factorio today, and now you guys are taken away from it, making me read this shit. Wait, force an update. Hold on. I'm not reading Atriox response. I don't even care.
What is this nether, dude?
Oh!
I think they cannot. Yeah, shot by those bases or what?
I'm just gonna get lava.
Zoomer slowly rage quit like a soy. Ban generating God seed 0.
Wait, hey, hello, what's up? How you doing?
Hello, hey. I watched you talking about this whole deepfake thing, which is random from me, I guess. Hey, chat. But I just thought your like thoughts on it was so interesting, and I really wanted to, you know, to add about it. I don't want to talk about like consent, abuse of women, blah, boring shit. Don't care. I want to talk about like why you think this deepfake AI thing is so, I guess, disturbing to people overall. Like, why do we find it so disturbing? And I watched your talking about it and your conversation with Brittany Simon, I think is her name, about that. And I think you kind of like stumbled upon the, I guess, points that I was making in my head when I heard about it. And I wanted to add a little bit, if you don't mind, so to chat a bit about it. So
yeah, no,
basically what I like kind of heard, I was talking with a DDG of yours, Prussian, hello, if you're watching, and he described the situation, basically what was going on to me, and said it's a bad time to hop on stream and talk with Steven because of this whole AI fake, deepfake porno shit. And I was like, why? He was like, imagine like he talks about it and you hop in and give someone an ideas about making this about you. Nice. I was like, dude, I don't think I'm as famous and as attractive for people to make it. But then I started to think about it. Would I care? Like, if it happened, right? Would I like, what would I think about it? So all of the thoughts started to, you know, to do their thing in my head. And I thought, well, to think like rationally, logically, it will not be me. It would be another person with my, you know, head, or, for example, on top of it. So not really me. So you made points about like photos being leaked or some videos of you, but this does not apply, like you said, because it's a real parts of your body, like it really is your body, you know, that you might not want to share, obviously, with people. But a deepfake is not like that. It's not you. It's like, well, absolutely has nothing to do with you, but still makes you feel this very disturbing feeling. So it's for some reason makes people really upset. So I started to like ponder what might that reason be. And I think you're like 100% correct, and people don't give you enough credit, I guess. Then when you told that Brittany, and you told like your audience that it is about identity for sure. So you said like that this feels like threatening to your identity because despite it not really being you, it looks like you. And people may perceive it as you, because people who would want to watch like a famous person getting like fucked in deepfake video, they want to fantasize, want to think of it as that person, right? So they think of it as actually for someone would made a deepfake of me, for example, right? They want to think that's me. They want to like, they perceive it as me. And yeah, so I started to think about it, and I think that not only it's like identity a threat, but it also a form of identity theft, I would say, because it also disrupts. Weird thing that Brittany did not said that, because she's like OnlyFans creator. I think she would think of it. I thought, but she never said it. It's the lack of control, I think, over the way people perceive you. So the control, I think, is very important, because when OnlyFans creators, for example, create content, they may post the weirdest like porn ever, but it's them. They control what they're putting out. So this is the image that still they find okay to present to the people. It's okay for others to see it, right? And same thing with like very weird like videos of any sort. So you put them out, and it's fine because it's you. You have full control. Like you know, girls who put pictures on Instagram, they have full control of how they're perceived, like the lighting, the angle, the makeup, you know, everything. And then somebody will take pictures of them like paparazzi on the street, and they be like very angry about it, because not because they don't look like their Instagram pictures, but this the image they created, the identity they created, and it gets disrupted by people who take pictures of them and they look completely different.
Sure.
So I think it's kind of the same in that regard, but I guess way worse because it's, you know, porn and shit, I guess. More intimate, obviously. But for some reason, Britney have never said that that's about like control. I'm sure she would be pissed off if someone posted something she does not want to share with the public, because she would then have no control of what she produces.
I think she mentioned something that was a little bit similar to it, actually, and it had to do, I think she mentioned controlling your narrative or something, which I think it's something, it might be something similar to that. It kind of reminds me of, I think Dan brought this up, the conversation that I had with with Noel, Joshua Moon, the runner of Kiwi Farms, that the reason why a lot of people might not like Kiwi Farms, the website, is because they feel like when people start posting like huge like collections of information about them, that they're kind of losing control of the narrative of their lives, basically, and that's why people don't like those big repositories of information.
So I think it's like identity threatening, like you said. Control is a bigger issue, and also the third issue that nobody brought up that I think is important to bring up. So I'm like a horror thriller geek. I watched like a bunch of, you know, movies, read books in this genre, and also I'm a huge fan of myths, of mythological, like, you know, history and mythological stories of different peoples. So I was raised on like myth. People would read, my parents, my grandmother would read me Greek myths, Slavic myths as like fairy tales, you know. And this this fear of losing your identity, I think it's very primal, and it is very archaic. So I tag it in my head to the doppelganger idea, which is the doppelganger idea is something incredibly prevalent in like horror fiction, because it ties down to this concept that something that looks like you, that is not you, but looks like you, appears and basically steals like your identity. So it poses like you to other people, and then they think that that thing that is not you but looks like you is you. So it is a very primal, truly archaic thing that has nothing to do with the internet, but I guess now we have more problems with that, obviously. So in myths, people would be like, there would be creatures like, for example, Kitsune demon is like a Japanese version of it. It's like a fox, very sneaky, like creature that can assume appearances of other people. And then the demon poses like them. So the demon in their flesh would perform like different acts, like don't have to be sexual, but can be like with other people. And then other people would come to that person and say, hey, I saw you doing that thing. And they would like, it's not me. And this is very like, I think it's very like truly like ancient fear that people feel. They explained it in like very magical thinking, like, you know, like people used to do back in the day, right? But this is the same thing. So that demon in that regard would be this AI or robot or something like that, right? That poses as you, but is not you. So same thing, for example, like Selkie is a northern creature, like Icelandic, Celtic, Irish, stuff like that. Also assumed like forms of people, and people were terrified of it, like taking shape of them, basically. In literature, I came up with immediately with Dostoevsky, which is his book called Dvojnik, which is double, I think, in English. Actually, there had been, like, I think, a movie based on that book. This is a story exactly about this whole thing, that there's like this clerk who is like very miserable with his life, and he's like in love with the person who doesn't love him back, he's impoverished, and then appears this doppelganger figure that pretty much exactly like him. And that figure would do everything greater than he did, and he would like terrorize basically him. And by the end of the story, he kind of absorbs him, so basically like kills him and replaces him. So I think this is it's very dramatic, you know, horror fashion thriller thing. But I think it ties down to this whole thing because I think there's this fear that this thing that looks like you will eventually sort of like also replace you in a way. So people will think about it, not like this girl's like who conversation is about now, right? People will think about it all the time. People will talk about it. And also there is this thing when they watch, for example, those deepfake porn videos, they for some time do think it's them, like in their head, you know, people who watch it. So I think this ties down to this whole like very prominent in like science fiction and in mythology idea of someone basically threatening your identity by posing as you. And yeah, I think it's prevalent in like a majority of like, I don't know, very famous Stephen King's books, Nabokov, Clive Barker. So people like who are very prominent in the scene, they would feature stories like that all the time. Yeah, so this was like my take, I guess, on it. I think it ties down to that because I think about it like that. For example, there was a stupid idea about me floating around in the comments and on Twitter that I am in Germany actually, and I am scamming people, you know? And I know it's not true, obviously, right? I never left Ukraine, it's bollocks, and I post like everything, receipts, more than most people, honestly. And, you know, and I know that chatters like GGG people, they, you know it's not true. They, you know, trust me. But still, it irked me because it disturbed my, people, I guess they, despite not being true, it still pissed me off because they presented the image of me to the world that is not true, that that does not correspond with my like vision of myself. It's objectively not true, obviously, right? But still, the worst thing of it was that someone might read it and think, even for 5 seconds, that it is true, you know? So I guess this is like a little bit of a like deeper take, I guess, on this whole thing, the doppelganger idea.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because there was like when you typed that thing to me in our DMs about the I don't think it was a doppelganger thing, but it was about another story. And when I saw that, there's kind of like this old idea. I don't know if this was real or not. I just remember hearing this as a kid, that in the United States, apparently American Indians never liked it when you took photographs because they thought if somebody took a picture of you, they were like stealing your soul.
Exactly.
Yeah. Which is like really dumb, kind of, to like Western people to think about that. But
no, it's
with
not
the way
dumb.
that with the way that the deepfake stuff works, I mean, in a way, that kind of could be the thing where it's like if somebody manages to get a picture of your face, they could theoretically own your identity. Like that's actually sort of come to fruition. Yeah.
Yes, but in those like exactly, it's a very good point. But they kind of own a piece of you now in a way. Not like you have to look at it like on a symbolic way, I guess.
Well,
people used to have imagination back in the day.
It was symbolic, but now it's not symbolic, right? Now theoretically, if I get enough information about you, I could construct a whole alternate like reality of you or something. Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be about like men and women exactly. For example, someone could, like you did example with Brittany, I think, about a video of her hitting a homeless person or something, right? So someone can like now use this thing, this technology, right? This demon, let's put it like that, of technology to basically paint you in a light that does not, first of all, reflect your identity, and also kind of like steals your, you know, the perception you have. So you put a lot like right into constructing an image of yourself, and you want other people to perceive you generally sort of like you perceive yourself, right? So you want this correlation to exist. That's what makes us kind of like feel happy about, you know, people seeing us as they are. That's why many people get so disturbed by on the internet by having so many narratives of them like floating around that are not true.
Yeah.
I think it's all the same issue at the core of it. And yeah, so there was like this story I remembered that I think it was they did a note, a student of Prague, it was called, or the student of Prague, something like that. So basically that was like, it's an old movie where this person is like there was like diabolical like kind of character who stole your appearance through the mirror. So it's like a demonic entity, I guess you could say. But the idea was again like this stealing of your look and doing things with that look. Basically, there was also this book, Glamorama, it was called. It in the 90s, I think. It's a novel. Basically, there was this protagonist person who was like actor or model or something like that. Victor was his name, I think. So he was like starting to be pretty successful, like as a model, as an actor. And then on the scene appears this person, his doppelganger, so to speak, who looks like exactly like him. And he like becomes very tormented by this whole idea of the person who is not him, and he knows it's not him, but who looks exactly like him. And people would come up to see, hey, I saw you like drinking and hanging around in the club, you were doing this and that. And he was like, no, I didn't. And it's that person, another person. So in those stories, it always generally comes to blows, like between those two figures. Like, I think it also ties symbolically to the idea that we see ourselves as unique. So there's only one of us, basically, that should exist, right? So then this doppelganger in horror movie genre appears. It threatens not only just our identity, but our very sense of self. So like basically our uniqueness in a way. So people feel like this need to like throttle this, you know, this doppelganger to eliminate this, I guess, thing. So some people like obsessively delete bad things about them on the internet, you know. So this is the same thing. They're trying to control like their narrative and their perception, the most importantly, other people have of them. So there's like this evil twin idea that is very popular, actually, again, in horror and thriller classic genre. It's basically the same shit. So it's like the evil twin that, you know, poses as you and pretends to be you and doing some nasty shit, basically. Like immoral stuff, like inappropriate stuff. So this ties into this porn situation, I think. So you kind of see like your version of yourself that is not you, but looks like you doing like immoral, so to speak, shit. Which I'm not saying porn is immoral, but you know, like something that you are not comfortable doing. So something you don't want to do. So yeah, so I think that's way deeper than people actually talking about it, because it's not just about, you know, consent or legal issues or something like that. It's about this fear that people used to have like for centuries, and it's cross-cultural too. So you would see myths like that in Greek culture, in northern cultures, in Japanese culture. So it's very in African, I think, as well. There are creatures like that who steal your identity by posing as you. So yeah, you also made a pretty interesting point about it being scarier because it is the creature who assumes your identity had no identity prior. So like a robot or like a AI, basically, right? So when you said like when there was like a stupid parody, I don't know, like porn parody of you or something, you would not be like so offended because the actor who's playing you, he will like take this mask off, like this mask of you off.
It feels like somebody different, yeah.
Yes, and then they continue living their lives as. That's why we don't find actors playing like other people creepy, because it's acting. We know it. But this thing, it doesn't have like identity. The only identity it has now is the one that it assumed.
It's taken from you, yeah.
From you, exactly, yeah, exactly. So this is like a golem of sorts, you know. So made out of clay, again mythological shit, but you know, made out of clay that assumes a form of the man, but it was nothing before that. It only like exists. So now it's like basically in competition with you for your like identity, for your presence. So yeah, that's, I guess, if you Google up, guys, if you're interested, you just can Google. It's like massive in horror thriller genre. So it's like everywhere. So it's a fear that people, I think, felt for a very long time. And since so many like classic people like Stephen King, Baker, Clive, people like that, you know, Dostoevsky, are doing like thriller, psychological thrillers made out of this trope, I think it shows that people, I guess, are irked and disturbed by it for a reason, like for a reason that is more than just, you know, porn or like inappropriateness or something like that, or your friend jerking off to your stuff, which is cringe, obviously, but I think it's way more than just that. So yeah.
Have you this is super random, have you ever heard of a story called The Goat Man?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. It's like a short like doppelganger story, but I imagine there's probably a lot of those types of horror stories, I guess, as you're saying, throughout like a lot of societies.
Yeah, it's super prevalent. Even like very like prominent films, I guess. Double is Dostoevsky. I opened it up, and you know there was like this very big horror franchise called The Invasion of the Body Snatchers. This basically was a story about. Yeah, it's pretty popular. It was in the 70s and the 80s and further on. They were basically aliens who would steal your appearance. Exactly like this trope. Trope is like crazy prevalent if you look it up. So I think you were like super duper on the money when you talked about it being about threatening your identity, not just, like I said, some porn stuff. You can like look it up in the top 10 scariest like doppelganger things and stuff like that, and you will be very surprised how many of those you see specifically in scary movies. So yeah, something to be afraid of, I guess. Also, like I said, mythology is pretty interesting because those figures were considered to be like very scary, and even in like all evil twin Japanese like thing, there was like this village in Japan that they basically thought that twin is a bad omen. So basically, if a twin is born, so it's like a very like spooky thing. So it's like a soul split or something like that. So they would sometimes even kill it back in the day, obviously, but they would kill like a twin or something. But yeah, to remove this like curse, I guess you could say. So yeah, so it's very like superstitious, I guess, to the modern day person, obviously. But it makes sense that this was like the fear for the longest time, I think, in human history overall. Yeah, so I feel like it feels like that. So I could imagine that people watching something of me that, I don't know, like some, don't do it, guys, but I don't know, like some Russian dude, like, I don't know, fucking me with the Russian flag on his head, you know? It would be disturbing, even if it says like deep fake, I don't know, not real, like with big letters on the video itself. So it's not about, some people say, I think Britney said it, like, if you know it's fake, then it's not that bad. And I don't think it works. I don't think it works. It's not about not knowing that it's fake. It's about perception. People would watch that and they would think of me, you know? It was created, like, for example, with the whole purpose of it being like me, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, so this is like a warped mirror, you know? They would call them those like warped images or wisps of you, like something that looks exactly like you, and it's like it destroys your reality. I think that's why it's so disturbing to people. So I would understand like people being like, you know, people say it's just women crying on the internet making like a dramatic stuff. I guess you were pissed off at that just a couple moments ago about being dramatic. But I kind of understand what you mean, because, you know, all people crying about it is maybe too much, you know. But it like just in general principle, I guess I find it very understandable why it's so disturbing to people, because it's just dips into some truly like subconscious like fears that people have.
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, anything else?
Basically, that's almost all of it. But also, I wanted to ask your opinion about one little thing. It's not that important, but still.
Yeah,
yeah, it's about this red pill thing. So I talked with my friend, who's like a very, how should I put it, traditional dude. So very like masculine, very like family orientated, like women, you know, men, gender roles and stuff like that. Not in a bad way, but just, you know. And I kind of told him about this whole thing that is going on, like red pill stuff. And he was very confused by how the fuck is that traditional. Because when I explained to him like the values, you know, like the material stuff, so money, cars, you know, wealth, stuff like that, right? So then a lot of chicks like have sex with like a bajillion people, so promiscuity, stuff like that. And yeah, so don't like commit, basically, you know, a marriage is a scam or some shit. And I just told him all of that, and he was like, this is like antithesis of traditional. So in a sense, they like praise our like Slavic, I guess, countries for being more traditional. But here, traditional is like a man who like goes, has a like education, goes, finds himself a job, works, gets a good career, finds like himself a good woman, like marries, has children, has a house, cares for them, and lives entirely mostly for his family. That's a traditional man, you know. And this is like complete opposite of that. It's like a Western degeneracy, you know. What people say when they say it's materialist, sex-driven, you know, hedonistic, like get pleasure-driven, and you know, it's just to me, it's like the exact like this materialist Western kind of like thing they hate supposedly is what they practice. So yeah, so what do you think about that?
I mean, yeah, obviously I agree. I mean, I think I've said as much that when they go on their shows that it all seems like heavily materialistic. And they pretend to be like religious and stuff, but they just want to like have a like fuck a bunch of people. It seems kind of silly, yeah. But yeah, that's one of the big criticisms I have usually when I go on their shows. Yeah.
Have you like brought it up to them, like something like, I don't know, like you're like actually practicing like the modern day Western degenerate lifestyle, but you like masking it with something that, you know, sounds traditional, but it's not what you're doing at all. What they would say to that?
Yeah, I don't know. What does Nico say when I make fun of him for being religious? But they always like skirt around it. They just say that like, oh, like you know, everybody sins or something. It's always like some dumb like escape, basically. Yeah.
It's not even, you know, it's not even about I guess religiousness, but mostly about this whole idea. Like to me, they're living the stereotype of the Western materialist, modern, you know, money, promiscuity lifestyle, right? So it's kind of confusing. I understand that they think that not being traditional is not being like, I don't know, gay or like have a pronouns or something like that, but it's not only that.
I think when I pushed Myron on it, I think he says it like that's just what they say to like get people interested initially. Doesn't he say that? Because I'm like, why do you guys like advertise like cars and shit all the time? He's like, well, that's what people want to see, but then when they come here, we say like, well, that's just the reward at the end of a bunch of hard work or something. I think they say some shit like that, but it always feels like cope to me.
I don't see that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see that much. I mean, if you have to dig like 100 videos of theirs to find something that is not about cars and getting chicks and getting, you know, as much sex as possible, then I don't think that's your message. Because if you have to dig deep in the archives to find another message, it seems kind of like it's not your message, right? So,
I mean, that's what I would say, but they would say you just haven't watched enough videos, so. Yeah.
I see. Well, interesting, I guess. I think it's just such a funny like thing that people would, when I was like a child, basically, right? People would have a little bit more of the anti-American, I guess, attitudes than they do now, obviously, right? In Ukraine, I mean, right?
Yeah.
So in Russia, they still do, obviously, but still, they would always exactly criticize this exact thing, like money, obsession with, I don't know, like grind and hustle. How do you call it in Red Pill community?
Culture,
obsession. Yeah, obsession with like flexing your wealth and being like having like sex and a lot of partners, like without even any like substance or like, you know, this was what people said the Western culture was. This is what they criticized when they talk about the West, which I'm not saying they were right, but I'm just saying that, you know, this is like something I heard as Western degeneracy. Now they talk about LGBT stuff, obviously, as well. But back in the day, they would speak about that and they still talk about that all the time. And this is kind of funny that I think they do exactly this stereotype. They just live it, only without the gays, you know?
Yeah, it's pretty dumb. I mean, I agree, obviously, yeah.
Well, yeah. I guess the more interesting thing would be to talk with the person who, you know, actually...
Yeah, you should try. Actually, you might be able to, because you're like Eastern European woman and you want to argue. You could probably get on some of these red pill shows if you reached out to them. I think.
I think this will fuck me up.
Oh shit! No, you're right. Yeah, you need to
go in a traditional woman scale. I also have like a rainbow tattoo on my ear, which completely fucks me up in their eyes. I think.
True.
Yeah. So
go get a wig or something. Yeah.
Oh, good idea. Actually, good idea. Need to buy a wig or, you know, pretend traditional. I can do the traditional makeup and shit, so it should work.
Yeah, there you go.
Also about the traditional thing, when they like say about like women being like, you know, like looking like horse and trying to, you know, appeal to the man, and then they show pictures of the women they found attractive, and it's like the war paint like on their face, like the most basic like women they criticize are the ones they find attractive. They say like, oh, the Kim Kardashian shit is like disgusting, and then the Tate dudes would show pictures of their ladies they found attractive basically, and they would show pictures of ladies with like fake boobs, fake tits, giant lashes, you know, and all the things they criticize. It's just so confusing. I don't know how they
Well,
like
I don't
live
know.
their own
I guess I'd have
ideas.
to see which creators in particular you're talking about, because I think that they're pretty on board now with all like the fake boobs and everything. Like, don't like most of the red pill guys say they like that stuff. Am I crazy? Somebody can tell me if I'm wrong or not. I feel like most of them are okay with that now. They like that stuff. They're open about it, I think.
I just heard heard like them like Sneeko and people like that criticizing like this whole Kim Kardashian BBLs and the fake butts and stuff like that. But then you see like the woman they show as attractive is almost always looking like that. Which again, no offense to the ladies who look like that, but just funny that they, you know, if you want to find like these traditional supposedly women, that they will probably not look like that, you know.
Yeah, of course.
And probably. Yeah, it's just like I said. It's to me, it seems like they don't want those traditional women. They actually want the exact women they're hanging out with. You know, the ones who like who are promiscuous, who will easily have like sex with people with no problem. You know, that's what they pursue eventually, and that's what they get. So I don't understand like how do you want to like go fuck a bunch of the chicks and then you don't want women to be promiscuous? So how can the two realities coexist? How can you have like sex with a bunch of women if you think all women should be like have low body counts, so to speak, and not to want to have sex with dudes? Like,
Well,
then
listen.
how would you get what you want?
Go on some of their shows and fight with them. It would be funny to watch.
I don't think they will like me. Yeah. And also the hair, like I said, I need a wig to do that, to pull that off. How do you pull that off? You went there like with blue hair, so maybe I should inspire to be as fabulous as you.
Yeah, because I'm Destiny. I can get away with that, okay?
Yeah, I see. Well, I can pretend to be. I know. I wanted to say a Destiny, but
Probably not,
they only there's only one Destiny, you know.
True.
So yeah. Anyhow, thanks for like having me on. I just wanted to share like this point of view about the doppelganger identity shit, and I think maybe your pips would find it, you know, interesting and maybe understand why people are so fucking distraught over that without because they I think I saw some people explaining why, and they're like mostly talk about some shit like women, you know, consent and violation, I don't know, stuff like that. And I think it doesn't dig deep enough why people are actually finding it disturbing.
Sure.
And also, I don't think it's only about women, honestly. I mean, you can find AI in the future and robot stuff that will affect everyone, not just, you know, women and sex and stuff like that. Doesn't have to be, I guess.
Yeah, I agree, yeah. All right.
Yeah, anyhow.
Well, stay safe, be careful.
Yeah.
I'll see you around.
Bye. Bye, duders. Bye.
Bye. Bum 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 bum. I got that song stuck in my head now. Oh boy. Hello.
Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Okay, with this whole thing, I know you said that you don't want to talk about the drama surrounding the deepfake stuff, but I made a Pepe Sylvia tier chart for it, and I wanted to get your opinion.
Sure, link me.
Sent you a picture of it in the DMs.
Okay, hold on. Can I link this on stream?
Yeah. So I was just like kind of going through and seeing like what is weird, what is normal, right? I think there's some things that are weird and normal, like the idea of a dude like jerking off to a safe for work picture that maybe he sees on Instagram, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's weird, but I think it's more normal than we'd like to admit, right?
Mhm.
And I don't think it's like necessarily morally wrong unless you go up and tell her about it, right?
Mhm.
But making deepfake porn of somebody, I have actually changed my mind on this. I think that making deepfake porn of someone is weird, but morally neutral unless you tell other people about it or other people know about that deepfake porn. If it's just something that you have for your own personal use, I have no problem with it.
Okay.
I disagree.
Hi, what's up, Pixie? Wait, did you start? Did you have anything you wanted to get out of your get off your chest?
I mean,
right now,
I was just getting that off my chest.
Well, well, hold on. What changed your mind? You can't just say I changed my mind and then not say what changed your mind. What changed your mind?
Previously, I thought making deepfake porn of somebody else is wrong because you don't have their consent. But what changed my mind is I started thinking about how often do we seek people's consent when we when we think about them, right? When we think normal things about them. We don't need consent to think about people. And certainly there are a lot of people in the world who don't get people's consent before they like jerk off to the thought of them, right? So making deepfake porn of somebody, as long as it's only for your personal use and nobody else gets access to it, then I guess I don't really see what would be wrong with that. I guess it's kind of like an expression of your thoughts.
Okay. I don't.
Why? Because I'm not f***ing delusional.
At
the time, there was.
I don't have ultra strong thoughts on this yet, so I'm listening and I'm learning. But okay, I'm acknowledging what you're saying. Gotcha. What did you want, Pixie?
So I kind of disagree with the take that it's like morally neutral as long as a person doesn't know about it. And the reason why I think this is because I do think there's a difference between just using your imagination and then purposely trying to make it as close to a physical reality as you possibly can.
Wait, can you specify what close to physical reality? What does that mean?
It means that you know you're never going to get into that person's pants or whatever, or be able to see them in that sexual context. Like, they're not going to make that content. So you're going to make it as realistic as you possibly can to see them in that context in real life, like a physical proponent to it, than just imagining it in your head. You're actually materializing something.
Why is it any worse to like draw something or deepfake something versus imagining it?
Because it seems like this is a kind of complicated to explain. It seems like there's a barrier or boundary that you cross when you're just imagining something versus actually taking steps to it. So a similar example, I guess, or analogy or whatever, would be the difference between like intrusive thought, or not even intrusive, like let's say like, oh, like I want to kill this person, like they're annoying me, versus writing it down in your notebook exactly how you're going to do it, buying the knives, buying the rope, buying all the materials you possibly need.
But buying those materials is not it doesn't seem analogous to making a deepfake porn of somebody.
Wait, let's back up. Let's just focus on this initial thing. I think that this is disanalogous because an intrusive thought versus a highly detailed plan are two different things. If you had an intrusive thought and you wrote those intrusive thoughts down, I think that would be similar, but I don't think people would care either way. So for instance, let's say that I thought that like, I hate this person, I want to kill him, and I just had a notebook where I wrote down intrusive thoughts. I don't think anybody would care that much about the difference between the two. Unless they found it, they might figure it's kind of weird, but...
Well, the point is that when you're making a deepfake, you are taking it a step further. You're actually to me, the deepfake, actually making the deepfake, is going from just thinking it in your head, writing it down privately, to material steps to then commit the murder or whatever.
What do you mean? What is committing the murder in this analogy, though? Like raping the person or having sex with them, or?
It's getting as close as you possibly can. So you might not actually rape the person, but the point is that you don't really care about whether they're comfortable being seen in that specific light or not. You're trying to get as close as you can.
What? I don't understand how deep fake gets you any closer to having sex with a person as...
No, viewing them in that sexual, or not viewing them in that sexual light, viewing them in that, or maybe intimate light is the right word, I'm not sure. But for example, when you're doing the deep fake porn, when you're putting that person's like face on there, rendering it so that the images like match the face, all that shit, you are basically, you'd want to see porn of them. You'd want to record it if you could. You'd want the real thing, but you can't get the real thing. And instead of being content with that or making it stay in your imagination, you feel like you have to take actual steps in reality to see that, even though they're not comfortable with that.
I guess I'm just not saying how that's meaningfully different than having like a detailed fantasy of that person.
Yeah, you don't ask people's consent to fantasize about them.
You don't feel like or you don't see like there's a difference between just, in your mental realm versus putting the work and the effort and the time in to make it some sort of physical reality?
I think a lot of people, so the example that got me thinking about this is there are a lot of dudes, I'm sure, and ladies who have jerked off to like a safe for work picture of somebody that person has posted on social media, right?
I assume so, sure.
Yeah. And generally it's not I hear an echo. That's generally not like, it's not an issue unless you tell somebody that you did that, right? It only becomes weird when you tell that person, but you don't ever ask for that person's consent when you do something like that. Like most, like, you know, young people who are doing stupid stuff like that, they don't think about whether the person wants to be objectified, wants to be sexualized by them. They just are in their head. So I just don't see, if somebody makes a deep fake and it's only for their own personal use and nobody else ever sees it, it's something that they did in their own privacy and with their own thoughts.
Okay, I'm about to, the line or the scenarios I'm going to propose to you guys are going to seem completely different and out of nowhere, but I promise they'll tie together. Let's say you have a friend, they sleep naked, you're staying in the same house or whatever, and you go at night and you take a photo of them naked, and they never find out. Would that be okay?
No.
Why would it not be okay?
Because you're like actually taking a picture of them for something that I imagine they're trying to conceal.
Okay. Now let's say it turns out that, you know, it was night, it was dark, it was a mannequin. It turns out the person wasn't sleeping in that bed, they were sleeping somewhere else, but you took a photo of the mannequin instead, but you thought it was that person. Would it be okay then?
No.
Why?
The intentionality of the action still makes the action itself wrong. The outcome is almost irrelevant. So for instance, let's say I really wanted to murder somebody and I walked into a bedroom and I started stabbing a bed, but it was just a bunch of pillows. The action was still attempted murder, in my opinion. So this would still be you doing a wrong thing. I guess the ultimate outcome wouldn't have been a bad thing committed, but the action itself was still probably wrong.
Okay. So to me, it's the action of creating deepfakes, not necessarily the jerking off to it, that is wrong. Because the action of creating a deepfake is literally trying to place the image as realistically as possible to see that person nude, even though they don't want to show you themselves nude.
Yeah, but you're not seeing them nude. You're just fantasizing about it.
This is a technicality, right?
Well, no, hold on, wait. It's not a technicality. It is like the most important point. Because if this was capturing a nude photo of somebody, I think ubiquitously we would all say this is a creep shot, it's a candid image. That's bad. I don't think it's a technicality. I think it's probably one of the most important central points of this whole thing, right?
Yeah, no, but the reason why I perceive it as a technicality is because the whole idea is that your brain is not actually processing this deepfake as a separate person. You're not just processing this as like, oh, the body of a separate porn star and then the face of, you know, the streamer I want to see. You're processing it as a streamer. Otherwise, there would have been no reason to create the deepfake in the first place. The reason the face on there is because your brain is processing it as that person.
Sure, I understand, but I think it's still meaningfully different. Like if nude pictures of somebody got leaked and then nude deepfakes of somebody got leaked, I think that the feeling would be completely different. Like, yeah, like the deepfakes would be bad and people would be annoyed at that, but like the nude pictures would be actual images of them.
Yeah, and I would say it's not the idea that this is that they're perceiving this as the streamer isn't the part that is the issue. The issue is, are you involving somebody in a sexual act that they didn't consent to? If you are just jerking off to like pictures of a deep fake that you made on your own time, you're not involving that other person. But if you tell them about it, or if you actually have their actual nude pictures, then you are involving them in it.
Okay, there's like two separate arguments going on. There's one that's like, okay, this is not bad because the consequence, it only matters basically if it's a consequence of them getting hurt. If they don't get hurt, no harm, no foul. I think the action in itself is wrong, because I think even if the person doesn't find out, you're still trying to get an image of them that they wouldn't be okay with either way.
I don't know how you're not. I don't know how you can't retroactively think that, like, if you apply that there, then fantasizing about someone necessarily follows as being wrong, right? Like, I don't want to have sex with you, and I don't want you to think about having sex with me, but you're doing it, and you're imagining a scenario that I don't even want you to imagine. How could that not be the next thing?
Well, I think to be fair, I do think that's kind of wrong, especially if the person has voiced, oh, I don't want to be seen this way, like, I don't want people to jerk off to me this way, and you're still doing it, then yeah, like, I still think it's wrong. But I think there's still, like, degrees of wrong, right? I think one can be, okay, like, it's creepy, whatever, you shouldn't do that. But then there is taking more physical steps where it becomes, like, even more grossly wrong. So I think.
Do you think that all forms of like fantasies against somebody's consent would be considered wrong? So for instance, I'm going to assume that you don't want somebody to murder you, but let's say I get really fucking annoyed talking to you, and in my head I have like a detailed fantasy of like, I want to fucking kill you. Is that like morally wrong because I'm doing a fantasy that that person wouldn't consent to in real life? Or because I feel like at that point, like all fantasies where the person wouldn't in real life allow it basically become wrong at that point.
I think fantasies where you are basically harming the person in a way, or that could lead to harm to the person, realistically would be considered wrong. So I feel like even if you're, fantasizing about a consensual sex with somebody else, if that person is like, oh my God, that's technically not possible because they've said it to you many times, oh no, like, I'm not okay with this. This is something I'm not okay with. I don't think all fantasies are wrong either. I'm trying to think about how to phrase this.
I think that's kind of where you're at, though. You're at essentially that, like, fantasies are wrong. Most fantasies are usually things that other people don't consent to, right? That's kind of why they're fantasies. It might be, like, killing somebody. It might be fucking somebody. It might be owning someone in a work argument or at school or something, or running over a teacher if you hate him, right? Like, most fantasies are generally things, or a lot of fantasies at least, are generally things that we can't do in real life because people wouldn't be okay with it. But I feel like we're in a weird world where, like, we've created... I guess when I think of bad actions, I'm trying to usually think of, like, some type of either harm or, like, attempted harm. And I just don't see, like... I don't see any harm here at all. Like, who's getting hurt? And hurt here can be, like, a violation of somebody's, like, autonomy as well. So, like, breaking into somebody's house, breaking into somebody's car, getting a picture of, like, somebody's body, like, doing something like that, like their person. Like, I could extend harm to mean those things, too, but... when we're talking about things that exist like purely in the mind or things that don't involve like violating the other person's autonomy.
But you don't think it's an attempt at all? Because I think like, oh yeah, like you're trying to get as close as you can to see that person's body or to see them in that sexual context.
When you say get as close as possible, I feel like there's a big intuition pump where that sounds bad. Getting as close as possible to seeing somebody naked, that sounds really bad. But I think that's because what you're pumping there is the feeling of like getting a picture of them coming right out of the shower, or getting a picture of them coming right out of a locker room, or taking a picture. Like, that's what it feels like when you say getting close to. But in this sense, we're not actually getting close at all. If anything, you could say you're getting farther away from it because now you're focused on like doing a drawing or a picture rather than getting more like real pictures of them. So that phrase, like getting close to, feels not good. Yeah.
And also, if anything, the underlying porn star or like the producers of the original porn with, you know, the people underneath the face that you've replaced, if anything, those people have had their intellectual property possibly like violated, right?
Well, I think legal arguments are a totally separate thing, right?
Yeah, it could be still like seen as like not morally good.
Mm-hmm.
To me, I guess it doesn't seem like such a big jump because you're already going, you're already violating that person's boundary in a way of using their images, not just using their images in a way that they didn't consent, but you're actually rendering them onto something that is completely like beyond. I guess it kind of, maybe I'm just repeating myself, but it just seems like if a fantasies and okay, here I have it. If fantasies and like deep fake porn are basically the same thing, then why aren't people satisfied with just the fantasy? Why do they have to go to the extent of creating a deep fake porn?
Well, when you say basically the same thing, we're also intuition pumping. They're basically the same thing in that they're in the same category of thing, right? Like compared to a horse, a Volkswagen and a BMW are basically the same thing. They're cars, right? But Volkswagen cars and BMW cars are way different, right? Much the same that like for a fantasy, like a deep fake and jerking off to the thought of somebody is the same thing in that they're both fantasies, but the two fantasies are different, whereas some fantasies are better than others. A fanfic or a deep fake is going to be better than like an image in your mind or like an Instagram picture, right?
Okay, why do you think it's better?
Probably because there's more stimulus. You get like a visual component as well.
Okay, I think that might be where like the biggest contention lies for me, because it's this whole idea of like, oh yeah, it's not just more stimulus, but it's, and maybe it's just, we're just going in circles and it's just an intuition pump, but it seems like taking the steps to get that more stimulus is already crossing a line, rather than just having it be in your head.
What if somebody's like scrolling through somebody's Instagram to try to find like the sexiest bikini pictures possible? Is that like bad or?
Yeah, I think that's weird.
Well, I didn't ask weird. Don't care about weird. I'm asking if it's like immoral. Bad.
Yeah, I think if you're, I think I have to think about this a little bit more, but I feel like there is something bad about going to somebody's Instagram and trying to find the sexiest photo of them to jerk off to.
So is every like 14-year-old boy who like jerked off to his favorite like his favorite pop star have they done something morally wrong now?
Yeah,
like
I think from her point of view, yeah, I would say so. Wait, here's something I'm interested though. What is the difference between digging through pictures for sexual gratification versus digging through just for like aesthetic enjoyment? Like, so for instance, you would say it's bad to dig through a girl's like bikini photos to go jerk off them on Instagram. Would it be bad for a girl to just go like look at old pictures of a guy because she thinks he's really hot, but she's not going to masturbate to it?
Yeah, no, that's a societal question.
Wait, not societal. I'm asking you particularly what you think.
I know. I'm gonna segue into that. Just give me a second to preface. Okay. So I think as a society as a whole, we have like very intimate or personal beliefs when it comes to the idea of sex and sexual relationships. We classify that as a category that is very separate from just looking at someone or just seeing something as interesting or fun to look at or hot or whatever. There's a level of intimacy there that I don't think is there when it comes to just pure like general aesthetic purposes.
I think I would break down all of these words because I think it's important to figure out what you mean when you say this. There's an intimacy to a sexual act, but not to porn, I don't think, or fantasies.
I think when you're consuming porn with the intent of that porn being or I guess maybe not, because there's this is so complicated because you have porn stars, right? Whose job is to produce porn, and it's okay to watch them in that context. But that's because they're marketing themselves towards that way. So I don't know if there's really an intimacy in watching a porn star. I think there is intimacy in watching someone that usually doesn't do that stuff, because they're showing you a side.
Well, let's define it. When you say intimacy, what do you mean by intimacy? Let's define that.
It means that it is more personal because they are showing they're showing a side of themselves that they usually wouldn't show other people.
Okay, but they're not actually showing you that. You're imagining it, right? Like, does a photograph, like, let's say I look at a picture of somebody in a swimsuit and then I masturbate to it. Did the photograph become more intimate because I masturbated to it?
No. But what I think, or the reason why my brain is processing these two things differently than a deep fake is that when it comes to a deep fake, you are literally rendering the previous images of a person onto a porn star body so you can view them as like that porn star as said person.
Yeah,
versus
but
just a random image.
sure.
It's like there's an intentionality there.
Yeah, of course. You're intending to, because you want to masturbate to it. I'm just trying to figure out how the person is being harmed. Like, where's the harm?
Well, I like, at least what I'm thinking is that there's kind of something really unsettling over the fact that you don't want to be perceived like this by the vast majority of people, and you know what's going to happen anyways, whatever. But then people are trying to take it, and I know you're saying this is intuition pump, but it really does seem like there's a difference in level here.
Do you think that when you say people are worried about the perception of others, do you think you have a right to the perception of yourself in other people's minds?
Not 100%, but you do have a right to how your image is, like, to an extent. So, for example, I'm thinking about like Ariana Grande and the fact that she sued Forever 21 for like $10 million because they used her image for their products, for their marketing.
That's boring legal shit, of course. Yeah. That's
No, I know that's boring legal shit. But the reason why I bring it up is because it seems like we as a society acknowledge to a certain extent that you have a right to how your image is used in certain contexts. Maybe not all contexts, but in certain contexts.
Well, yeah, but that another reason why I say boring legal stuff is because this isn't like a public like profit setting too. Like privately, you could probably do whatever, but in a public profit setting, it's gonna be different, right?
Yeah. So Forever 21 is a very public, using something for a very public use and even profiting off of it. Whereas using something like making a deep fake that only you yourself have, that only you yourself use, that nobody else is going to have, is very different.
Okay, so to you guys, if the person developed this completely in their computer, away from all eyes, whatever, nobody else is ever going to find out about this, it would be okay.
Yeah, as long as nobody else knows about it or is aware of it. I kind of view it the same way as like the dude who like draws hentai of girls he likes or something. Like, it's weird, but I don't think it's necessarily wrong unless you start telling those girls that what you're doing, essentially. Or telling friends.
This is going to sound completely out of left field, but I'm honestly just curious. Do you feel similarly about somebody who draws like super like photorealistic child porn or something like that? But they keep it to themselves. They're not like bringing that outside or anything.
I think that no, I don't feel the same way about that. I feel like you're encouraging somebody to partake in something bad, I guess.
Well, but how do you not walk right into a trap when you say that, though?
Like, what do you mean?
If CGI child porn encourages people to go rape kids, how does CGI deepfakes not encourage people to go have sex with the people they're deepfaking?
I don't know if it's encouraging people to go rape people, but I think it's wrong to do that, period, right? I think it's wrong to do that, period, because, those people are incapable of consenting, and
well, there's nobody consenting. It's just an image, right?
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like as adults, we kind of expect our images to even be out there. We post our images out on social media all the time, right? I think that there's a difference there.
Wait, I don't know what the difference is. If you do a CGI picture of a kid, there's nobody being hurt. The person wants to jerk off to it.
But the kid has not like gone through the world and put their picture on social media and stuff like that.
Well, no, if it's a completely like CGI'd kid, I don't think. Wait, Pixie, were you talking about a deep fake of a kid, or were you talking about a?
Like, I think either one kind of works.
So if it's a picture of a kid,
I'll have to think about it. I will have to think about it for sure. Like I definitely don't like the idea of that. So it's a good point.
I don't know. I think there is something to be said about even doing these actions in private can lead to being more okay with, like, I guess, like, casually, like, sexualizing women in real life. I feel like there is a connection, but I would have to, like, think about it more or research more. Because even just consuming regular porn has an effect in your real life. So I feel like taking the steps to deepfake a person's photo onto porn is going to affect how you just visualize or talk to that person, or what actions you might take towards that person.
Maybe, but then I feel like that becomes an argument against like basically all pornographic images.
But you don't think there's a gray sliding scale here? You think it's all, because I feel like I'm not saying it's super clear where the scale is.
Well, I don't think you believe that argument is what I would say. So for instance, if I could say, let's say that I can demonstrate with 100% pure godlike scientific evidence, I'm God, and I can tell you that people jerking off to deepfakes will actually have absolutely no impact on people's views on those women changing or pursuing anything in real life. I don't think that would move your argument at all. I don't think you'd feel any differently about it. So that's why I feel like this is a non-point.
I don't know. I think it's because I view it very similarly to the like nude example, or you took a photo of the mannequin instead of like an actual lady. Because I think like there is something with the intentionality.
Well, but that's way different, because taking the picture of the mannequin, you tried to take a picture of the real person. Deep faking is not.
You don't think these people would jump on it if it was, or you don't think if these people had an opportunity, they would take a picture of the real person?
Yeah, but a lot of people that even don't masturbate to deepfakes probably would. I mean, yeah. There's a ton of guys that would like try to like sneak a peek of a woman like in a bathtub or a shower or a locker room. Or that's why we have different areas. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so it seems like since they can't do that because they're not close enough to that person or whatever, this is the second best thing they're settling for.
Yeah, just like porn is the next best thing to sex. That's why people jerk off to porn, is because they can't find people to fuck sometimes.
Could I propose a situation? So let's say that somebody is really interested in a girl, but they can't get like pictures of that girl, and it's not like they would try to anyways. But they find out that the girl's twin sister is like a porn star. Is looking at the porn of the twin sister and imagining the sister, like, is that bad?
You're saying imagining the twin sister as an actual sister?
Yeah.
I think so. I view it similarly to the way that I view okay, so you have parody porn or whatever, which is its own like little gray classification. And then you have, if you theoretically had a porn where, let's say a porn star who her whole career is trying to be as close to the streamer as possible. So she has her room set up like that streamer. She makes her hair look like that streamer. She uses the same, phrases that streamer uses, like everything as much as possible, and is producing that porn. Then I think like that's wrong, because you're essentially trying to take that image and sexualize it for yourself or whatever. That was very bad phrasing. But I think when it comes to the twin sister example, if you're viewing that as the twin you want to fuck or whatever, I do think there's something wrong there. If it just happens to be somebody who looks like the twin sister or the twin. Am I phrasing this correctly? I feel like I'm not phrasing.
Yeah, that's phrased correctly. If I like throw a spooky phrase at you, do you just not care? Because what we're talking about is essentially like we're really talking about thought crimes here. Do you not care? Like, do you think that some thoughts like should be immoral just by virtue of only having the thought alone, or do you not?
It just, I would draw a separation between thought and actual actions. So there's a difference between just like thinking somebody is hot. And this is why I also even think the twin example doesn't completely work, because you can say like that's weird or that's not the best thought, but thoughts are more malleable, they change. Some are intrusive, some are not. But then there's a difference between that and between being like, I am actually going to take the time of my day to get this image of a person, render like onto a porn star's face, like match the actions so I could just jerk off to it. Like, you are taking concrete physical steps in the world that go beyond the mental realm, where the mental realm is just a lot more malleable, comes and goes. You can't have nobody can have like perfect thoughts or live like a completely like morally pure.
Yeah, but I feel like you're loading on. I'm going to use the G word, gish galloping. I feel like you're loading on a bunch of arguments where none of these things you truly believe in that much. So like when you say like the thoughts are imperfect, like what about somebody with photographic memory? Would it be immoral for them to jerk off to somebody since they have a perfect recreation of that person in their head? I don't think, does that meaningfully change things for you? Or I don't think photographic memory is even real, but let's say it was. Like, would it be immoral for that person to masturbate to women?
It just, maybe this is just something I have to like read more about and explain more about. But to me, there just seems to be a very stark difference between what you're thinking and versus what you're putting out there. So I think if something is staying like into the mental realm, even if it's perfect memory, whatever, to me there is a distinction or a line to be drawn there versus taking a physical act or more physical actions.
What about really detailed fan fictions?
Yeah, that's a good one.
I think really detailed fan fictions comes into a more like morally gray area as well.
Well, why is it gray?
So, yeah, there are a lot of girls who like growing up will like be fans of boy bands and stuff, and they'll write like detailed fan fiction about their favorite characters and stuff like that. So like that could be a very good example of like somebody taking their thoughts and putting it and like expressing it in the real world, but it's still not something that goes beyond their own use.
Well, I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious what you mean by morally gray. Like, explore that, because it seemed like you were willing to say that scrolling through a person's Instagram looking for bikini pictures to masturbate to, that was wrong. But so if you're willing to take a stance on that, how is the detailed fanfic thing morally gray? I feel like that would be an easy like, oh, that's just wrong.
I think this just goes back to the fact that our brain processes images and words differently. So, for example, when you read a book, your imagination can take control. Oh my God, so many people are calling. Okay. Your imagination takes control, right? You fill in a bunch of blanks. Even if you try to be the most detailed as you possibly can, your imagination is still taking over control to some extent. That's why people can read two of the same book and then still have different images of what exactly happened. Versus an actual image, your brain is just directly processing that image.
Yeah, but it's all still like, I don't see how the jump is meaningful. Like when you look at a person in a bikini, you're using your imagination there too as well, right? You're probably not imagining the person in the bikini. You're looking at them in the bikini so that you can imagine them naked.
Yeah, and this goes back to the fact that I think it's like a sliding scale, or that's why I keep like looping back to the whole, oh yeah, like it's trying, and I feel I want to like explore this phrase more because I feel like there is something there to the whole like trying to get as close as possible, because I think there is a level where it's like, okay, like, you know, this is like fairly harmless, it's just like, you know, in your imagination, or you're using like the picture or whatever, but there's not that level of intentionality.
Well, yeah, careful with some of the words, because the intentionality is there. It's still the same intentionality. It's just a different amount of effort being put in, right? Like, I'm a shit artist. If I wanted to draw porn of somebody, it's going to be fucking stick figures. But if somebody who's a better artist can draw a better picture, the intentionality is still exactly the same. One person is just more technologically adept than I am.
Okay, so yeah, maybe the right word is the effort to put in to have that fantasy be as realistic as possible.
I have the similar position to Pixie, but I came in to bite an even harder bullet, I think. And I don't think you should jerk off fantasizing to women. Is that your position, Pixie? Or is that more extreme?
I think that's a little bit more extreme. But I think most porn is unethical. I think the only ethical porn might be like OnlyFans or shit like that. So maybe I'm on the same boat as you, but we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think you should even jerk off.
Okay, relax. But I don't agree with pornography because that's creating a direct product, but I'll get into that in a second. The harm, Destiny, you were talking about harm. I think the harm in fantasizing about women and jerking off to them, I think is baked into the social contract. Because if we're saying that by participating in society, meaning just existing, gives people carte blanche to kind of objectify and sexualize you even in their minds, I don't think we can justify that.
I mean, I would flip.
Like policing somebody's mind, though, you can't. You like in that same. Just because they have the ability to do that in their head doesn't mean that we have any right to say what they can and can't do in their head.
Yeah, I would flip it, and I would say that I would live in a society where you don't have a right to dictate my thoughts.
That's.
I feel like we.
I think it's okay.
We do live in a society where we kind of consider certain things like not thought crimes necessarily, but like. Say when people go to another culture and there's like some nice religious ceremony and it has certain meaning to them and the context for that is perceived one way, and then like people, like a bunch of white people go over and are like, ew, whoa, what weird like tribal shit. We recognize that that's like really not understanding the context and
I
it's
think
not
that-
giving appropriate respect to something.
Yeah,
so
I feel like
that's kind of.
I feel like
Yeah.
that illustrates my point exactly, though. So, like,
Yeah.
typically, like, I'm thinking of like a saying you would say to a kid is if a kid were to say something like that, you would never say like, don't think that, or that's rude to think. You would say, keep it to yourself. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. I think that the issue that you're bringing up there, it doesn't have to do with the bad thought. It has to do with them actually expressing it, like saying something.
I think it's also the bad thought that you don't want them to go on to continue thinking that, though. Even internally, I think that's negative.
Well, yeah,
I think
but
you would wanna
careful.
Explain why.
We careful. We're trying to talk about what's bad and what's good. In terms of do we
Yeah.
want somebody to do something? That's a fundamentally different question. We want people to do a whole bunch of things, but in terms of is it bad to think a thought? It is bad to verbalize a negative thought about somebody. That's probably a bad thing. If I say you're ugly, we can say that's a bad thing to verbalize the thought. But is it bad to think the thought? Bad is different than what do we want them to think? I think is fundamentally different.
I feel like thoughts generally lead to like behaviors and actions, so I think
They could be, but then again, the problem isn't the thought. The problem is the thought cultivating an action. Again, I think what you're saying there is reinforcing what I'm saying. Is that it's not the thought that's bad; it's that it could lead to a bad action, which is why people like Jack Thompson hunted video games for so long, or why some people don't like porn because they think it gives you bad thoughts of women, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, which is valid. That's a lot of people wrestle with those issues. What were you saying, Sejan?
I was gonna comment real quickly that having thoughts don't necessarily dictate actions. There's like pretty good literature on this, but like even
hold on, wait. You got to expand on that way more because what you just said is either pretty true or completely and totally false. What do you mean?
Just because you have certain attitudes towards things doesn't mean that they'll manifest in reality. There's a paper on this from the 60s where like this guy drove around with his Asian friends to different hotels all across the country, and he would call ahead of time to see if they would accept non-white people in their hotels and motels, and 97% of them said that they would not accept for like non-white people in their establishment. But when they actually showed up and like booked a room, they made no comment on it. So like their attitude was we don't allow non-whites here, but their actual behavior was it's totally fine.
I think those are two completely different questions. A stated preference versus what somebody will do in an actual moment is different than like if you have certain thoughts, will they over time mold your opinions of things? I feel like, I don't know what research I could cite here. I'm going intuitively, but it must be true that if you're exposed to certain thoughts over long periods of time, eventually it's going to start to dictate the types of actions you take, right? It's like that's like the archetypical, like if you hang out on pole all day saying, jokes about Indians shitting in the street, eventually you're probably going to have like or you're going to be more receptive to shitty thoughts about like Indians or something, right? I feel like that's pretty well accepted, no?
Yeah, I mean,
it needs a little bit more, is what I'm saying.
Well, at the very least, it primes you.
Yeah, it primes you, and that's why I think thought policing is different here. I think it's okay to think whatever you want, right? But when you are intentionally trying to like conjure up an image of somebody in order to arouse yourself sexually, I think that there's so much intentionality there that we can start policing that a little bit socially, not like through any physical body, but socially we can.
So is your entire argument predicated on the idea that eventually these thoughts are going to take hold into something worse then, or?
The harm here, I think, is baked into the social contract. I don't think we want to have like people participate in a society where just by existing in it, you give other people carte blanche to sexually and objectify you, sexualize and objectify you in their minds.
Okay, I disagree with that, but yeah, who else wants to jump in? Because I feel like that it's going to be what Starter said. The opposite end of that is going to be society. We accept that people might believe thoughts that you really don't like or think things you don't like, but like you have to live with that. That's part of being in a society. I don't know if part of our social contract is you don't have the right to think thoughts about me that I don't want you to think.
Yeah, especially if we think about like involuntary thoughts, right? Like how many people have involuntary thoughts?
Well, involuntary thoughts is boring. Nobody cares about it. If you have an involuntary thought, nobody's going to hold you responsible for that, right? I think.
But to me, this is
about like you can fantasize about someone by accident, I think.
Well, but nobody would care about that. No, people say whatever. That's a whatever thing. We're talking about like the intentional thoughts, I think. Yeah. If you're going to hold somebody responsible for things that just pop into their head, that's dumb. No, that's, yeah.
Why should you be able to have explicitly like sexual thoughts about somebody that doesn't present themselves in that way?
I think the default should be anything. You can think about anything you want, and it's the onus on somebody else to say why you shouldn't be able to think about a thing. You should be able to imagine whatever you want, and if you shouldn't be allowed to, somebody else should have to say, right? Because if we have the domain of anything, it should be of things in our mind, right?
I agree.
So the question would have to be like, why shouldn't you be allowed to think sexually about people?
It just seems to me, I feel like we're kind of like getting a little bit off track, because the whole idea is like, oh yeah, like if it's just a fantasy, but it's not just a fantasy. That's a problem. People are taking like steps, like realistic steps to make it, I guess you're saying, oh, a realistic fantasy, but it seems like there's a little bit more going on here than just a realistic fantasy, because you're literally trying to, I keep repeating the same phrase, so I'll just stop. But
what
like,
if it's not realistic? What if it's like, what if it maybe it looks like you know, like it's a deep fake, but parts of it are just like completely out of the like realm of possibility with physics?
Honestly, I would feel so much more comfortable with that if somebody deepfaked my face
was, like,
onto like furry porn, whatever thing.
Well, not like that. What I'm saying is like, for example, they do a deep fake of you, right? And it looks like a naked human body, but it's like a naked human body contorted into a completely impossible shape.
I'm not sure. I feel like the human aspect kind of makes that a little weird. But I think if somebody did a deep fake of me, but it was like a dragon or something that was,
I don't know if you guys want to wait.
that'd
His
be okay.
stream got fucked up.
What? No, it's just YouTube blips for some regions sometimes. I don't know why. It was just.
Oh, sorry. It was fucked up for me too.
Fucking loser.
I think that's bad because like your face is like 80% of your body in terms of like what we actually kind of like value. Like if you lined up 10 people and and they all looked like one of your friends, and your friend was in the lineup, you can probably pick out your friend just by their face most of the time. But if it was like their face was blocked out, it was just their body, I don't think you could reliably pick out your friend from that lineup. I think the face is so important to our conception of like what a person is physically.
Steve could. He can tell a titty size.
What the fuck?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay, what if it's somebody makes somebody makes like an AI porn completely generated, but it looks like somebody that they know. Like even the face is generated, but they make it look like somebody they know.
I think intentionality there is what matters, right? If you're starting to label it as the other person. But if it's completely randomly generated, I think that's fine. No?
Yeah, it's a difference between like a porn star that happens to look like a streamer and a porn star that is purposely trying to be a streamer or trying to look like a specific streamer. There's a difference between like, oh, coincidence, it like, looks like someone I know, and oh no, I'm gonna try to make it close as possible to look like someone I know.
And I think also perception of that distinction, knowing that that people will see it and know that it's not you. Know that there's a distinct difference.
I don't know that I don't know if I explained it properly. But it would look just like the person. The only difference is that you didn't take their face and deep fake it onto somebody's body.
So you're not taking the information from an image, but where are you taking it from?
You're generating it through some program or something like that.
Are you saying what if you randomly generated like a porn image and it happened to look like someone else? Is that what you're saying?
Not randomly. Like let's say you have the ability to make like a face on a porn image, and you purposely make it look as much like somebody else. It's not like the same as taking somebody's face and pasting it, but you're still like aiming for a specific look.
It is like the same thing with extra steps, though, right?
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Yeah.
Cool, we're in agreement. We did it.
What's your fastest time now, Moot?
At 53 minutes, but I've just been getting unlucky, man.
Damn, that sounds pretty unlucky.
Yeah, I think yesterday I was in the Nether like 6 or 7 times, and I didn't get a single fortress or bastion near me. So you know.
Wow.
What are you gonna do?
I feel like that never happens when I watch XQC.
Yeah, he's probably got a modified save file.
Wow.
Little,
Big accusations.
little dreaming. How's it been?
Okay. Just memeing and streaming.
Memeing and streaming. Is the factory done today?
I'm trying, but I got slowed down with all the deepfake talk, so here we are.
Yeah, but you got people in here now talking and
True,
doing
that's
shit,
right.
so you can
Making
focus.
content, that's right.
Yeah,
On the
you can
factory.
focus. Good.
What else? What other thoughts do we have in here, guys?
I have one.
Come on, guys, produce it.
I do have one last. I guess. Did we come to a decision on the twin thing? Whether that was okay?
One thing is weird, and I was thinking about this literally on the car drive home yesterday. Is like, when you're a twin, you don't really own your own image, right? You share an image with someone else. In terms of your physical features, like you can present your physical features differently than your twin, but you don't. You're like your genetic material that dictates your image is literally the same.
Yeah, but I think twins still see themselves as distinctly separate people.
I agree. They are different people, but we are greater than the physical summation of our parts, but they share those physical parts.
You have a twin and you're identical, and one of them makes an OnlyFans and starts selling. Should the other get payment?
I
think morally, that's like a decision they kind of.
No,
that's
the answer
really
is
hard. No, wait,
obviously
hold on.
the answer is obviously no, because even though a twin might share genetic material and even have a similar body, they distinctly have their own identity.
Oh, that is true. However, if the other twin is a like celebrity and they're impersonating them, then now we're getting back into like deepfake stuff.
So just to go back, I think you guys were talking about porn stars who purposely look alike or will look like specific actors or specific public figures. In some sense, like, is that okay? And how does that compare to the twin argument?
I feel like we're just like kind of looping again, because it's not okay because you're again using somebody's image for your like basically self-profit. It's not really your image. You're trying to take somebody else's.
I think the only exception to this rule is if like you were both portraying some sort of like fictional character, and that fictional character has like physical traits that are described in the text or in some abstract way.
Well, yeah, then you're not trying to imitate another person. You're trying to imitate like a character, like somebody who's complete fiction.
What are you guys even arguing about?
What's your take, Mr. Newton?
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
Do you think creating deepfake porn is ethical?
I don't care.
Wow, brave. What a brave take, Mooten. Nice job. Tell us what else you don't care about. That nurses aren't heroes?
Yeah, I don't care about that either.
Nice. Good one.
Fuck nurses.
Wow.
You don't care right now, but what if you have a daughter in the future? Don't you want to sort this out right now?
Ooh.
Nope.
Wow.
Really? Why not?
Why do I give a fuck?
If someone like creates deepfake porn of your daughter in the future?
Don't care. That's a future Mooten problem. It's not a right now problem. Deepfake porn is like weird if you're creating it of your friends, but I don't think like it's like a big fucking deal. I don't know. People go online to talk about and argue about things that just happens so little that I just really don't give a fuck. It's not a big deal.
But it might
It's
be
weird.
something that happens more frequently in the future, right?
Cool.
I think all of this is in the context of what's going to matter in the future. Like if we have AI bots like imitating more and more of us, I think we're going to have bigger problems, and it's better to be proactive about them.
I feel like maybe this goes to entitlement, and maybe that's my biggest problem when it comes to creating the deepfake. It's that I feel like people feel as entitled as possibly can to get as close to the real thing, instead of just saying like, okay, no, I'll just keep it in my fantasy. or I'll just keep it in my head. It's okay. No, I feel like I should get the most realistic version of this as possible and close to reality as I can. And you know, if I could do it, I would take just the naked photos of her. I would take them myself, but I can't do that. So we're gonna go to this instead.
Yeah, but I think that entitlement argument, any argument like that, is always going to cut both ways. To where it's like you feel entitled to me having a fantasy in my mind, or you feel entitled to me thinking personal thoughts or whatever. But
yeah,
you don't know what my problem is? Half the time when I cut in here, it just sounds like a bunch of AI talking to each other. Someone says something, another person responds in just completely unintelligible, absolute nonsense. And just like is throwing like point after point out. That's
yeah, give us an example. What was something that said that was nonsense? Go ahead.
They said, or
something that was said? Yeah, what's something that was said that was nonsense in here? Let's hear it, Mooten.
I didn't.
Let's
I
give
didn't
us one
get
example.
it ready. Hey! I didn't get it ready. Hey, let me cook. Hold on. I'll get you an example tomorrow when I'm listening. Okay, I promise. But I can give an example. When Rage Pope came in and he started accusing
somebody who's not even here. Okay.
Did I say this time?
I mean,
that's the implication. Yeah.
No, the implication is almost every time.
Oh,
I didn't
so
say
it wasn't
this
happening at all this time. You thought this
last
conversation
time
was really good.
Last time I was in here, Rage Pope came in and he started accusing the Piss Cup guy that he said something that he absolutely didn't. Rage Pope just came in for fucking dunks. Okay.
Yeah. Wow.
That's true. Do you remember that, Steve? Or do you
Mr.
not?
Mooten, it sounds like you came in here just for dunks. You just came in here to shit on some people and, you know, just...
I came in, yeah, I did.
Just shit on them and get out.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Wow.
I did.
Here's something I'm curious about. Pixie.
Yeah?
Have you heard of Fat Mel?
No.
Okay, people started photoshopping a lot of pictures of Melina just being fat. And they were funny, and it was like a funny thing in the community. But like, let's say that she didn't like that. Do you think it would be unethical to make those types of drawings, like parody drawings of people, if they didn't want to be drawn that way?
That's a good question. I feel like if you, this is gonna sound so arbitrary to you guys, but it's honestly what I think. I think if you're gonna make a parody of someone, it should be based on some sort of like internal characteristic they have, than just like external. I know that sounds really weird, but to me it's like, okay, like making, and maybe it goes back to the fact that like body disorders are, I don't say super common, but pretty prevalent. There's a difference between making fun of somebody for some of the stupid shit they've said and then making fun of somebody for exaggerated features of how they look. Or maybe you guys just disagree with me and don't think there's a difference. But yeah, I think if Melina was like, hey, like these photos are like causing me like a lot of like mental damage, not just mental damage, you know, like they're like physically like jarring or whatever, then people should stop it. But I feel like when it comes to personal characteristics of like who you are or like things that you say, then you shouldn't be immune from criticism in that way, because that's part of personal growth. While when it comes to physical features, that's a lot harder to change.
Why is your
like whether it,
wait, real quick, Pixie, your mic is fucked. I don't know what you're talking about right now, but okay, sorry. What is Art by Pet? What do you want to say?
regardless of whether it ends up like being perceived as funny because it's like not that impactful, the intent, if the intent like is to bully, like we know bullying isn't great.
True.
Do you believe that we should be in full control of the inputs we put into the world?
Of what? Of ourselves?
Yeah.
That'd be nice, but probably not.
It's not realistic.
It doesn't matter if it's like realistic.
I don't even know if it should be. Like, what if somebody wants to put out like a thing that's false, for instance? Like, I'm sure there's a very racist person that would want to convince the whole world that they're not racist, right? Should they have?
Yeah.
Should they have the right to do
Wait,
that?
weren't we just talking about Fat Mel?
They should have the right to do that. No.
What's wrong with Fat Mel?
Well, I know. We just jumped. We did it. We did the AI thing. We just did it right there.
Well, we're just we're nibbling around the edges to see where people's feelings are.
No, it was just there. It just happened. Don't make me sound crazy.
But this is related.
Are you okay, Mooten?
No, because I don't understand. You guys use such huge words and you say nothing. That's the issue. Is I listen, and I'm the average viewer. Okay, you know, I dropped out of college, but I got some college in me. But you guys will go on a tangent for like 5 minutes in something that you could have said in about 4 seconds.
That's so deep. King.
That's my problem.
That was
That's
so
my problem. That's it. That's my whole issue.
That was
I just want
so
people to be more concise.
deep King. Okay.
I just want people to be more concise.
You
That's
are.
it. I'm not even trying. Steve agrees with me.
You're a
He's
king.
trolling, but he
I'm
does
not
agree with
trolling.
me.
You're our king.
No, he does. He knows.
That
You
was
agree
kingly.
with me.
That was a kingly statement.
No, it was not kingly.
It was kingly.
I just want people to be more concise because
I
dumb.
understand.
I
Mutin,
admit it.
I want
I'm
you
the
to lead
dumbest
us.
king in the room.
Mutin, lead us then. Go ahead. Dictate
Okay.
some thoughts to us. What do you think?
Okay, well, what about the twins thing? I think that's an interesting one. Should the other twin get a piece of the OnlyFans? It's their body. It's their look.
Wow.
No? Can you
No,
give me
because
a
they're not
quick-
impersonating the other
Who put
person.
the work in? Who put the work in to make the porn?
Yeah. Wow, Moten.
Work?
Work. Oh,
Yeah.
you think porn is work now?
No, I was.
So
So the other twin shouldn't get anything, but should the twin get a say if the sister could get or a sister or brother could have an OnlyFans because it's technically their identical body?
I mean, I think that they have a right to feel weird, but I don't know if like there's a moral thing there that they have a right to.
If they have a right to that, Mutin.
Mm-hmm.
You ready?
Could they have a right to someone saying like who they can fuck? Is that where you're going with it or no?
Close. If
Okay.
I have a right to your profits because we have the same body, do I have a right to
Got
fuck
it.
your girlfriend?
Probably not. No.
Why?
But
It's the
I
same
probably
body.
wouldn't. But I'm probably not on the same side of they should have the right to the money.
Oh, so you just asked that question to shitpost.
Well, I thought it was an interesting question. I was curious if anybody had a
Mhm.
differing opinion.
Wow, you just
I
did the
think
AI
if-
thing. Wow.
Because I think Sejin said that.
Mhm.
It was because Sejin said something, and I was like, oh, well, does Sejin?
Yeah,
really
I said
this?
something earlier.
Yeah.
I was considering it, but now I think I reconciled that you should not get the money unless you're only getting that money because you look like the other person. Like if Jennifer Lawrence had a twin sister and started doing OnlyFans and like people knew it was Jennifer Lawrence's sister and it was only popular and we knew it was only popular because it was Jennifer Lawrence's body, then yeah, then now we get into territory where I think you can make an argument that she should get the money for it.
But she's putting in
Yeah,
the
I feel
work.
like that's like getting into like intellectual property kind of thing, where when you have a brand and things like that, or you work for a studio, I think it gets like into like weird legal stuff there.
You disagree with that, Moot?
Give me your take in 8 words or less.
Okay. Ask the question, and then I'll give you an 8-word response or less.
8 words? What an arbitrary fucking number.
Sure, just give me a quick one, okay? Give me a quick response.
Okay.
Should Jennifer Lawrence's theoretical sister have to give Jennifer Lawrence money if Jennifer Lawrence's sister starts an OnlyFans?
Only if she's getting that money because she is Jennifer Lawrence's sister.
How do you prove that?
I think it's really hard to prove that, but I think intuitively we can tell if it's like she's like a $2 million in 1 month OnlyFans model, then yeah, for sure.
Oh, so J-Lo's sister couldn't be pretty enough without looking like J-Lo? Okay.
Not $2 million worth, no.
Wow.
I'm sure there are plenty of porn actresses who don't make that much money who look just like popular actors and actresses.
Well, we're just going back to intentionality. By the way, is
Yeah.
my microphone fixed?
Yeah.
Better, yeah.
Okay. So it's the whole idea that just happening to look like someone versus, oh yeah, I'm going to bring my whole marketing team, or my whole marketing is based around the fact that I look like this person.
All right, now let me cook here. No, don't let me cook there.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sure it was about to be an
I-
amazing contribution.
No. So, okay, well, let's do it this way then. Let's
Uh-oh.
say Jennifer Lawrence's sister starts getting casted in B-tier movies, right? Should Jennifer Lawrence get a profit? Because her sister, no. Now, no.
Now,
I mean,
no.
I said no to the previous one too. So
But wait, why now?
Oh,
no?
wait, hold on.
Sejin.
I think
She's getting the roles, theoretically,
she's
because
getting
she
the
looks
roles
like Jennifer Lawrence.
entirely because she looks like Jennifer
Well,
Lawrence.
we can't know that, but
Oh, fuck. Morally, I think a little bit. But I think less than the OnlyFans things. Because now she's doing a performance. She's providing a service that is, like, unique to her. Because we're tapping into different parts of the essence now. Like, because you're not just your physical body. But on OnlyFans, you're arguably, like, 90% just your physical body. But on like movies and stuff like that, there's so much more
I
involved.
don't think that's even
What
true.
about
I think on
typecast?
OnlyFans though, isn't a lot of like the appeal like the actual interactions with the people like in DMs and stuff?
If that's the case, then I would back down on my OnlyFans claim. I don't know.
Oh, couldn't we talk about this in terms of like typecasting in Hollywood? Like it's not quite the same as like somebody getting a job because they look like Jennifer Lawrence or they're Jennifer Lawrence's sister and they look enough like her. But they, Hollywood is known for typecasting and having specific looking people in specific roles, right? Is the original person who pioneered that role now entitled to anybody who gets typecast into that same role?
I think they deserve credit in terms of pioneering that role, and I think that's a form of giving them value for that.
Fuck, who are the two guys who look super similar? It's like the Harry Potter guy and then like the Frodo dude. Does anyone know what their names
Elijah
are?
Wood and Daniel Radcliffe.
Oh yeah, that was my thing. So can you restate that, Stardust?
Yeah. So typecasting, like in Hollywood.
Wait, these two guys look incredibly similar?
Shut your mouth.
Wait, what? Did I just miss that?
Shut your
People
ass
do
up.
confuse them though. Yeah.
It's
They
like a
do.
meme.
They get confused.
So it's kind of like typecasting in Hollywood or even typecasting in like the music industry, where you'll have certain people who look a certain way will be typecast into specific roles in specific movies. And does that mean the person who pioneered that role initially, who was the first one to do that role, is entitled to the profits of somebody who comes after them and gets typecast into a similar role?
So here's an example then. Does the first little person in like a serious role, should they be given more money for like other people who go into that serious role, other like little people who like come in after that? Would that be like an example that you would go with?
Yeah,
or no?
let's say there's like a trope or something of like let's say that Tyrion Lannister ends up being like a trope that is commonly occurring in a bunch of different
fantasy movies. Yeah.
Yeah. And he's the first one. Is everybody is it the case that he is entitled to money?
Absolutely not.
There's a difference between fictional characters and real people. So like there's a difference.
But real people made those characters, right? Real people played the role to make those characters come to life on screen.
That doesn't matter because we know those characters are fictional. We're not talking about like the actual.
Then why does it matter if Jennifer Lawrence's sister has an OnlyFans then?
Because they're not claiming to be the character Jennifer Lawrence. They're trying to get as close as Jennifer Lawrence as possible. They're imitating
That's not true.
Personhood.
Yeah, wait, like
that's what you're projecting on the person or on Jennifer Lawrence's fictional sister, right?
Well, if we're saying in this scenario, Jennifer Lawrence's sister is doing this, her whole marketing is the fact that she's, close to Jennifer Lawrence. She looks like Jennifer Lawrence, et cetera, et cetera. If Jennifer Lawrence's sister just happened to make porn, to me, that would be fine. But if Jennifer Lawrence's sister is basing her whole essence of porn around the fact that it's like Jennifer Lawrence, that's where it's different.
So if Jennifer Lawrence's sister, for all the dumb people in chat, came out and said, hey guys, if you want to see Jennifer Lawrence naked, subscribe to my OnlyFans, that would be a problem. However, if Jennifer Lawrence's sister just started an OnlyFans and didn't say anything about it, but just had an OnlyFans, promoted it normally, everyone would be cool with it. That is what is being touted. Everyone.
A little bit more to intentionality there. I mean, like if we could in the world know that she was only doing it because she looks like Jennifer Lawrence, even if she doesn't say it explicitly, then we're back in the on Jennifer Lawrence's sister come subscribe boat.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I was trying to make with the typecast example, right? It may not be explicitly stated, but you're going for a look, or you're going for a vibe that somebody else already created.
And I think you deserve like the person that like the first rootin' tootin' cowboy that was cool on screen deserves credit for that, for all the following cowboys, because he pioneered that role.
I don't think so. No.
Weird. Yeah, no.
Really?
That's such a weird reality to live in.
Do I get credit for being the godfather of streaming? Sorry, go. Shut up.
No, it just goes back, at least maybe you guys don't see a difference, but to me it just goes back to the fact that one is a character and then the other one is like a real person.
Yeah, but the OnlyFans person is a character too, right? They're playing the character of a fictional Jennifer Lawrence that has an OnlyFans.
But they're trying to play
Equable.
a
Thanks for the
character
tip by
of a
Summer,
real
buddy.
Jennifer Lawrence. Like they're not. It's not a whole.
Not a real
separate...
Jennifer Lawrence. It's like a fictional one that has an OnlyFans.
Well, we're going back to what is it? If I understand what you're saying correctly, we're just going back to the whole idea that like, oh, well, technically everybody in streamer or online space is playing a character, and it's like, I don't think that's necessarily true. I think even actors, I don't think actors are acting all the time. I think actors do show their real life or their real selves often in the red carpet or in award ceremonies or whatever. So I feel like it's not very fair to be like, oh no, that's just another type of character. I think there is something that relates more to their real life, day-to-day circumstances than versus when they're simply on the screen.
I like to hammer shit down.
I have
So
a scenario.
oh, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Okay. If there's like, if there was somebody who punched a celebrity and got like super famous and got on a whole bunch of talk shows and then launched their acting career just because they got into a tiff with a celebrity, they're not going to owe royalties to that celebrity for starting their career, even though they are the like reason that they have a career. But
I'm not
if they
saying
started,
owing
like,
royalties, but there's other forms of credit we can give people.
Oh, okay, I guess so. But yeah, but then if they started marketing like t-shirts or selling a bunch of shit that was like, oh yeah, with the celebrity's face on it, then that's using the other person to sell stuff directly. I feel like that's kind of a very obvious distinction, and it's getting murky with these other ones, but it's still the same distinction.
I just want to go down the line now, because I like to hammer my points down. Do we all agree then that as long as Jennifer Lawrence's sister, fictional sister, doesn't mention her at all in her OnlyFans, that it's totally fine for her to get all of the profits? Steve? You first.
Duh.
Okay. Pep star?
I love women.
A what? Sorry. My cat was bothering me. I missed it.
That's okay. As long as Jennifer Lawrence's fictional sister doesn't mention Jennifer Lawrence at all on her OnlyFans, she should get all of her profits and Jennifer Lawrence is owed nothing. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, if she's just like, I'm Jackie Lawrence, I'm a porn star, that's fine.
Yeah.
If she's using Jennifer Lawrence's name on her branding, I feel like that's where it's not fine.
Okay. What about you, Pixie? You agree?
Same.
Sejun?
Dude, I'm split on this one.
Okay, let's pause there. What's the problem?
Yeah, what is the problem?
Because there is such like there's so much investment on Jennifer Lawrence's behalf on that image.
Sure, is that her sister's fault though? What could her sister have done, possibly?
I'm trying to think if there's a way around this. Go Stardust. Let me keep thinking.
Okay, Stardust, do you agree with my original statement?
I agree with your statement.
Okay. So we're just waiting on Sejun to get on.
Do you know what an interesting real-life analog to this is? A little bit. It's not quite the same, but Barack Obama's brother. You ever follow this weird fucking dude?
Didn't he write like a book?
I don't know if he
I don't
wrote a
remember.
book, but he was a guy that obviously was insanely capitalizing on Barack Obama's name and him being president, but he was a fucking weird loser
Is this
dipshit.
like the big Twitter guy?
I think he was on Twitter. Does
On
anybody know who
Twitter?
I'm talking about? Wait, is his name
Malik
like
Obama.
Harik or it started with like an H or something, or Hakeem or something? I don't remember. But Malik. Oh, Malik. Yeah.
Malik, yeah.
Malik Obama.
What was he doing?
I don't know. Wasn't he like? Didn't he just like tweet like stupid conservative shit all the time, or he was like hypercritical of Obama all the time?
What's the like the problem there, or what's like the?
I don't know. He was basically
analogy?
trading on Obama's image. Like the only reason people knew anything about this guy was because he was Obama's brother, and then he just used that kind of like image of being Obama's brother to just shit on him constantly. I guess it's not the same because it's his brother instead of like him himself. But that was like nobody would know who this guy was or care about him. He was completely irrelevant. Didn't he say Obama was born in Kenya? Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, is it? I still don't know if that was his actual brother or not. Was it, or was it a fucking troll?
It's his half brother, yeah.
Oh, okay.
We could look at him. We could look at impersonators, right? People who get famous because they can impersonate a public figure really well.
All right, well, hold on. We're waiting on Sejun. Sejun, have you come to your point yet?
Dude, I'm so split on this. Let me.
I don't
talk this
understand how
out,
you're
maybe.
split on this.
Yeah,
though.
how the fuck are you split on this? You cooked
Because
fuck.
they share the DNA. They don't.
Why does the
own-
DNA matter here to you? I don't think the DNA matters.
gonna put on pants. Keep going.
Because your physical body is different from your physical, like your not your
soul,
physical self, but yourself. Yeah, it's different from yourself. And if you don't own your physical body's image because you're sharing it with someone else, can you really profit off of it when someone else does all the groundwork for you to market
Why do you
it,
think you
bring
don't
it to
own
market?
your physical body?
Because you're sharing the DNA. No, not you own your physical body, but you don't. When you are a twin, you don't own your physical body's image because that's shared between you and your twin. I'm separating the two things.
What's up, Lewis? I saw your video. I love you, buddy. Thank you so much. I don't know if I buy that. Like, you don't think you could have an image and likeness that you could, like, copyright or trademark or anything like that?
Sorry, repeat that?
You don't think you can have, like, an image or likeness that you could sell to other people just because you have a twin?
That's what I'm thinking about.
Well, the answer, it has to be yes. Of course you can, right? When I enter contracts with people, I can sign away parts of my likeness for advertising. If I had a twin, would I not be able to sign those contracts?
I think legally, you can't enforce anything like this, but morally, I think your twin should have some sort of say in that.
Really? Wow. Yikes.
If you're selling specifically only the rights to your physical body's image.
Isn't that like a violation of autonomy though? Like you're just because you look like somebody else, now you're beholden to what they think you
Yeah, like all your actions are limited by that.
Jesus. He doesn't think twins are human, basically.
Yeah. Damn, Sejin.
Yikes.
You're a twin, you're not a twin from Sejin. Heard it from him.
It's
himself.
weird. Like, this is such a weird case because you are... Hold on, let me think about this. What if there was one person like that was born in 1950 and then someone in like 2050 had identical DNA, but they were born in different time periods. It was just a huge coincidence.
I don't know what your question
is. Then I wouldn't agree
I don't know
with
what
this.
the fuck your question is, bro.
Oh,
So,
he's
like-
trying to say, like, they're not twins. They just happen to be born with the same DNA, so they happen to look
I mean,
exactly
well,
the
we've
same.
got doppelgangers, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say there's like plenty of examples of this in real life already.
Yeah, but 100% is really, really high threshold, and that's why I have trouble with it. But if that's the case, then I would have no issue with one trading off of the image of the other.
Wow.
So yeah, okay, I'm back.
Got, like,
I agree now.
So you're on the train then?
I'm on the train.
That as long as they're not like saying, oh, like come see Jennifer Lawrence naked on my OnlyFans, I'm her identical twin sister, that it's totally fine that she profits 100% and Jennifer Lawrence is owed nothing. You agree with that then, yeah?
Jeez.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so we're all on board there. Now, what if she does the opposite and says, I'm Jennifer Lawrence's sister. If you want to see her naked, come check it out. Destiny? You think that's bad? Or should she be able to do that?
I think you should be able to do that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Pepstar?
I don't really have like a super strong opinion on it morally, but I feel like legally there would be grounds to.
Fuck it, we're only
get-
asking morals here.
Oh, well, fuck, man. I don't know. I feel like it's kind of scummy, but
Don't care about scummy. We want to know if it's right or wrong.
I think it's probably wrong. Probably, yeah, I'll lean towards wrong.
Okay,
I'm fine
Pixie?
with it.
I think it's wrong. I think you shouldn't do that. You shouldn't base your whole porn acting career on the fact that people want to like fuck your sister and basically like exploit her image in that way.
It's exploiting both her and your image. But
Yeah, but it's you're putting her in there, like you're like exploiting her at the end of the day. And if you're just exploiting yourself or whatever, then we would go back to scenario one. But you're not doing that. You're purposely bringing her in.
Okay, Sejin?
Yeah, I agree that you can't. This is wrong.
Okay, and Stardust, you said you were cool with it.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. Yeah. I think it can be weird, but I think I'm cool with it.
I would say it's probably pretty bad. That'd be my feeling. Because she's exploiting her OnlyFans at that point, 100% based on her sister and her work. So I would say that her sister should get a cut.
How would you judge it if you didn't know if she was doing it on purpose?
Then the sister gets nothing.
Really? So it's only
if
if
somebody's
it's explicit.
doing it.
Interesting.
No, never mind. I was about to be way more confident than I should have. Just kidding. Because I'm gonna say if somebody's advertising on purpose, you should know. But if somebody isn't being intentional, I actually think it gets pretty murky. The most obvious parallel to this are like you're only popular because you're dating like Ludwig, or you're only popular because you're dating Destiny, right? Like, are they? That's a really, especially if they're not like outwardly advertising it. Like, that's a really hard claim to substantiate, right? And I think people actually wrestle with that all the time, figuring out like, is this person only popular because they date a streamer, or do they have their own fan base, or whatever? Like, those are really difficult questions, I think, to wrestle with most of the time.
So then Melina would owe you royalty checks following the law.
I'm not saying royalties. I'm just saying that like it's hard to determine who's trading on somebody's name. Like, let's say somebody's sister legitimately does want to get into porn, like, and they do start to grow. Like, how much is due to people wanting to see the sister of some famous actress versus what the fuck? Versus just like actually seeing them as a porn star. Like, who's to say, you know?
But even then, the reason why I'm bringing up like impersonators, like impersonators make their money off of being the like imitation of somebody else, right? If there's like a Trump impersonator, but I still don't think that like because he's being impersonated that he is owed profits from the
Yeah, I actually think I agree with you there. If someone's on like the street of Hollywood Boulevard hustling because they look like Michael Jackson and they're like wearing the same outfit and singing, I don't think that they're probably owing Michael Jackson any profits.
Or
so I think I am on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, so if the sister, in my opinion now, if the sister said, hey, I'm Jennifer Lawrence's sister, if you want to see her naked, check out my OnlyFans, I actually think she doesn't deserve any money.
I don't know. I think with the whole Michael Jack, I feel like this is where we're getting into murky waters again, because I feel like when it comes to that, when it comes to the Michael Jackson example, I do think that there's a performance that's being put on that is not the same performance being put on when you take naked photos. But even if there was like a porn performance being put on, you're not really impersonating Jennifer Lawrence herself, right? You're using her image to put on a more lavacious porn performance. You're not actually trying to imitate her per se. Does that make sense?
Well, let's say that she is imitating her in the OnlyFans. Let's say like she's dressing up as Katniss Everdeen and doing the scenes just naked.
Yeah.
Do you think that that's a problem then?
Oh
'Cause
my
she's being,
God.
like, a big on impersonator.
I was gonna ask that. I was like, what if you just add porn scenes to all the movies?
Well,
let's
just make it more real world. What about not safe for work cosplays?
Oh, like do they owe like money? No, I don't think they do.
I don't think they owe any money. I
think we can
Well, wait. Not owing money. Are they immoral? If you, let's say that you have J-Lo, she doesn't ever want to be sexualized ever, and she plays Katniss Everdeen in a movie, and somebody makes like a not safe for work cosplay of that character and tries to look like that character and her. Is that like deepfake porn basically? That's almost better than deepfake porn.
I feel like for like cosplays or people on like Hollywood Boulevard, there's like a knowledge that they aren't exactly like the person they're cosplaying.
Type it in chat.
They're not. What?
Sorry, never mind. Sorry, keep going.
They're not. It's not exactly representative of the person. There's still some distance there. It's like an approximation of them, basically. Whereas if it's like your literal like twin, identical twin, I feel like it's the intent behind it to see like the person that she looks like is more there than it is with.
But deepfakes are not seeing the person they look like. You guys keep saying that, but it's not. It's you know that it's not really them. It's just trying to.
Your brain is processing. Your brain isn't making that distinction. Otherwise, you wouldn't have put the face on to begin with.
Well, sure, but then if you're gonna say your brain isn't making the distinction, that's the same thing with not safe for work cosplays as well. Then no.
And there are impersonators whose job is to get as close as possible to their subject, right?
Yeah. Wait. Pixie? What is your response to that?
I was gonna say, again, if it comes to cosplays, most of the time it's a character. I think my stance with impersonators stay the same. If your unless with the exception of parody, But the reason why is because parody, you're making fun of that person. You're adding extra features onto that person.
Wait. Axe all that. Wait, hold on. Axe all the boring shit away. Not parody, not making fun of blah, blah, blah. I'm doing, let's say somebody's doing a Katniss Everdeen cosplay, and they're trying to look as much like they can of J-Law, okay? They want to look like her as much as they can, and they do that not safe for work cosplay. Is there something unethical happening there?
It's just, there's two different things going on here. If you're trying to look as much as Jennifer Lawrence when she played Katniss Everdeen, you're not really trying to be Katniss Everdeen. You're trying to be Jennifer Lawrence when she was Katniss Everdeen. Now, if you're just doing Katniss Everdeen and that happened to look like Jennifer Lawrence because they shared this similar outfit or whatever, that is different. One, you're trying to be the character. The other one, you're trying to be the person.
Is that really different?
I don't think that's different. Yeah, isn't the character and the person in like that?
Yeah, because you don't know what
significantly
Katniss.
different.
Well, hold on. Katniss Everdeen isn't a person. That thing doesn't exist. That's not a
exactly.
We can talk about that.
Wait. But when you're trying to look like something, you're trying to look like Jennifer Lawrence.
Well, no, because Katniss Everdeen has these features.
I'm gonna jump in here.
Okay,
let Pixie run the thought train down. Let her run the thought train down instead of 5 other people jumping in.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
When you're trying to look like Katniss Everdeen, you're not trying to look like Katniss Everdeen. You're trying to look like Jennifer Lawrence's portrayal of Katniss Everdeen.
Well, Katniss Everdeen has features that everybody can take, including Jennifer Lawrence. So Katniss Everdeen has the braid, has the green shirt, has the leather pants, whatever. Yes. Let me finish. So when you cosplay as Katniss Everdeen, that is obviously going to have similarities to Jennifer Lawrence.
Okay, hold on. We're thinking of different not safe for work cosplays. I'm not thinking of the ones where you just wear the outfit, but there are people that try to very specifically do the contouring and wearing the wigs and stuff, not to just have the same uniform, but they try to look like the actual actor in the movie. That's the goal of some of the not safe for work things. Like a really good Yennefer or a really good Triss Witcher 3 cosplay is not just going to be a person wearing the perfect costume. It's going to be somebody that looks very similar to those people as well.
Oh, if you're trying to look identically like Jennifer Lawrence when she's playing Katniss Everdeen, then yeah, that's not okay. To do porn content or whatever, that's not okay, in my opinion.
Okay, go, Moon.
Well, I was going to cook it up with the Batman example. I was going to say there's different iterations of Batman, right? So if you're trying to look like the, I don't know, what's his name? Who's the really famous Batman? The Dark Knight one?
Christian Bale?
Yeah, if you're trying to look like the Christian Bale Batman, you're probably exuding different features than the Ben Affleck Batman. That was my whole point there, which I was gonna get Pixie on board with.
Wait, in the you're just wearing different costumes, or what do you mean?
No. You go for a different look, right? So Katniss Everdeen has a very specific look because it's how Jennifer Lawrence portrayed it.
Mm-hmm.
But if there was more movies in the future where someone else is portraying it, they're probably going to be portraying someone else's version of Katniss Everdeen. You stupid fuck.
People in chat are saying dumb shit. I'm sorry.
You're so dumb. I
understand what you're saying, though. There are different actors that have different iterations of characters that people try to look like.
Yeah.
Yes, that's true.
And that's what it sounded like you two were getting mixed up on. Yeah.
Yeah.
So then, what was this whole big point about? What were we talking about with the Jennifer Lawrence?
For people that try to do not safe for work cosplays.
Yeah.
I wonder if we consider that unethical when they're trying to look like the original actor / actress or whatever.
I think it's unethical.
Wow.
I think the character and the actor or actress exist separately.
I agree. I don't think we look at Jennifer. We don't look at Katniss or Jennifer Lawrence playing Katniss. We don't look at the Hunger Games and we're like, oh, this is exactly like Jennifer Lawrence. We're like, no, that's Katniss Everdeen, who's being played by Jennifer Lawrence.
I 1,000,000% disagree.
Yeah.
That's just not true. I think we
Really?
we very heavily associate Luke Skywalker is Mark Hamill. Those two people.
Yes.
Harry Potter is Daniel Radcliffe. This is such a huge issue that actors that play iconic roles, I think, run into a hard time separating themselves out from those roles sometimes, where they get captured, eaten alive by them, because we see those characters as those people, I think.
Do you think we should?
The opposite is also true, right? There are a bunch of different James Bonds.
Yeah?
Yeah, and so just because someone hasn't reiterated that role, right, doesn't mean that character can't exist without that person.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagrees.
I don't think that's what he was saying. Yeah.
Yeah, Yeah, the widely consumed version of that character is what everybody is going to associate with that character.
But do you guys think that that's okay, or that should be that way, that we should really consider the character and like the actor as the same person?
I think it's that actor's portrayal of the character, but that character now is going to be so heavily tied to how the actor looks that in people's minds, when you say, oh, do you remember like the Dark Knight series, like the Batman in there, they're going to immediately think of not Batman as an abstract, they're going to think of Christian Bale and Christian Bale's face as Batman, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's true. Like when you say Batman, you think of Christian Bale, right?
Yeah.
Or when
if you say Harry Potter, it's Daniel Radcliffe. It's not your version of
Or
Harry
who
Potter.
is Iron Man?
It is.
Iron Man is Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah, yes.
Also, in terms of whether it's like good or bad for us to like think of them in that way, I feel like it's kind of a double-edged sword because we think of them that way because they do such a good job embodying that character, and people can connect. Like the better job they do doing that, the better people can connect to it. So it's kind of unfortunate. I feel like.
I mean, even if they do a bad job, I think we still tend to connect the actors to it. I think we just do because like there are very few actors that disappear into roles. Who's that one guy? Is it Gary Oldman? That might be a guy that you like disappears into roles a little bit. But I think for the most part, I think we tend to see the actor like pretty hardcore.
What do you mean by that? Like, you usually see the actor. It's just not like a faceless
like Django is it Jamie Lee Foxx? What's his name?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Who said that?
That was Pisco.
Why did you say who?
You said Jingo?
I said Django.
No, you just misheard.
Oh, okay, my bad.
It was Jamie Foxx.
Yeah, like that. Like you don't think of Django as like, oh yeah, that's like he was a slave, he got broken out, he's got some. Yeah, it's like that's Jamie Lee Foxx, right? 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that. So then, like to round it out, is it
That's not
immoral?
true, though. That's not true.
What's not true?
What do you mean?
Oh,
That's
boy.
not true.
Oh boy.
Django, the character, doesn't merge with the actor completely.
Not
There's
completely.
a portrayal that
Somebody else could theoretically do it differently, but until that happens, I think Django is Jamie Lee Foxx. The same way that Iron Man is Robert Downey Jr.
So if you wear all the aspects to Django's costume, are you impersonating Jamie Foxx?
You're impersonating Jamie Foxx's take on Django.
Well, you could be, but I think that we can see this when people go to cosplay different characters. I think generally people feel like you've done a really good job cosplaying when you've actually cosplayed the actor cosplaying the character. So like a really good cosplay is going to be one where you look like the actor playing the character, not just where you're a perfect match of the character, because I think we associate the character with the actor so much.
But if that's true, then I'm concerned that like if we have a problem with that in the not safe for work context, I don't know how you're distinguishing parody or safe for work cosplay.
What?
If people are against it, right? If people are against not safe for work adaptations of popular characters portrayed by actors for whom the actor merges with the character, what is the distinguishing criteria for safe for work cosplay and for parodies?
Wait, I don't know when we got into safe for work versus not safe for work or anything.
Like, why is it
pulling it out now?
Like, if I wanted to impersonate Jennifer Lawrence as a parody for some kind of like, I don't know, some parody show to make, like, remember the Meet the Spartans and the Scary Movie stuff?
Yeah.
You're using Jennifer Lawrence's portrayal, whatever she looked like as Katniss Everdeen. What is the problem with that?
Oh, you're saying it seems like there's no problem with the parody there, but it becomes a problem, or Pixie would probably say it becomes problematic when you sexualize it, but it's not problematic when you're just parodying it, right?
How are you going to distinguish possibly a very gross parody, which doesn't show like any, I guess it doesn't show any sexual organ, but it is using all the aspects of the character's appearance.
Like the original intent of how the character was portrayed in the first place, going like beyond that and changing the intent with how it's like supposed to be perceived.
Yeah, the parody changes the intent to ridicule it.
Yeah.
You're ridiculing, and so, but we're okay with the parody.
Well, parody has distinguishable features than the exact person. Like the whole point of parody is that you are exaggerating features of said person.
Same with the porn
to make fun
adaptation.
of them.
Porn, you're
Porn
explicitly
adaptation,
creating a new level.
What do you mean a new level? Say more about that.
Like, so in parody,
Actually, say
like
less.
Pixie
I mean,
said,
I don't know what are you gonna a new level? What are you possibly
you're
doing?
introducing a new element of that character that doesn't exist in the original.
That's true of the parody
portrayal. No, you're exaggerating in the parody.
Well, okay, hold on. This is
Come on.
mincing words. It's kind of the same thing, right?
No, it's not, because we as a whole, like society, have determined that like sexuality and like explicit sexuality are different.
Okay, different why?
Because for most people, sexuality does have a more personal component to it. It's portraying yourself and like not. There's a reason why most people don't feel comfortable being porn stars, or why they only want to have sex with people that they're intimate with, and it's because like most people as a whole do view that and feel like it's a personal act.
Have you seen The Boys?
Is that a good thing for us to view that way, though?
Well, that's a separate conversation, which I'm totally down to have, but it doesn't change the fact that right now that is the common sentimentality for the general population.
Can I ask you about the character? I think it's Starlight.
Yeah.
Where part of the character is a commentary, I think, on sexual sexualization of certain superheroes, right? But there are a lot of people who are genuinely doing the cosplay because they think it looks good. What do you think about that?
I think that's fine.
You're fine with very sexualized cosplays, like sexualized versions of Mother Teresa, sexualized versions of I don't know, some librarian for a sexualized version of Hermione Granger. Is that all okay?
Again, that's where I separate the character from the person. And I think when it comes to like these cosplays, you can kind of, I'm not saying it's completely black and white, but you can kind of determine the intentionality between just trying to be that actor and just trying to be the character as a whole. So most people who cosplay a variety of characters. They're not just basing their whole cosplay activity on just copying characters that Jennifer Lawrence has done. If somebody was doing that, then I would be like, this is kind of sketch, guys. But if somebody is just cosplaying characters as a whole and they're sexy and they happen to look like Jennifer Lawrence because she's the most popular portrayal of Katniss Everdeen, that is different than, oh, I'm going to purposely...
Hello?
Hello?
Damn.
Your mic cut out.
Wow. She ejected.
I'm not gonna lie, I got confused at the point that we're talking about. Can we bring it back?
Yeah, I don't get like why people are being so weird and trying to develop these thought crimes for, imagination exists, and I think that there's definitely a place for us to regulate it when it comes to identity and mistaken identity and things like that. But I don't think individuals have a perpetual right to not have their images or their portrayals or whatever changed ever, right? Even for sexualized reasons. I mean, a sexual parody, I don't know, I feel like those are old as shit. And yeah, some of them are more gross or whatever, but I think it's weird to have people here advocating, like Sejin was, like it should be problematic for you to have certain sexual dreams. That's weird.
Yeah, I agree. That's pretty weird. I think that like a Hollywood or like an actor on the street who's portraying Robert Downey Jr.'s, I don't know, fucking Iron Man or whatever. I don't think he owes Robert Downey Jr. any money, and I don't think it's like morally wrong. So I'm gonna extend it one more for the sexual stuff. I think it'd be fine if someone did an NSFW Patreon that was them doing all of Jennifer Lawrence's characters or all of like just like female characters in general in a sexual manner. I don't think that's like super bad.
That exists too, right? Like there's like
I don't doubt it. Yeah.
And like everything you can think about, where every animated show they have versions of that.
Yeah.
Maybe it's copyright, problems. But assume it's not a copyright issue. I think that that's going to exist.
The Iron Man example, Mutant, even though that person wouldn't owe Robert Downey Jr. any money, he does owe him credit for any money that he makes, like for the success that he created.
What does that even mean? Like he owes him credit, but doesn't owe him money?
Like he cannot say that like I built this character on my own and I made all this money on my own.
When has that ever been the discussion?
I don't think that person would ever say that. Yeah.
I'm saying that like even though you're not giving someone monetary compensation, like giving someone credit is another, like social compensation is just as important.
It's just as important, social compensation. So he should like, I don't know what, make a disclaimer at the start of each of his performances or pictures and say, by
no,
the way,
there should be a recognition in society that he's only successful because on the backs of other people.
Why?
Oh wait, then we can talk about the example of, let's bring up like Tyler One's girlfriend, for example, right? Is she only successful because she's Tyler One's girlfriend?
Wow.
Can we bring this back to that?
Wow.
And the answer is probably no. However, there is inherent bonuses for being Tyler One's girlfriend. You know, you get
Yeah, and Tyler
platform,
One
etc.
gets credit for providing those bonuses.
So you want you want
her to start up stream every single day and be like, "Hey guys, like I just want to give Tyler
credit
One
doesn't
credit."
have to be explicit. It can be implied.
How would it be implied?
If someone said that she only is as popular as she is because she is Tyler One's girlfriend, that like there's like 10% of that statement can be true, right?
But
Like
what
you
do
could
you
have built
want- what do you want
90% of her
to be-
success by yourself, but then we as a society should recognize that 10% of that is true.
Okay, what do you want us to fucking write a Declaration of Independence about it? Like you want
The
us to
thing
write
is like
a
where
law
does
about
it
that?
where does this end though? Like should Steve give credit to his private school or his public school?
His
I can't remember.
parents?
His parents for like giving him a good education because that's why he's so popular, because he's like smarter and can do like constructive YouTube videos. Should he give credit to them every stream? Like where does this end?
Then Steven already like he has already recognized that I was very lucky in the education that I got and the ability to like conduct himself on stream the way that he does because of it.
Maybe they're the
Steven
problems
owes-
with my
That is
edgy
him
rhetoric, though.
explicitly
Maybe that's
acknowledging
actually where it all comes from.
Steven owes everything to DNA and to replicating proteins. He should acknowledge that. At every
I don't think you
stream.
need to give credit, implicit or explicit, to other people. I don't think that is a part of, your own
Yeah.
legacy. I don't think that matters at all.
I think then that's so dumb because you're just ignoring parts of your upbringing and what made you what you are.
I don't
It's
think you're
it's so
comparing. I just don't
agnostic
think
to the
you
rest
need
of
to-
your life.
I just don't
Does
think
he-
you need to like inherently dwell on it or think about it. Like obviously I'm more popular, or if not only popular, because I came on Steve's stream for so many years, right? But do I need to like say that or talk about that every time I
You
start
should
up my stream?
recognize that, like in the
Sure,
back
but
of your mind, and your
everybody,
audience.
there's other
You
things
shouldn't
that you
outright
should
deny it
recognize,
ever.
I guess too.
But
yeah,
in the back of your mind, I think is different from what you're
what
saying.
you were saying, it sounded like
Yeah.
Like when I say give credit, like I'm talking about social norms here.
Hey, Steve, thank you.
How does that manifest it? How does that like
Yeah.
actually manifest in people? Like, do you want someone to say something? Do you want people to do things? Or do you
I
just
want people to have an
think it?
understanding of
Yeah,
the
you
world.
just want listen.
Well,
you
but you
want
said
people
that
to
you didn't
think a
need
certain way. You want people to think
Yeah.
a certain way. You want people to not think about some stuff, and you want people to not even have to say it and just think certain things about the origins of someone's success. Because
That's true. But wait, hold on. We all implicitly want people to think a certain way, whether you want to or not. You have your biases on how you want people to think. Yes or no?
Well, careful. When we say we want people to think a certain way, there's going to be like buckets of that, right? Like I might say that like I want people to think a certain way, and that like I want you to
Because
not want to
X.
like murder somebody. But like in terms of think a certain way, like I want people to have a variety of opinions about like what media they like, or what food they like, or who they masturbate to. Like yeah. So when you say like, well, we want people to think a certain way, that's true, but that's going to fall into big buckets or categories. It doesn't even want to dictate. Wanting somebody to think a certain way doesn't dictate every single thought they have.
And I think there's another aspect to it, which is you want people to think a certain way, usually for reasons. Like I want people to recognize that Steven or Destiny was the progenitor of Twitch politics because X. I want people to recognize that, Robert Downey Jr. is a great actor because I want him to get hired more, or I want him to, be talked about more and analyzed more, or something.
I agree with Sedgen. Every time Hassan starts his stream, he needs to thank Steve.
Based.
Yeah, I mean,
Keep
cool.
going,
I think we did
kids.
it.
You guys were all talkative earlier. What happened?
Well, the thing is what I like to nail down the points. I like to go down the list, and we figured out. And I think we figured out most of them today.
Oh
we got
wow,
Sedgen on
really?
board.
Where did we end at, Moon?
Yeah.
Tell us what our opinion should be about everything.
Sedgen's on board that what's her name's sister should be able to do porn, get all her money. And I think the rest of us who, are
I don't know.
Are big thinkers can agree that it's fine for people to do shit on the street and not need to recognize everyone else for.
It's not about like public recognition. It's about like social norms and understanding the world.
You're telling people how they should feel and think. It doesn't matter. Like it's just a one. Who cares? Who gives a fuck?
Wow.
I don't care.
I give a fuck because it determines the direction in which our society goes. If we have a bunch of people thinking that they built their entire empire on their own, we're gonna have a bunch of fucking narcissists, right?
Do you think these cosplayers? Is there a problem with this? Of the cosplayers being like these Greek or Shakespearean tragedies that they think that they're the initial creator of these characters, and that
Adrian's gonna be in the OnlyFans comment like, you need to tweet at Jennifer Lawrence and tell her thank you for your career.
Wow, ad homs, guys, really.
You guys are so unnecessarily aggressive.
Why is it aggressive?
Like, okay, hold on. Do you think it's not valuable for society to recognize the things that built us to the point that we're at?
Yes, I do think that's
yes, we all agree that is valuable.
Right, and so shouldn't we want people to think that?
Yeah, I want. Yes, you know what? I'll say this. I want people to recognize that Robert Downey's portrayal of Iron Man was truly awesome. And I think one of the way that they recognize that is by, like, what's the most sincerest form of flattery is replication and copying someone. And I think that Robert Downey's performance, you see people doing the specific one, not just the character, and that's drawing people to his performance and reminding people about how good it was.
Sejin, I think the average person is already doing what you're saying, where we can recognize things that made us greater or things that brought us to where we are. Sure, there's going to be a few dumb fucks out there who are like, no, my cosplay, I built it all myself and it's not based on anything. But why do we care about, like, I don't know, 50 fucking people in a room of 20,000? We're on your side. We agree with you.
Yeah,
we can't change some people's minds.
I think it's important to think or to
Be back 1 second.
express these things, right? Because if you do it publicly, right, now you are building a network in which you can judge the world better. When these things are more top of your mind, they're more present, and then therefore the good downstream effects of recognizing these things are also more present. This is called learned intuition.
I want people to
I don't think
explicitly acknowledge it more.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. I misheard.
You do. It sounds like people are supposed to explicitly acknowledge it more.
Yeah, when you disclaim that you wanted a particular action done.
Yeah.
I don't think it needs to be explicitly acknowledged.
I don't think so
otherwise
either,
it
but
would
I
be a
think that's what-
laborious task.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would be very laborious. You'd have to ask everyone to pay homage all the time.
I genuinely don't believe that this is something worth thinking about. It probably already is implicit, your acknowledgement of people or things that gave you extra, I don't know, worth.
I think you'll find that like we're much more fickle, and that we actually have the privilege to actually have the perspective that we have.
What do you mean by that?
Like, I think that there's an entire society in the world that doesn't acknowledge like that. There's a significant portion of the world that doesn't recognize that they're only where they are today because of the people that came before them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such like a big trope when people recognize it. Because like people will always say, I only realized that I'm where I am today because like 3 years ago, blah, 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 or something like that. People recognizing these things is a good thing, because there are more people than I think in the world that don't recognize this at all.
I think that the average person is willing to recognize things that made them greater. I don't think that we need to dwell like clinically on what made
I
us
think the
better.
majority has to pull the minority into correct action.
Okay,
I don't think so, because the issue is that's just going to take it's not worth the time and effort. It's like a college research paper. You can bang the first 90% of it out and get like a pretty good grade in like, I don't know, like an hour or two. The issue is if you struggle with like the last 5 to 10%, that you'll spend like 6 hours on it. It's genuinely not worth dwelling on the other 10%. Just get the 90% done, and that's good enough.
This is part of the conversation I was having with Steven earlier, is that we're encouraging the world to be smart, but not good. And I think that's bad. I think we need to start encouraging the world to be good and not always optimize for the best outcomes.
But what do you want to see? In some sense, these portrayals, whether not safe for work or safe for work, they almost depend on you to have seen the original or be familiar with it in some way for you to even get it. What are you asking people to do with the portrayals of, and I guess you think it matters that it's a particular person's portrayal and not just a character, right? I mean, I don't think that you'd have the same kind of acknowledgement, require, desire for a comic book colored paint, like a colored depiction of a costume, right? And so I don't understand what it is you want the world to look like. What do you want people to do? And does that extend only to actors' portrayals?
Hold on, I'm kind of lost. Can you ask that question again?
What do you want people to do?
I want people to be more cognizant of the world around them and how the things that they are now became the things that they are.
Would it be better to have people do that by encouraging people to be introspective and kind of like more holistic in their analysis of where they are in life versus requiring people to acknowledge explicitly where they got help from?
I think that the latter helps the former a lot. And it doesn't have to be like every time, but like that should be something that happens when you're like, oh my god, like there needs to be important dialogue that you have with yourself that recognizes these things, and I think that should extend to other people. When you see other people not doing the thing that you're doing, you should be correcting that, and you shouldn't be denying.
I think
you think so.
I think what you're saying is not necessarily bad. The problem is I think it's very disconnected. Having people recognize that things came from other things, all that is good, but I don't think that means we have to give credit to everything every time somebody does anything. Like, I think those two things, they seem connected with that. It's like, it would be like saying every single time we watch a movie, we should do 5 push-ups. And it's like, why should we do 5 push-ups when we watch a movie? And it's like, well, I think it'd be really good to encourage health in the greater population, strength building activities, longevity, et cetera, et cetera. It's like, well, everything you just said is true, but I don't know if it's like morally wrong to not do push-ups after a movie. But I agree that we should encourage people to be healthy. I think that applies here. Like, we should encourage people to be introspective, to think about where things come from. But I don't know if with every single thing we analyze or see that we have to have like a rolling credits section for like, this guy's Iron Man performance came from Robert Downey Jr., which came from the original comic writer, which was inspired by this and that and that. It just seems like exhausting.
Yeah. I think we lost the plot.
I don't know why people keep saying that you have to recognize that every time. I've never said that. That's literally just shit.
Well, it sounded like you were saying that like if a guy is doing like an Iron Man performance in Times Square, he's just doing like some shit on the street. He should be saying like, here's a placard where I give thanks to Robert Downey Jr. for doing the original performance.
No, I'm not saying that. But when
you gave the example of even Steven saying that like he acknowledged that where he is now is from like luck in a certain aspect. So
yeah, but it's known publicly, right? Like he's said it enough times that like he's not under no delusion, and it's clear that he's under no delusion that helped him get to where he is.
Okay, do you think any of these cosplayers are under any delusion that their portrayal isn't dependent on something else?
Well, the issue is Cedrin is saying something abstract that we all agree with. And then he's saying, well, yeah, I want people to be more mindful of this. And then we're all like, okay, but like, what's the next step? And he's like, well, I don't know. I just want people to be more mindful. So now we're like stuck here in this loop of like, well, what do we do about it? Cedrin says, look, I just want people to be more mindful about it. We've said the same thing 3 times in a row now.
Yeah, it's a loop.
We agree with you. Yeah, we're looping. Like,
I want to go back to the fact that you guys don't think a person who bases their entire livelihood off of imitating someone else shouldn't get like any compensation for that.
Why should they? Really, why should they?
Because without that person, they'd be literally nothing.
I mean, I am a lawyer, and I base my entire profession as a litigator depends on people needing to sue people.
Hold on. When you say a litigator, are you a litigator? Do you do litigation in court right now, or what do you mean by litigator?
Yeah, I do litigation in court right now.
Okay, let me see that.
And you get compensated for it.
Okay, sorry, keep going.
Yeah. I get compensated for it. The people, and hopefully my client gets compensated, but like my entire existence, my profession relies on structures and on like rule of law and people existing and things happening. And, I don't have to give royalties to the parks department or the people who pick up the garbage.
It's called taxes. You give back to society that helped you be here in the first place. So you do compensate that.
To that extent, right, that applies to practically everyone at all times, and so if you're talking about someone who all they do is imitate someone else, where is the entitlement to? Where's the specific entitlement to some kind of royalty above and beyond the same kind of social contract obligation that I owe to everyone else?
Because you're literally basing your entire career off that one singular person. So you have a greater duty to them than you would to random other people. Because without that person, you literally would not have a career whatsoever.
But that can be that can be true of a great many different relationships. If I'm not using some, I'm hoping that you're going to say something like, well, I'm using their property, right? I'm using their intellectual property, or I'm doing something that they own and they have a legal entitlement to. Because then it would seem like your answer would in fact change if someone based 20% of their financial income on a particular portrayal. Does that change your answer? Do you have to pay a royalty? 20% is a lot.
What do you mean? We already just established earlier that there's a difference between like general characters and a specific person. If you base 20% of your income on Katniss Everdeen, who happens to look like J-Lo because that's the most popular portrayal, that's different than if you base 20% on your income on just trying to be Jennifer Lawrence.
Yeah, let's say I based 20% of my income on trying to portray Jennifer Lawrence. Do I owe 20% of some kind of royalty equivalent to 20% of my income?
It would seem so.
Why?
All right, I gotta go. I love you all. Bye.
I love you. Be careful, babe.
Bye bye.
Why?
Because without Jennifer Lawrence, you wouldn't have had that 20% to begin with.
Okay, but a lot of things that I receive through no work of my own, I guess, exist and are able to affect what I'm able to earn without me paying some additional royalty to the people who are responsible for it. I never would have been, let's say that I'm a guitar player for a band, and I would never have been inspired to play guitar if I hadn't listened to Axis Bold as Love, the Jimi Hendrix album or something. Do I owe the estate of Jimi Hendrix money because without him I wouldn't be where I am?
There's a difference between inspiration and trying to directly copy.
Copy what, though? Copy
that person.
Okay, I understand if it were a tangible work, right? Like a copyright, an interest in a particular. Although I don't know, do you agree that copyright's an important protection?
I believe in copyright, sure.
Yeah. So you think that people, if someone were to make let's say a video game or something like that, that it would be, and you stole it, right? You should have to pay that person, whoever made the video game.
Generally speaking, I don't always think theft is wrong, but if we're gonna use general rules, sure. Okay,
and what is there? There's a tangible work, right? There's a video game that's embodied somewhere that the law recognizes that you have a legal entitlement to. I don't know that you have maybe you have a state law entitlement to your likeness for certain things, but is it going to extend as far as cosplay?
Well, we're not just saying this. We're kind of looping again because we're not just saying cosplay in general. We're saying you're trying to just imitate this one person, right? Cosplayers cosplay multiple different types of characters. If you spend your entire career just trying to cosplay Jennifer Lawrence or just trying to be her, then that's different.
Here the example is a 20% person, or let's say even 5%. Someone is portraying Jennifer Lawrence, not the character Jennifer Lawrence portrays. Jennifer Lawrence for 5%, portraying Donald Trump for 5%, portraying Richard Nixon for 5%, portraying. It's a weird cosplayer is able to do all this, but they're able to do every actor that you can think of. Ryan Reynolds 5%, Emma Watson 5%. So this person has not specialized in one particular artist, and they're depending all of their income on outright imitations or very close copies of the performances of these real people. And in those cases, which performances exactly do the principals, the people who originated that initial performance, let's say, to what are they owed?
Do you want me to give you a specific number?
Yeah. Is it only for no the kinds of things? Is it only for sexual portrayals, or does it exist for parody? Right, the parodies can't exist without the original.
we already established that like parody is its own thing because you're like adding onto that. You're not just trying to be the person, you're trying to be an exaggeration of the person. You're adding a comedic effect to it.
Okay, if you're adding, let's say you're adding sexualization to it, you're adding a sexual portrayal to it that didn't exist in the original. You know, Richard Nixon
but
never.
then we go back to the fact that like, as like earlier established, and we can argue whether it should be this way or not, but people view sexual like relationships as much more intimate and personal and private than, let's say, comedic.
Why does the property interest depend on that, right? I understand that people can have different interests, can value sexual encounters differently. I do understand that society generally will, right? But why does the property interest and whether or not you have an entitlement to a royalty depend on whether you're adding something with respect to a parody edition or some kind of political satire versus a sexual thing, right? Now that's all in the eye of the beholder.
Because we view sexual things as like intimate and private, and we believe that people should have some level of privacy or an expectation of privacy in their lives. That it seems like, if somebody's just trying to make their whole career being you basically and portraying you in a sexual light, it seems like they're trying to, or make an attempt on trying to infringe on that right to privacy. So that's what seemingly makes it immoral. Now, the argument of whether it should or shouldn't be, that's a different thing. But as things currently stand, that's how people view sexuality. So to me, that seems very separate than just parody, where it's making fun of someone. People don't have an expectation to not be made fun of. But people do have an expectation to have a private sexual life.
I think you're assuming quite a lot there. One is
okay, yeah.
What I think you're assuming is that.
I'm just waiting for these rockets to launch and these guys to debate.
I'll give you the abstract and the example. People can be bothered by different things with respect to their portrayals or copies, right? I think Steven had said, I would feel worse about a deep fake where I'm being dunked on by Vosh than I would about a sexual defect. Is that correct, Steven? Is he here?
Absolutely, yes.
Yes. Yeah. And so why, if Steven has a property interest with respect to any portrayal of anything with respect to him, why does Steven not have this version of Steven that cares about being dunked on more than sexual portrayals? Why does he not have an entitlement to some kind of royalty, but alternate world Steven who cares about the sexual portrayal, he does, right? These are two people who both do the same thing, but they just have different values, and one has an entitlement to a royalty and the other doesn't?
No, I feel like the scenario has been changed too much, because we're not talking about, whether Steven feels comfortable about being dunked or not. We're talking about someone who is literally making a shit ton of money by pretending to be Steven and creating deepfakes.
You like Castlevania music? Nope.
Right, so in both cases, wouldn't you feel like the person is entitled to a royalty?
In both cases, if there is somebody who is imitating Steven and like making money off of imitating him, not bringing basically anything unique, or I guess the unique thing is him getting dunked on or him being in porn or whatever.
Well, the unique thing would be also him having sex with Vosh. That would be a unique thing.
All of those things. What is it? I guess like the only difference is parody, we believe, is like a fair use sort of thing. But let's take any of the other scenarios where it's just making that content that a lot of people see like as humiliating. Then yeah, you owe royalties to that person. Also, I feel like there is a distinguishing factor between parody and just like trying to imitate someone, even if it's imitating them in a sexual manner.
Just because so many like idol spheres sit in the machine.
Separate the person from what they're being parodied for. Otherwise, it wouldn't be considered a parodied. So a lot of parodies have features that are like exaggerated, like, you know, facial features,
old
or lips, or nose, or whatever.
Songs.
So there's a clear.
I think that's true of a lot of not safe for work portrayals. I think that there's exaggerated and stylized features there. You know, there's tropes that are specific to that artistic whatever. I guess I'm assuming that you think that sexual art can't be valuable or something like that.
I think most. Maybe I'm just straight up wrong here. But I think when it comes to like this deepfake situation, they're trying to make it as close to possible as to the real thing. They're trying to make it indistinguishable, which is the whole reason why they put the face on the porn star and everything. They're trying to make that line seemingly disappear. It's not like they're trying to make it a parody.
You'd have a problem whether or not it was like, you know, if it was completely different, and I think you would agree that any kind of pornographic parody of one of these movies is going to be very different than the movie itself. The similarities are going to be in the character and maybe their costume design.
Yeah,
but the scenario is going to be completely different.
The point of parody is that you're trying to make fun of something. The point of imitation is you're trying to be something.
Yeah. So are these sexual scenes that are totally out of the context of the media, like, you know, the original work? Are they imitations?
Well, what is it? You can try your best to imitate that person, right? So it just comes back to what is, I guess, your intention or how clear you are in that intention. So if you're trying to make a super realistic sex scene of Jennifer Lawrence in the Hunger Games, I would say that's different than just a parody porn Hunger Games where, you know, you happen to look like Jennifer Lawrence because the Katniss Everdeen, you know, it's so widely known. There's a difference between that and between I'm going to try to look as much as I can to Jennifer Lawrence and then make a porno out of it. And again,
I don't know.
Like, I'm just repeating myself basically, but yeah, there's a difference between imitation and parody.
Okay. I guess the last thing that I'll stop is, let's say that you are a director and you spend $800 million creating the most elaborate and I don't know, carefully constructed sexual scene that incorporates elements not of the specific character, but of the actor's portrayal of the character in a very tasteful yet explicit sexual movie. You know, it's a absolutely imitation of the actor's portrayal. It is a lot of money has been spent on it. It's not like this cheap deep fake AI thing. It was, you know, you bought prosthetics, you did everything that was required to have like a I don't know, a Christopher Nolan-esque scene. In that situation, do you think that there's something is being infringed upon, some right, some entitlement needs to be given, or some right of refusal is apparent?
Are you trying to be the character or are you trying to be the
back
person?
to Factorio. I'm waiting for these rockets to launch. They're launching. What am I supposed to do?
That's different. Because you're trying
You like
to
classical
be
music?
more
No, I don't think I go look at the fucking bullshit. Okay.
Let's say the actor.
Okay, if you're trying to be the actor, then no, that's not okay.
Okay. So a really, no matter how well done, if you were trying to make a Donald Trump sex parody, or
Is this the end?
Sex scene, not parody, just a tasteful one. If it's really well done or if it's really crappy, those are wrong to do.
Yeah, without the consent
of Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Did I make this laser facility yet? I don't think I did yet.
That's it. Nice talk.
I just have like 2 more cards to do, and then that's
I don't
Steve's
know what
Suspense
everyone else. I think everyone just like when I got on. I'm pretty sleepsy.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cisco, real quick question.
Yeah.
Sure.
Roast him.
Do you think that you should be able to digitally clone someone and have that thing?
Yeah, Pisco. Digitally clone them.
Digitally clone?
Yeah, digitally. You're gonna repeat the thing in a confused tone.
I don't know what you mean by that then.
So like, there's now, instead of Destiny, there's Destiny with a Z, and it's an AI bot that literally mimics Destiny and streams 24/7.
Yeah.
Should we allow that? Yeah. What do you think about that?
I think
Can you play
that
the Song of Storms?
those kinds of bots should probably be allowed. Yeah. Why shouldn't they?
Because it's literally stealing Destiny's likeness and his information to create something from him entirely and profit off of it.
What do you mean? Like it's a photorealistic version of Destiny?
It's literally his stream, but instead of it being real time,
is it copying his stream? Is it
Yeah,
literally
it's copying his stream.
Okay, then no, I
but
don't
it's
think. I
different
think it's
content.
copyright. I think that's copyright infringement. If it's
What if it's generating new content?
If it's generating new content,
Instead of if it's not playing instead of playing Factorio, it's playing Terraria.
Oof. This is a super hard question because I think the wrongness of it will inevitably deal with the copyright aspect to it, which is whether or not Steven himself is copyrightable. The answer is no. Steven is not copyrightable. Maybe there's a likeness thing to it, but I don't think that the likeness right extends as far as people want it to. I don't think that maybe Steven's stream setup, there's some copyrightable elements, but I don't think that the idea of looking like Steven and
too much.
Talking about issues and being funny with the chat, I don't think that that's copyrightable. Do you?
If it's all of its information is based off his Steven's
If I see music, it's gonna take me a while to fucking learn it. Okay.
100%. Not okay.
Yeah, I mean, like, there are a lot of would-be Steven clones. People who try to do things like him. And this is a really good one.
Really?
That's not using any of his audio, right? He's not using his audio
Well,
files.
it's using its audio files to generate new audio files. Yeah. It learned off of them.
So it's using the sound recordings of his stream.
I'm not gonna pretend to know exactly how AI bots mimic audio.
If it's using his particular sound things, I think you could have copyright claims on those sound aspects to it, right? There's a case like Google versus Oracle. I don't know if you heard about APIs, whether they were copyrightable, where I think Google was using the same reference code headers or whatever those. Someone can different implementing code, whatever that means, but the same like reference in their API. And the question is like, if everything is different but the signal is the same, is it
close enough? Okay.
Is that fair use? Is it even copyrightable? I think that there could be aspects to Steven's stream that are copyrightable for sure. The actual VODs themselves are certainly copyrightable, but just the idea of looking like a small gnome and streaming and being witty, I don't think that that's copyrightable. That's just an idea.
Pisco.
Do you? You think Steven owns political streaming?
I think Steven owns his information. Oh my god, I turned into Andrew Yang.
What does he own? I mean, like, does he own Sejin? Does he own the contributor named Sejin? Does he own him?
Contributor named Sejin. No, but
no.
There's other inputs there. But if it's a Destiny bot that's literally learned everything off of him, the only input there is the code, right?
I don't know what you mean, the code. The code is literally just I don't know, a literary work, a bunch of numbers and letters written into a hard drive somewhere, right? I don't know how this all works technologically, but that's all exists somewhere. But that code produces something. The code produces the audio visual work of the stream.
Yeah, and it's pulling the code is using the data that Destiny created by being online for so long to then mix and match all that data into a new arrangement of that data.
Yeah, this is just going to get into an AI conversation. This is the AI. Yeah, this is going to ground out to AI. And I don't actually know how that tech works. I think it works. I think it's more learning than actual using, right? That's what it's been told to me. And so if it learns like people learn, and I guess that's the big question. Wait, were you here for? You started that Pepstar, right? That was you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that entire discussion, which revolves around how the AI is like doing its thing. If it's more like a human, then it would seem like it's more taking the idea of Steven the streamer and not taking any of his. Like, because you agree, right? He doesn't own his universe of contributors, does he?
He does own the universe of his content, which it would be used to generate the bot.
I want to know what he owns.
He owns everything he says, everything that appears on the screen.
He owns what he says?
Doesn't he, as a matter of copyright?
You own the things you say? If I say something, I own that?
You have to, right?
No, let's shortcut. Hold on, stop. I don't know why Pisco is fucking running around. Okay.
If you say something,
oh god,
like
I'm not muted.
the
Sorry,
vibrations.
stop. Hold
that
on.
are
Jesus
attributed
Christ.
to you.
I don't know why we're fucking running around in these circles, Pisco, you motherfucker. Okay, if I have ownership over the things I say, at most, I could say that there is like a performance I'm giving,
Correct.
right? So
Yeah.
I don't have ownership. I'm not asking for your correctness. I'm explaining to Sejin so you stop running around in fucking circles, okay? Piece of shit. So like if I give like a whole stream, I have ownership over the performance of that stream. But if I say something like oxygen has 8 electrons or 6, like I don't own that piece of information. I don't own that because I said it. I might own the performance of me saying it, like a video or a skit or something, but I don't own every piece of information I utter, right?
Yeah, I agree
Okay.
with that.
Yeah. Well,
if
yeah,
someone, if someone just copies the things that Destiny says and uses his takes, do you think that that's infringement of some kind, Sejin?
If they copy the, not the
Yeah, they steal his takes.
They steal his takes. I think
No, it can't.
if it's an AI bot, I feel like it's more stealing his brain than his takes.
Wait, what?
Or his thoughts, right?
Wait, what?
'Cause if-
My thoughts are still in my head. What do you mean?
Like, when an AI bot is trying to like generate what it's going to say, it's gonna take everything you took in the past and run it through some sort of learned logic to spit something out the other end, right? And that learned logic is as close. It's trying to be as close to how your brain works as possible.
So do you think I
No?
should have to pay royalties to Steven if I take his take?
I think it should be illegal to. No, not that. Because the take is an idea. You can't own the concept of what he's saying, right?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah,
but he can own the performance and the expression of that thing as a performance.
Yeah, but like if I just go on stream and let me and like just say the things that Destiny says, and just
Word
say
for
like
word?
the underlying fact of the matter is number one, number two, Sejin, you if I just use his intonation, use his inflection, play Factorio, do you think that he has a claim against me?
No, but I think if you cloned his brain, or you literally made a physical clone of Destiny and that started streaming, then I think you would owe him something.
If I cloned him.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think that's essentially what an AI bot is. It's a digital clone.
Okay, I gotta
I could
go.
be wrong,
It
though.
was nice talking to you guys.
Oh,
See you
really
later,
now?
alligators.
Wow.
Yeah, it
good talk.
was.
Wow. Wow. Okay, Pisco, are you ready?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, how do you feel about deepfake porn?
Oh boy. I think that there's room for regulation when it comes to the identity stuff, because I think that there's this is only going to get better, and I think that there's going to be an interest in
Wait,
us.
stop. Hold on.
Yeah.
Don't care about profiting any of that shit. I'm thinking from a moral level. How do you
Yeah,
feel
from
that
a
somebody
moral-
could make, so do you think it's wrong if I take your face and then I generate like a photorealistic CGI body and all that shit and I put it on there? Yeah, I deepfake you and I start masturbating to it.
Okay. If it is wrong, it's only wrong because of our interpersonal relationship and our expectations, just like it would be wrong for me to like, if you say, hey, I don't want you to, have any sexual thoughts about a significant other of mine, it would only be wrong if if there was an implicit or actual agreement or an expression, and it would only, I think, be wrong and like if you were hurt by it and there was like an expectation that I was
Okay,
doing
let's
something
go.
that.
Sure, let's run through some of these because there's a lot baked into
Yeah.
this, right? Some of these I think sound okay. Some of these sound wholly unreasonable. So when you say, first of all, I don't think we need to draw a big distinction between explicit and implicit. So for instance, I don't think any girl has ever told me I don't want you to deep fake porn me. I don't think anybody's ever said that to me before, but they all probably would feel that way, right? So implicitly, there's probably a lot of assumptions we can draw about what an average person would reasonably assume they would want another
That's
person,
correct.
right? But now you're saying it only matters based on the relationship of the person? How does that work? Why? So I can deep fake a stranger but not a friend? Yeah.
By the way, I want everyone to know this is my first foray into this topic as well, and so if I say something that I know that I very often sound very confident, but if I mess up, I'm sorry.
That's okay. My first way was to laugh at the victims a ton, so you're good.
Oh,
Go
boy.
ahead.
Yeah. So I'm very concerned about having a rule that is too over inclusive, that includes things like I don't know, an artistic rendition or a comic book or something like that, where, is it in poor taste? Yeah, but there's a lot of pornography that's in poor taste. There's a lot of parody that's in poor taste. There's a lot of things that you can say about people that's in poor taste that I would say, like it's wrong probably to do, like, to make fun of someone, right? It's wrong to call me a sleepsini soy boy, but
oh no,
I can say it's wrong because I don't want to be called that. But what do I make of that, right?
Sure.
What am I to say about that?
Real
Like,
quick,
yes, I can say it's wrong. But
somebody in chat had a really good thought experiment, and I thought I wrote it down on my other monitor, and I must have deleted it. Fuck, can somebody find... There was a really interesting question that was being posed in chat, and no, I don't remember what it was. I think it was like 40 minutes ago. Fuck. Okay, sorry. Do you think that there's something special or different around, like, the sexual component? Because it feels like... Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, because people consider it different. And so if people consider it different, it's circular, right? People do consider what is sexual to raise the stakes. Like if you were trying to compare sexual assault and regular assault, as you've noticed, right? That comparison, it just breaks people's minds, right? And that's one way to find out whether or not, if you were to compare sexual assault to robbery, like armed robbery, there are people who will reject that comparison on the basis that there's a category error. So
fuck.
What?
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Because we have a different category. Fuck. I don't remember who it was, but I remember the hypothetical. This would have been more a question for Pixie though. Let's say that but Pixie seemed like she was going to say just fantasizing about somebody period was wrong. Somebody in chat had a question of have you ever seen the what's the one Jim Carrey movie with the girl and he loses her forever?
Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind.
Yeah, that one. What if those people existed in real life, kind of like an opposite version, where you could like go into somebody's brain and construct like perfect dreams? What if you constructed like a perfect dream, a fantasy of like deep fake fucking somebody?
I was wondering about if in the future there was like some machine, just like a VR thing, and you could just summon it up from your imagination.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Steven. I think that the problem is when the other people find out about it, right? If you're doing some kind of thing, like if you're just thinking about it, right? It's very unlikely that anyone's going to find out that you're just fantasizing in that way. You agree with that, right? But I think we'd all agree that if someone were to come up to a woman and say something like, I fantasized about you last night, that would be a wrong thing to do, right?
Yeah, I agree, but it feels like people don't even like the thought. Like if I were to ask a girl, like let's say I were to say this. Okay, hey, let's say there was a guy, a creepy dude, who was jerking off to every picture on Instagram. Would you like it if he went up and told you that? They'd say no. But then if I were to ask, would you like it if he was doing that? They'd probably still say no.
Yes, yeah, but I think that the action, that's fine, right? But we don't want to live in a world where you control. Let me think about this. Give me a second.
Destiny, earlier you said that you should be in full control of what goes on in your mind with no consequences, right?
Yeah.
Does that still apply if people can mind read?
Probably. Because you don't have to mind read my mind.
What if?
How do you distinguish it, Stephen? I mean, because I'm
I don't know. I'm representing the other side of the argument for you. I don't know the right answer for any of this. It feels like there's a special thing that we. So here's the thing, okay? I don't like it when people think certain things about me, okay? I don't like it when somebody thinks I'm a soy boy fuck, right?
Yeah, okay,
and somebody would say kick rocks, and I say I don't like it when you think I'm a bad debater. Kick rocks. I don't like it.
No.
But if I say I don't like it when you think about like brutally fucking me in the ass and you have these detailed rape fantasies of me, people are like, yeah, true. They shouldn't think that. So it feels like there's some special boundary around sexual things where it's like I can dictate the terms of your mind sexually,
but only there.
Yeah,
but,
why?
But that doesn't make sense. But that doesn't make sense because I think you got it right. Like. I would be upset and mad if I knew that you thought that I was an asshole, right? I don't want you to even think that, even. But I think when we're talking about wrong things, something that is wrong, I think most of the time we're talking about some action that has effects on other people, or could have effects on other people. Because if otherwise, we're living in a world where we're saying like your very thoughts are bad, and I don't think that's how people. Well, I guess sometimes people talk that way.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
like
know.
for this deepfake stuff, if you made deepfake porn only for yourself, I think most people would still think it's wrong.
And let's say that you only watched it in a skiff in a place where it's not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's kind of like the because it's not a Destiny stream without a crazy analogy. I think it's similar to how we view child porn. Not view it directly because of course none of us here would ever do that. But in that like
this is a disgust.
Yeah,
whether or not it's.
And even if we had like an argument where it's like this is already created, it won't lead to anywhere future harm, it won't make the person want to rape children, etc., etc. Even if you run down all those arguments, most people would still say just viewing it, period, is bad. Even if there is no extra harm.
Even if there's no production harm.
Yeah.
Even if there's no even if it's all just digital, even, right?
Yeah. Possibly.
You would say it's bad. And even if you said something like, and this will.
Sure. Yeah, we don't need equality. Yeah, we get rid of all the bad external effects or whatever. Yeah, it feels the same with the deepfake porn. Like even if you were like, I only view it on my own, nobody else sees it.
Like, what if you said it had positive effects? Now, instead of saying that you're getting rid of the negative,
it becomes way more complicated, but it moves away from the interesting part because now we're talking about like weighing pros and cons. When really, I want to talk about should this be a con at all? Should it be? Is it a bad thing? If somebody sexualizes?
I think there can be a lot of things that that look you have to bite the bullet on. If there is some action that has no negative consequence as a given, right? You're saying it's a given that there's no negative consequence, and you're defining consequence. I assume to mean.
Well, I'm going to say it's a given. There's no negative consequence because if there is negative consequences, then obviously it shouldn't be allowed. But then we get away from the interesting part of like why is a deepfake bad? Should a deepfake not be allowed? Into just like, well, this is harming someone, so of course it should be banned.
Right. So if something is not harming anybody, not even the person consuming it, right? Because you could look at it.
Yeah.
And it's not changing their behavior at all, except for the 30 minutes they would have spent on sexual gratification elsewhere. They're using it there, so there's not even a loss in efficiency of any kind. I think you have to say that there's nothing wrong with it unless and the truth is that we don't live in that universe, and that the reality is by even encouraging this market to exist, you're going to have leakage and you're going to have examples of these that do not fit the model where they're like accounting for all the negatives.
I understand, right? But then we that's the hard part of the conversation. If we solve that and we say, okay, well, intrinsically it doesn't matter. You don't have a right to dictate what somebody masturbates to. If they want to have the most detailed fantasy view ever, it's whatever. They can draw pictures, they can do whatever. You can't control that. But then if we say, well, but there could be some leakage effect and that's harmful, then we get into like justifying.
That's the rationale for the child pornography stuff, right?
Well, yeah, but I don't like to talk about child porn because that's such a unique thing, right? Like,
it is unique.
So, for instance, like I can watch murder gore, which in my opinion is more extreme than child porn. But I can go and watch people getting fucking destroyed by ISIS in crazy ways, or a ton of other type of murder gore, and that stuff is almost for sure encouraged by more people seeing it because they want people to see that. When the cartel people in Mexico kill people, they want people to see the videos so they see how fucking crazy they are. But we can consume that without question for some reason. There's very few people saying like that should be made illegal, but child porn is like all ultra legal. So the child porn stuff is a special, interesting edge case. Yeah.
Well, I think that there could be a basis for saying that kind of stuff should be restricted, right? Like if we actually thought that allowing it would encourage increased production, I would see the rationale very similar, and I think that you agree with that.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I'm just saying for most people, because like people will be against like lolicon and shit, and it's like, why do you care if people jerk off to cartoons? And it's like, maybe they'll go.
Actually, I think that you would think that like it matters how people would react to it. It matters if it increases production of something that is not compliant with the safety.
I don't think most people think that. I don't think people genuinely believe the argument that like I'm against lolicon because those people are going to go out and rape kids in the real world. Because if I were to pose a question, okay, let's say that I knew 100% that if you jerked off to lolicon, you would never rape a kid. Would you be okay with it? They'd still say no, it's gross, it's creepy, it's weird, it's sexualizing children. They'd still be against it. I think that's a red herring.
That can be fine, but people then they're just inconsistent if you push them on it, and we don't want it. Like they can be inconsistent, but like. We shouldn't be inconsistent. And I think the truth is like, if you have a bad thought in your head that doesn't manifest anything, it doesn't even make your day worse. You just like a brief second that you're like, God damn, I hate this guy. I think that it would be weird for us to say that's an immoral thing to do. Even if it was like, if you had a thought in your head that was like a viciously, like horrific with sexual connotation thought against someone for like a brief second, it doesn't affect you at all other than the moment in which it happens. would you say that's a wrong thing to do?
No, I don't think any thought should ever be wrong, right? That's my position.
Okay. Sorry, the conversation got interesting again. And then I think I figured it out. I kind of wrote it down, so I'm just going to read it quickly, and then you guys can tell me what you think. So it feels like instead of taking a no, like, please respect my boundary. I don't want you to physically depict me in that way. People have an entitlement of, no, I can depict you however I want, and I will go out of my way to depict you in this way, right? So you're doing an extra action. And if you're willing to go out of your way to depict someone in that specific context, it feels like something that can easily spill over to, like, why not try to take nude photos or panty shots, or go through like all your images, or every single time you're on camera in public to create like some sort of creepy collage of you being nude, because I feel like I should be entitled to do that, instead of just taking like okay, no, like, I don't want physical depictions of me in that way. Because I think most people would say like, oh yeah, like, if it was just a fantasy like in your head, whatever, like, I don't like that, but I wouldn't say it's like wrong. But if you're going out of your way to make it as realistic as possible, I think that's when people start taking an issue with it.
Yeah, I understand what you said. Okay, real quick, let me just knock down a couple of these real quick. So the easily spill over, I don't think you believe or care about that. Because if I were to tell you that, like, let's say there's 0% chance that any of this ever spills over into any more action, would that change your thoughts on this at all?
I think it would, but I just don't think that's reality. So it's hard for me to conceptualize that.
No, you should be able to. I mean, like, I think that I agree with you, Bexy. I think it does. The fact that I know that it probably will spill over probably changes my decision on whether there should be regulation.
Wait, what is the spill over? That if somebody's making deep fakes, they're more likely to try to...
That there's that I think that, like, there's a harm caused probably by deep fakes in that way.
Wait, I don't know what the spillover is. I don't know what is a spillover.
That means a natural inclination to sexualize and objectify.
No.
That's not a spillover. Those are thoughts.
I'm talking about, like, I'm in the world I'm envisioning. I think there's a legal use of deepfakes, and probably even a legal use.
I'm just trying to figure out what is the spillover.
Yeah, I'm about to. In order to explain that, I have to tell you this.
Okay,
I promise. In my world that I'm envisioning, there's a world in which there's properly made deepfake stuff, which either has the consent of the person or, you know, identifies itself as the deepfake, that it's a deepfake and not a real thing, and there's like some kind of watermark. I don't know, something like that. And a world in which, you know, I could see a world in which encouraging the legal market might, you know, increase spillover of unauthorized and non-compliant deepfakes. Does that make any sense?
No, I don't know what the difference is between a compliant deepfake and a non-compliant deepfake. If you don't want deepfakes at all, they're all non-compliant, no? Or what's it?
People use that argument for, like, legalizing sex work, encouraging more sex work to happen as well.
Right. Yeah. That if you've never heard this argument before, Stephen, that, like, if you would make legal prostitution.
No, but that's meaningfully different, because, like, prostitution involves another living human being, and you can traffic a living human being, and that's what makes that bad. But for deep fakes, you can make a deep fake, you can't traffic a deep fake. I don't understand that. I don't think the comparison.
No, it's real easy. The comparison is really easy. So there would be, under a regime of legal prostitution, there would be a set of prostitution that's totally above board.
Wait, no analogies. Just keep it on the deep fake. I'm just trying to figure out what is the spillover of the deep fake. What is the negative stuff that can start happening?
So authorized deep fakes and unauthorized deep fakes. Deep fakes that are compliant with.
What is an unauthorized deepfake?
Set of restrictions. I was trying to explain to you that I think that there should be a world in which deepfakes exist, but that they're restricted and they're regulated in some way, and that you could envision.
Yeah, I don't think you're not saying anything of substance right now. Okay, hold on, macro, back up. Hold on, wait, back up. Okay, fuck. I don't know the registration legalization.
Wait. You make your own deepfake, or someone makes one of you. The one that you make is fine. Other people's isn't.
Wait, is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, right, that I think that you could justify some restrictions. One example might be that, like, deepfakes that you authorize are allowed. Is that Cherry that just said that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that would be an example. You don't have a problem at all, right, with authorized deepfake?
Well, but that's where we're at right now. If somebody authorized a deepfake right now, it would be okay.
Yeah. So I'm just setting. I'm saying that if we have this world in which deepfakes exist at all. Or if we want to introduce additional restrictions, like there should always be a watermark under a deepfake as part of a legal requirement or some kind of regulation, that maybe someone could argue back and say, well, even allowing it with restrictions as intended or as made, you're just going to increase the amount of unauthorized deepfakes. You know, unauthorized as in not having the watermark or not having the authorization. You still don't understand.
Yeah, you're saying that if we allow deepfakes, then people might make deepfakes that we don't want to be allowed? That sounds like an argument against literally every single thing on the internet ever.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that I agree one way or the other. I'm just saying that it's possible that if we allow deepfakes with some restrictions, it could be the case that there's some allowing
You're basically
some
talking identity theft.
Well, but don't we then shouldn't we ban all porn?
Listen. I'm just saying that that's a factor to consider, right? If you think that allowing any pornography is going to increase the amount of illegal pornography exponentially, I think that you would agree that we should ban all porn, but that's not the world we live in, right?
Well,
I mean, it kind of is. The
decriminalization and legalization argument is that, well, not the whole reason, but a main portion of it is that if it is legalized and regulated, it's much easier to, like when Backpage went down, there was a huge drop in the ability to find people who were being trafficked because Backpage was working with law enforcement when you could report things as being trafficked. So if there are like, quote unquote, like legal deepfakes, and there's like a system for those, maybe it would make it easier to police the non-consensual deepfakes.
Maybe. Okay, wait, hold on, back up. Wait, hold on. That's not what I want. Yeah, hold on, back up. Okay, if we're saying that we don't want to legalize deepfakes because some legalized deepfakes will lead to some illegal deepfakes, I feel like you could apply that argument to all of porn. Go ahead.
You're being stupid right now. I'm so sorry, Steven.
I'm being stupid?
I'm saying is that yes. All I'm saying is that whether or not having an industry for something would increase bad deepfakes is a relevant consideration. It could be the case that that's never proven or that's not able to be proven.
Sure, but that's at like the application level, but we're like still at the ethical level, right? We might be able to ethically say that that like viewing child porn is whatever, so we don't care. But at the application level, that like viewing child porn encourages the creation of more child porn, therefore we should ban it. So it's not the consumption necessarily that's unethical; it's the downstream effects, right? But we're not even at the downstream effects yet. We're trying to figure out if deepfakes period are okay or not okay. So why are we at the application level?
We can make this less controversial and talk about kink porn, like consensual non-consent.
Sure.
All Pixie was saying was something to the effect of like, it's hard for me to envision a world without with the consequences and with the restrictions and the hypothetical constraints that Destiny's imposing, because I have to think of the world that exists. And all I said was like, I would probably agree with you that the real world couldn't exist with some of the things that Steven is equalizing, but if we're engaging with the hypothetical, we have to consider the world as presented. That's all I was saying, and that one of the considerations might be any kind of spillover of. That's how I understood it, but maybe I'm mistaken.
Well, the spillover that I'm imagining, or basically the reality that I'm imagining, is that it makes me feel really unsafe, or I guess like gross in a way, to think that if we have a future where it's easy to make like deep fake porn, like having to essentially go out in a burqa or some shit in the fear that whenever somebody takes my image, they might create photorealistic porn. And even though in theory you say you're going to keep it to yourself, like it still has a possibility of somebody else like being on your computer, finding it, sending it, etc., etc. Yeah. So it seems like to me like that a future where deepfake porn is okay, like people just do it, whatever. Then you're suddenly like having a huge like percentage of women in the population that if they don't want to be non-consensually objectified, they basically have to cover up 24/7.
Yeah, but like for this, like this is gonna come off as hella sexist. I would just say that like now we're catering to like women's delusions of male sexuality in terms of how we should construct all of society. Like when like. Well, the reality is that like a lot of men are jerking off to a lot of pictures at all points in time. There might be a large population of the women in the world that like delude themselves into thinking it's not. I've argued with women that say when they do their OnlyFans it's artistic and that like guys are looking at it for artistic reasons. Like but I don't think that we should construct like our moral like foundation of like this is right or wrong based on like how well women are able to delude themselves on how men view themselves in society.
She's just saying that she doesn't believe that your world exists. That where the ethical consumption of this stuff would exist such that it wouldn't be at risk of, because you said one of the things would be, let's say that you only consume it and no one else consumes it, no one knows about it, people would still think it's bad. And she's saying, like, I just don't think that a world would exist in which that happens. That it would lead to more, the deep fake would be released or something.
Well, I'm also saying you can say like people are always jacking off to women, but there's a difference between like just jacking off to someone and going out of your way to always have them like sexually available or have them in a sexual context one way or another.
Is it?
So there's a difference. Yeah, I do think there's a difference. There's
I don't think so.
I think there is a strong difference between like going on somebody's like Instagram or whatever, and then taking pictures of women you see in real life and getting like different positions or angles to try to create the most like possible real deepfake.
Yeah, but you have no idea.
What do you mean you have no idea? Like,
You would
have no
never.
idea?
You would have no idea. You would never know one way or another how somebody's engaging with that content. As long as they don't contact you and tell you or anything, it's just.
Well, it seems like women would still be in a constant state of paranoia because depending on how I don't know the right word, spread this becomes, or depending on like how constant it is or how much of it ends up being in the future, it seems very easy to imagine a world where people are just like fucking constantly paranoid that they're going to become the subject of that. They can't literally exist in a public space without someone, trying to create the best deepfake porn possible of them.
Yeah, but I mean, like that's kind of already the world that like exists. Like I think you just have to accept it and be like, yeah, people are gonna try to masturbate to shit I see and think about me and sexualize me. Like that's just how it is.
Yeah, but there's a difference between.
Steven, you do not believe that because you think that on balance, I heard you say today, 60% of you thinks that the deepfake stuff is wrong, and so and I know that you don't think that the masturbating by yourself and just fantasizing is the same thing. And so how do you square those two in your head? You think they're different, and so how can the worlds be the same?
Hold on. First of all, you can't ask me for my particular thoughts and then appeal to like a poll of chat. Those are two fundamentally different things. What question are you asking me?
No. You said 60% of Steven thinks that it's probably wrong. The deepfake stuff is wrong, and that 40% thinks it's okay. Then how can you, if on balance you think it's probably wrong?
I don't know if I think it's. Wait, what are you getting this that I think it's wrong?
Didn't you say that you think the deepfake stuff is wrong?
I'm not
Did
sure.
you say on balance? 60%?
This is like all like I haven't this is something I'm figuring this out. I don't have a strong opinion on this at all. I could easily be argued in any different way. Jesus. Fuck, I forgot what the initial question was.
I thought I heard you say, and I could be wrong with that you were leaning 60%. It's wrong.
Oh, I'm just saying. I feel like there's an intuitive repulsion towards it, but I don't know if that should make it wrong or not.
Oh, so you were just saying that people have an intuitive 60%?
Maybe, or yeah, I think there was a notepad where I was writing out like things that we intuitively feel like are okay or not okay, like taking a private picture of somebody's probably not okay.
What do you feel? I mean, like, what is your intuition? That it's the same as just fantasizing, or that it's meaningfully different?
My intuition is that it feels meaningfully different, but when you try to justify
so then how can you say it's the same world that we're living in? That if the world that we're living in...
if you let me say 4 more words, you would have figured it out. Okay, yeah. I said my intuition is that it feels meaningfully different, but upon further investigation, it doesn't seem like it actually is. Like...
Oh, well.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Wait, can I finish? I want to finish what I was
wait,
gonna say
wait, hold on. No, not for like 15 minutes, okay? Let's finish, because we're gonna, it's like, can I ask a question? What if like 2 twins fuck animals, and the animals, unless you have something that's hyper relevant to this exact line
is hyper relevant.
Okay, Pixie, do your thing first, and then Forethought, you can ask your thing.
Okay. So the reason why that argument isn't very convincing to me, that's like, oh, people like sexualize you anyways, is I feel like there is a very different lived experience between women who, like, let's say live in the United States, and let's say women who like live in India, where you have to take separate or fucking buses, or separate train cards because men are constantly trying to get like some sort of like panty shot or some sort of like sexual shot of somebody who's in there, right? And it seems like to me, if people feel entitled to just have like the sexual, as realistic, as close to possible gratification of the woman as they possibly can, it would lead to more behavior on that end versus just like, okay, no, like do it at home, like leave yourself, like be alone when you do it versus like
let's ask this question, okay? Let's say that you could demonstrate that if people did the deepfake stuff, they never tried to take those creep shots again because they didn't need to. They could just go home and have like an even better deepfake version of whatever they could steal on a bus.
Yeah, sure. I would feel a lot better about that, but I don't think that's reality. I feel like it just leads to more like entitlement because you want to get as realistic as you possibly can. That's we just admitted it earlier. We just talked about it. That was like, oh yeah, like if they could, they would literally just have a nude of the woman, but they can't do that, so they go for the deepfakes instead. But the second that they could, they would do that.
Yeah, but that's true of everybody already. If they could have a nude of somebody they thought that was hot, everybody would already, every single male, 99% would already say, yes, I want that picture.
I don't want to say something that's going to sound completely random. So do you think most men, or do you think this is unchangeable? Do you think this is just a quality of most men? Let
her ask the question. Holy shit. Sorry, go ahead.
If they could have, like, let's say sex with a woman that they know doesn't want to have sex with them, but the woman's never going to find out, you think most men would be like, okay, yeah, we should do that? Or do you think that's something that maybe most men would say yes to, but that's just their society? Or what do you think?
I think most people would say yes if you didn't phrase it in the way where you had to like rape them.
Well, yeah, no, it's
like, let's say,
yeah,
if you
like,
phrase
you
it,
have to-
let's say there's a magical pill you could give somebody, and for 24 hours they would want to have sex with you, and then afterwards they'd wake up the next day, and then they would forget everything, and they'd be chill. There's no trauma. There's no any weird pregnancy or any shit like that. 100%. I think most people, if they thought about it, I think most men would take that.
No, but let's say it's like straight up rape. Like they're asleep. Like they're asleep.
Straight up
they won't
rape,
feel
that
it,
would
they won't notice.
No, that would significantly decrease. Like probably less than 10% of guys.
Okay, because why do you think that's the case?
Because you're raping somebody that's kicking and screaming, and it would feel fucking.
No. They're asleep. They're asleep. They're not. They're asleep. When they wake up, they're not gonna have any memory of what happened whatsoever. It's gonna be like if nothing happened to them.
So you're having sex with somebody and they don't want it, but you don't know, or you just know that they wouldn't say yes.
They take a sleeping pill.
That's horrible. Yeah, I don't think most people would do that.
I don't think most people would do that. No.
Okay, why do you think most people wouldn't do that?
Because it would feel like rape.
But yeah, but what
It would be.
I'm essentially asking you, like, okay, so people do value consent to a certain degree, right? Yes.
For some actions.
For some things.
Yes, exactly, for some things. So I feel like in a society where, you know, people are expected to have sexual gratification regardless of what the other person feels or thinks, and like can make it their problem by constantly like harassing them, trying to take photos, trying to make as realistic as a deepfake as possible.
Wait, hold on. You mixed so many things in there. Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
It's just
when you say
connected.
harass them and all of that, and then you say and make deepfake photos of them, those are two wildly, even in your world, those are wildly different things.
No. My argument is that they would like try to like follow the person or try to take as many photos as possible, which I would consider a form of harassment, so that they could then make the deepfake.
Well, all of us already agree. First of all, this already happens to celebrities, but secondly, all of us would agree that that's wrong.
Yeah. So I feel like
No, not just that it's wrong, that it should be illegal, and that it should be a crime to do that.
I don't know about a crime. I don't know.
But a crime to like harass someone. There's
to harass
harassment.
someone, yeah, but like are paparazzi's illegal even though they harass people? Like,
I think there's probably some play on the joints for the free speech issue and like photographing people in public, like, but like if you're going to someone's home and or like let's say you're trespassing on their home, or you're following them at all hours of the day and putting them in fear.
Yeah, of course. We would all agree that's wrong.
The point that I'm trying to make here is that it seems like if we live in a society where people are okay with deepfaking the photos, trying to get as close as they can to the sexual real thing, it seems like the next logical step is like, okay, when I have an opportunity to get even closer to that, I'm going to take the next step to get even closer there.
But the intuition could be reversed. The intuition could be the opposite.
Well,
what saying, that there's less of a need for it because now all you need is a good picture of their face.
Yeah, no,
That could
this
be
is we're circling back to like basically the child porn arguments, which honestly I don't know how to reconcile because I feel like there's no data on this whatsoever. So it's just it's a moral hazard. That's literally what it seems like to
I'm
be.
not sure the consent framework is very useful in this case. I don't know about you. I just like not every
because we don't have to have consent to fantasize about somebody. That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah, which is, fine. But the point is there's a difference between just fantasizing about someone and trying to take tangible steps into making that fantasy a reality.
You keep saying that phrase, but it doesn't make sense. Take steps to make it a reality.
Because you are putting you're putting the person's face onto the freaking video, making it as realistic as
the
possible.
reality is having sex with the person, not making a better fantasy of the person.
Well, that's the thing. What's the step right before? Like it's not just fantasy.
No, wait. Hold on. The step here, it's totally, your intuitions, I think, on this are totally backwards. So making the most deepfake, realistic, photorealistic, I do analysis from 3D government CIA satellites, that wouldn't be as close a step as, say, visiting a city where the person's in the hopes you'll see them publicly. That would be taking steps towards making it a reality. That's taking steps towards like making this a reality. The most fantastic deepfake thing ever, that's not a step in that direction at all. You're going down a totally different path. But if I like go to a convention where I think that person's gonna be, or if I try to get in the same friend group as that person or show up at the same restaurant, that's taking steps towards making it a reality, I think.
Okay, maybe my intuitions on this are reversed because I feel like you can do those things in a non-sexual context, but I feel like once you start constantly viewing this person in this sort of frame of light, then the next tangible step, if you don't think you're going to get a chance to hang out with them, be their friend or whatever, would be to try to get more pictures of them at different angles so that you could create the best deepfake for yourself. Right? Assuming that you can't be friends with this person, be in their group, whatever.
That's an argument against paparazzis and unauthorized photos.
Yeah, Pixie, wouldn't this put so many OnlyFans girls like at such risk, like to your standard?
What do you mean?
Because you say that it would go from deepfake to they start trying to take pictures like under your skirt to they start trying to get like nude photos of you while you're sleeping, and then once they get that, they're obviously just going to want to rape you.
I mean, that does happen, but
just from nude photos of you to rape.
Well, we're not just saying any nude photos. We're saying literally creating deep fake porn of you.
Yeah, no, but I think what you're getting at.
You're looking at deepfake as like the first cigarette. You're saying like, well, once they take a hit of this, they're gonna be addicted to nicotine, and then they got to go all the way.
Yeah, and that's what people say.
I think a certain type of person will have proclivities to do that, regardless of whatever kind of media they consume about a person. And I feel like that's just a risk with any kind of media you put out there. But I think maybe it is possibly worse with deepfakes. But I'm not actually that.
We have no reason to believe that, right? Like that's true.
Yeah, I think it's really just like certain people will be obsessive fans no matter what.
See, what is the difference between a very vivid sexual fantasy of someone and a deepfake to you?
It seems like you have to put literally more effort into creating the deepfakes, like software-wise, like rendering it, making it, finding the.
Would that be like the first cigarette then?
I think it's the first. What is it? Yeah, I think in terms of like level of effort, it's kind of like the first. If you're willing to put that much effort into consuming porn of someone versus imagining it, it seems like it's going to be easier to put, or like there's less of a barrier to effort to other actions.
Why does effort matter? I mean, effort on the person who wants the gratifications part. Why are we considering their effort level when talking about this at all? Like I don't understand.
People making deepfakes aren't putting in effort. That's not like the effort part is the engineers. They've already made the website.
Well, yeah, but that's what we're talking about, obviously, right? Not just a person downloading it.
Okay, but even if it took no effort, does that change anything? I mean, I would think that people would be like you said, Stephen. Like people would be upset if they put effort or not. People would be upset if a lot of people saw it or just one person saw it.
Well, I feel like people care about that shit because of the whole like overarching like social phenomenon that is tied into it, right? The whole idea of like what's going to happen afterwards. Every time I'm going to come out, like somebody going to try to do this shit to
I
me.
think the uncomfortable part is I think people want to be able to dictate other people's thoughts. I think that's where it starts and stops. I think that everything else I think is post hoc, where people try to think, well, maybe it makes it unsafe for me, blah, blah, blah. But I think it's just the thought that a person that you know might be like masturbating to or whatever. I think that thought is gross. And if somebody's finding like more efficient ways of doing it, whether it's looking at pictures of you deep faking things or looking at public pictures or whatever, I think that thought in and of itself is, I think that's like 90% of the discomfort.
This is kind of what I was
I
saying
agree.
earlier
That's why I
about-
think that. Sorry, good.
It's just about how you want to be able to define the context of how you're perceived, whether it's like sexually. I don't think it's just sexually. I think it's like if you're like, there's like some
it's not just
song
sexual,
with a
but the
dead
sexual
person.
thing is like it's a special category.
It can be hot button, but I think it all comes down to like you want to be able to dictate the context of how you're perceived towards other people, and in some contexts we can, but in this context, is it okay to?
Isn't it a little weird, like in the opposite direction, where like we assume that if someone looks like looks at a naked picture, that they're gonna need to have sex with that. That feels really like
that is an assumption.
Like
I think that's an assumption in Pixie's argument, and I think.
I mean,
honestly,
I don't think that's true for. Sorry, I'll let you finish. Yeah, continue.
I think it's an assumption in your argument that the picture will lead to a given action. Is an assumption in your argument, and that could be true. The picture could lead to a given action, bad or good. I think Steven's argument probably is closer to money, which is people don't want to be sexualized. People don't want to feel as though they're being used as a sexual object, and in that case, the deepfake aspect to it is totally not essential. The deepfake thing is just the new ground on which to fight the ongoing fight over the sexualization of women and sexuality in general, and thoughts, and whether or not it should be problematic to have these thoughts.
I don't know. Maybe there is just two things. I don't think it's just a picture. I think it's purposely like going out of your way to consume that content. That's something different for me.
Wait, what do you mean by going out of your way? What do you mean by that?
I mean, like going out of your way to, let's say, like find a deep fake porn site and then like find the specific streamer or whatever.
Wait, so hold on. Let's say that we eliminated that aspect of it, and let's say that like there was just a website full of deepfakes where people just randomly deepfake like people from photos publicly. Like, do you think that would be okay? I feel like this part doesn't matter at all for you, the effort part.
Well, the reason why I say the effort part matters for me is why can't you just use your imagination? Like, why do you have to find the photorealistic porn? Why can't you just like keep it in your head? Why do you have
then
to?
why? Well, what do you mean? Because additional stimulus is always going to feel better, right?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like you are putting your additional stimulus like above the fact that like I guess women don't want
to control your thoughts.
Well,
yeah,
no.
of course.
Wait, no, because I'm saying if you want to jack off in your head about whatever, go for it. But then once you start putting it into like a physical reality to try to get as close as you can, it seems only logical that you would want to take more steps to get it even closer.
Why is that logical?
Yeah, I don't think that's logical. I think that's a separate train of action.
Okay.
I mean, technically, if you want to appeal,
true,
if you want to appeal
evidence.
even empirically, I think Portugal was the biggest country where they like legalized a whole bunch of different porn, and I think a whole bunch of sex crimes dropped across the board. I don't know if those are causally linked or not, but I'm pretty sure in most places when you legalize stuff like that, I'm pretty sure like sex crimes and stuff start to fall.
But I don't think you should. I'm gonna start like going in circles here. It's gonna start seeming like it's not all in line. I don't think you should ban all porn. Let's be clear on that.
Yeah, but I don't see how you don't think that if you think deepfakes are walking you down a certain direction, I don't know why porn in general isn't walking you down.
Because deepfakes is allowing you to like having specific access to someone that you otherwise like wouldn't have access to because they wouldn't have consented to.
What do you think the consent part is? Oh God, sorry.
When people do porn, generally speaking, they're consenting to being viewed that way. When it comes to deepfakes, the person is not consenting to be viewed that way. And now you're gonna go back to like, huh?
They're not doing that in the fantasy.
Yeah, they're not doing it in either one. But the point is, you're taking like even a step further to violate that consent versus the other one. It seems to me like there's a difference of degree here.
If we in the future had a chip that helped us visualize things in our brains better, do you think then that's okay to start fantasizing with that to help us?
I'd have to think about it more.
I don't think your issue is with the effort level here. I think it's intrinsically baked into the idea that just because you're a part of society, you, like everyone else, gets to sexually objectify you, and that's my issue.
I think and maybe this is just a personal disconnect for me, and I have to reevaluate and everything. But I know people jack off to me, whatever. I know everybody like does that to other people. But it makes me like really uncomfortable to think, okay, they couldn't just keep it in their heads. They had to they tried to make it some sort of physical reality, or they tried their best to get as close to possible as that. Instead of just being content with their heads, they had to try to find a physical manifestation of it.
Why? It just feels like it's a jump from one to the other, like naturally. If somebody's like masturbating thinking of a person, if they could like find a picture close to that person, they'd be more like, how many times do people link porn and shit and like, oh, I like this person because it's like they look just like that one fucking actress, or they look just like this person or whatever. Like it seems like people are gonna do that if they're fantasizing. I don't understand how somebody could be upset about like one thing but not about the other thing. Like if somebody's gonna jerk off thinking of me, of course they're gonna find ways to think of things that look closer to me or make a picture that looks like me or whatever.
This is why I go back to the whole like murder example. Like I feel like there's a difference between and you probably would. I do think there's a difference between just thinking about murdering someone and then going out of your way to start buying the materials for it.
Well, of course, I would agree with that. Wait, do you think I would disagree with that?
Huh? So you agree with me on that? That there's a difference between just thinking about murdering someone and buying the materials to do so?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Well, doesn't it show a lot more intent if you start buying the materials?
Well, that's to me, yeah. That's I feel the same, like a similar way about the deepfake porn.
But buying the materials to murder someone is buying. When you buy materials to murder somebody, you don't get the satisfaction of murdering somebody. Jerking off to deepfake porn gives you the orgasmic satisfaction of sexually fantasizing about the person. Buying the materials aren't an end to themselves. But
I don't think the satisfaction happens until you have sex with the person. That's why it's like
that like betrays the entire all the porn industry that's ever existed. I don't think people jerk off to porn thinking like, I'm not gonna be satisfied until I fuck this actual porn actress.
I think that's why her views on porn are different from her views on this deepfake thing.
But then they would just be wrong because people don't jerk off to porn
Well,
thinking
I'm not
like
saying they're right.
Well, sure,
I'm just
but I'm saying
saying
like people
that's
don't.
why
Yeah,
they're
I don't think people jerk off to porn thinking eventually one day I'm gonna fuck this porn star. I don't
No,
think
but they want to
Yeah, I
eventually
agree.
have sex. No, didn't you say that earlier?
Sure, have sex with somebody, sure.
Yeah, so it's like
But that doesn't come from porn. Like we always want to have sex. It's not like the porn created that drive. Like I think sex is pretty natural that everybody wants to have it. I think generally.
You don't think people? But didn't you say earlier that people want to have porn? People want to have sex with those specific porn actors.
With specific porn actors, I mean, if they could, but I don't think they take steps to do it. Like if you had like the hottest porn actor,
But because they're not accessible, right? The hottest porn actor is not living in your house or living like, you know, down the street or anything. But your friends sure are.
Growing up, like boys masturbate to fucking sisters of friends and all sorts of shit for their entire lives. I don't think they take steps to do anything about it. I
don't think people hit on like their friends and shit? Like,
I don't think people take steps to fuck people, like to rape people at least. They might like hit on somebody, sure, but I don't think they're like taking damaging steps just because they fantasize about somebody, no.
Okay.
Is that wrong to like fantasize about someone and have attraction to them?
No, I don't think it's wrong. I just think it's wrong when you're...
Manifest it, you said, right? Like,
but when you're trying to... When a person has clearly shown that they are not okay with it or whatever, I think it's wrong to take steps to make it as close to reality as you possibly can.
Oh, you keep using that phrase!
Okay, I know,
and it doesn't make any sense.
I don't know how else to phrase it. I'm trying my
You're not
best
getting
here.
close. The reality is fucking them. Deep fakes are not reality. Making the best deep fake in the world is not getting any close to the reality. Sorry, God.
Okay, wait, but it kind of is, because now you got to view them in that intimate way that they didn't want you to see
But
them.
you didn't view them in an intimate
That's
way.
a technicality. Your intent is to view them in that way.
No,
your
your
brain is
intent
not
is
processing them as separate.
I think it would be. It'd be way different having a candid. I think your brain just processes those things incredibly separately.
When somebody makes a deep fake, oh, I don't want to use any streamer's name. Okay, a deep fake porn of a streamer. When they're jacking off to it, are they really thinking, oh, this is just the streamer's face on this separate body? Or do you think they're viewing them as, oh, you know, this is basically the streamer?
Nope, I think they're viewing it as a deep fake. Okay, and here's the example I would use, and I would bet my whole life savings on this, okay? If I, on one hand, could show somebody a video of the best fucking deep-faked Pokemon or Alinity or whatever fucking streamer, the best deep-fake video in the world, versus kind of shitty low-res, but like candid shots that somebody captured of the person, they would go for the candid, shitty, low-res shots 10 out of 10 times, every single time. They would say, I want the shot where I could barely see her fucking butt 1,000,000 times over of the best deepfake video in the world, because the authentic image would be more important to them. I guarantee it, 1,000,000%.
No, but the point is that when they're jacking off, the whole reason why it has, like, let's say Pokey's face on it to begin with is because they are visualizing it as Pokey. Otherwise, it would have been like, there's no reason to put her face on it.
There's like a fantasy of it, but it's still not the thing itself.
No, but the point is that it's like, I feel like I'm getting lost. The point is that is as close as they possibly can get at that moment, because they're not going to be in her friend circle. They're not going to be in her friend group. They're not going to be in her manager. They're probably not going to live in the same city. So this is the step that they're going to take instead.
Well, sure, it's like jerking off to porn of them. But I just don't like calling it close to the thing itself, because the thing itself would be fucking them. But okay, yeah, we're circling. Okay.
Okay, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, what?
Okay. It seems like, so this is like just a half-formed idea. This is not my take yet. But it seems like deepfakes are a unique attack on like sexual identity of someone. Because usually when you're participating in porn voluntarily or involuntarily, there is some sort of agency involved. And it seems like just existing and having porn generated of you is really disturbing for most people in like a visceral kind of way.
Yeah, of course.
Do you disagree? Okay.
Agreed. That could be a basis, I think, for regulation. For sure. I think the mistaken identity thing is a problem. And I think that even though it's not, I probably agree with Steven, it's not 90% the problem, but I think it's, the more it gets, I don't know, photorealistic, the more of a problem it's going to be. If you literally cannot tell the difference between a deep fake and something that's real, the identity problem is going to be big, isn't it, Steven?
I'm not even talking about legally. I'm talking about like how a person would feel with that like their identity being subsumed into something else. Because like a lot of the time, like your sexual identity is built around like your behavior, your experiences, and your decisions, and seeing that extrapolated onto like a piece of work seems like gross.
Yeah, so
in a unique
the
way.
consent framework doesn't work for the fantasy, right? You agree with that? That we would never be like, well, you didn't consent to me sexually fantasizing about you, right?
I'm not talking about consent at all. I'm talking about
understand.
agency.
We're not talking about that here, Pisco, but I actually do think, I think that's where the majority of these opinions come from. I think people don't like to verbalize it that way, but I think in a world where people were being brutally honest, I think most women would say, yes, you should not be able, it should be immoral to fantasize about jerking off to me if I don't want you to, if I don't consent to it. I think most women feel that way.
Most women and Sejin.
Okay.
Did you
I'm
really
gonna
think
go
that's
get ice
Sejin?
cream later.
I really think that.
So then the deepfake thing is just that's all a distraction.
Yes.
Yeah,
That's what I
I
said
said
initially
that
about the
very
cutie
clearly
thing.
at the
I don't
beginning.
think any of this is actually even about deepfakes that much at all. I think there's other
No, yeah.
issues at play. Yeah.
I think it has to do with like sexualization and objectification, that kind of stuff, which we've already been dealing with.
Yeah,
for-
body dysphoria being compared to like perfect bodies and stuff like that. I think that's what, yes, all of it has to
What
do with.
is then the different stuff is because even before the deepfake Pixie, I think you agree with this. Would you say the same thing about like a photorealistic, artistic painting of someone in a sexual way? Like that's the same kind of things are at play there, right? If you were a really great artist and your friend's sister was around and you made an awesome painting of her, in your opinion, awesome in terms of the photorealistic aspect to it, that would have the same problems.
Yeah, if you're going out of you to make a sex, yeah, I agree. If it's like sexual, I do think that there is nudity that is artistic. I don't think all nudity is sexual, but I think that's besides the point. I think like if it's for sexual gratification, going out of your way to do that is weird, and I think bad, wrong.
I mean, same thing, and you'd say the same thing for like a detailed fan fiction as well, right?
I have to think about that more, but right now I'm leaning towards yes.
And you would say the same thing about a safe for work but sexual cosplay too, right?
A safe for work sexual cosplay of what? What are
Somebody
you saying?
just like a sexy Pokemon cosplay, basically.
Yes, if it's based on a person in real life, yeah.
Yes, like if you do a cosplay, let's say you're doing female streamer cosplay, but like sexy version, right? But it's not explicit. It's just it's a undoubtedly sexual portrayal, but it's quote unquote safe for work. That would be problematic for the exact same reasons the AI generated.
If it's a general streamer cosplay, not problematic. If it's streamer cosplay as in I'm doing a specific streamer, yeah.
So then it really seems like the thing that's consistent across all of these different things is not some kind of like thing that exists forever, right? Because the cosplay, maybe you have photos of it, so maybe that exists forever. But it would be problematic even if no photos were taken. I think you'd say that. The thing that seems consistent is the thought, right? The
Well, no, I think
thought.
all of these include effort. If you were just doing it in your head, I think that is so. But I'm not even sure if I want to call it bad. Like, I still have to think about it.
Yeah,
but I feel like
the effort
that
the effort is weird because what if somebody could make flawless deepfakes with almost no effort?
Yeah.
I don't think you'd be okay with it.
If it was just literally one click,
Yeah.
You just put in the name of the person. There's a database.
So maybe the right word is just a physical manifestation versus just keeping it in your head.
What's the difference between the physical manifestation on a computer versus like the electrons buzzing around your brain?
No, she would say the computer is physical manifestation. She would say the computer is one. She would say the costume, the cosplay would be a physical manifestation, right? You're physically showing other people in a way that they can see it, right?
Yeah.
So that would be a manifestation of it. It doesn't matter.
Is there just like an inherent link to being sexualized and just having a fear about that? Like knowing that you're sexualized by somebody, do you just feel in fear?
No, I think I know I'm sexualized, so I'm not. That's not the part that bothers me.
So when you say that you know you're sexualized, what you're guessing. I mean, unless someone has specifically gone out of your way to tell you.
She's a girl on the internet, even if nobody DM'd her, it's pretty obvious. Yeah.
Maybe an insight into this is I had an OnlyFans and I had to ban a dude, and then he kept making accounts to get back into it and was taunting me about it. And I didn't really care, obviously, about being sexualized, but I hated that he was trying to find ways to still get that satisfaction. And I feel like there's some sort of similar vibe to like people are getting satisfaction that you didn't offer to them.
Yeah, so this is, I'm going to give the big red pill take that I think is actually pretty true here. I think that a lot of what's happening is traditionally men get sex and women give sex. And I think that when a man is getting sexual satisfaction from a woman, she feels like that should only happen if she's giving it to him. So if a man finds a way to get some kind of sexual satisfaction from a woman who doesn't want to give it to them, I think that process in and of itself feels really gross and disgusting. And I think that's why men in general don't care about deep fakes, because like, you jerked off to me, okay, like why would I care? What are you getting from me? Like that doesn't even feel like anything. But I think for women, I think generally there is the feeling of giving sex or giving sexual pleasure gratification to men, whereas men have the feeling generally of taking it. And I think that's where the gross feeling comes from. I think deep down, I think that's my feeling.
I don't know. I think
that doesn't make sense to me.
What part of that didn't make sense?
What giving and getting means for different people.
That in general,
I don't know how men generally feel one way, but women feel another way. I feel like the issue with women and their sexuality and sex, I thought, was like outside societal judgment on them. Like what it means for them to be viewed as sexual or to have given up their body sexually, for other people to value them less. I don't know what else.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's going to be societal thing. Maybe this all comes from society, I guess. But I mean, I can't know that. But I'm just saying that I'm explaining as it is now. Women tend to be the ones that give sex, and men tend to be the ones that pursue sex. So if that dynamic,
maybe that is.
What?
Maybe that works for the male side of it too. But I feel like it's also just like wanting to control the context and how you're perceived.
But the question is like, no, because there's something special and different about the sexual thing. Like if I did a comic about you where I made you like an evil racist person, I think it'd be like kind of annoying and stupid. But like assuming that it's not like everybody's not believing it, I don't think you'd care as much if somebody was like deep faking porn of you.
If there was like if I had like a special like funeral rite for like my fucking grandma or something, and people commodified that in some like making fun of it kind of way, I feel like I'd be just as offended as with like a deep fake.
I don't know what any of that meant. A funeral rite to what?
I'm saying like if I perceive like a special funeral rite for somebody as like a meaningful, important thing, and that's the context that I want to see it in. If somebody took that,
hold on, I don't know what that means. What is a funeral? What is a funeral rite? What does that mean?
I don't know, like something like I go out in the woods and like play music and light a candle or something, and people are like, "Look at this fucking dipshit out in the woods." Like if I thought it was super fucking meaningful and I want it to be perceived that way, I would be sad if somebody like posted that and was like, "Look at this dumbass."
Sure, but that's just like bullying you though, right? That's the mean thing. That's not like...
exactly. You want to control the context of how you're perceived, and if somebody is changing that context, it doesn't feel good. Sometimes it's bullying, sometimes it's deepfakes.
Sure, but I mean, like a guy would not like that.
Sometimes people are too fragile.
Well, no, I don't think there's well, sure, but like we're trying to figure out like why is there fragility around this particular concept, or why do people feel bad about this particular thing? But I think guys would feel bad about that too. If a friend died and they had a special ritual or whatever, and then somebody photographed it and made fun of them, that'd be bullying. But I think there's something different about the sexual thing. I think it feels different.
I think maybe I just have a different mindset.
No,
on that, so
I
maybe
agree.
I'm not the best person to represent that.
Maybe. Well, I mean, if you did OnlyFans
agree
stuff,
with
right,
with your difference between how men and women like perceive someone sexualizing them. Like I agree with that, but at what point do we evolve past it? Like how many times do we explain why it feels different for a woman?
I feel like. Sorry, you can finish.
Well, I was gonna say that might be I don't know, but that might be like a very deeply rooted like feeling that just kind of comes from male versus female biology. Maybe that's something that doesn't like get societally brushed away. That's just always a feeling we kind of have that just stems from the innate differences between us.
I feel like most men would feel similarly if you decided to say like, oh, imagine if there's like the gay community or whatever has a bunch of like deep fakes of you getting like pounded in the ass by whatever. Like I feel like a lot of men would suddenly be like, oh yeah, that would be kind of weird. Like I don't think that's right.
I thought about this, but I don't think so. I think it would be funny. I think some very homophobic people might get really angry, but I think in general, I think it would be funny. I think people would laugh. Like if there were, and I think even the public would laugh. If there was a site that opened up where all of a sudden people saw that there were a ton of deep fakes of like me and Hassan fucking each other, like people would laugh. Everybody in LSF would laugh. Probably even me and Hassan would think it was kind of funny, and it would just be like that would be the end of it. But if it was deep fakes of like a lesbian like Twitch streamer couple, it would be like, holy shit, this is like fucking the worst thing ever. It would be way different, I think. I think it would be treated way differently.
I think people would find it funny just because you and Hassan have a contentious relationship. I think most men would feel weird if they found out that their male friends or whatever were making like super realistic porn of them.
You might feel, there's going to be a weird feeling for sure, but it's different. It's going to be different than like the visceral negative reaction. I don't know why. Oh, true. I don't know why I'm speaking hypothetically. People have already made fanfic and drawn pictures of me and Hassan and shit. That's true. Yeah, I think there's a visceral negative feeling that women have that men don't when it comes to sexual things
Would you
of this
feel
nature.
strange? Would you feel strange if you found out that? I feel like I already know the answer to this, but I'm just curious. If you found out that Hassan is making photorealistic porn of you.
Yeah, I would definitely feel weird, but I wouldn't care that much. I was like, that's kind of weird. But that would be it. That would be the end of it.
Pixie, I think if you're looking for a gotcha on men specifically with this take, I don't think it's enough to say like, oh, how would you feel if you had like gay porn made of you, or like with deepfakes and stuff like that. I think you have to take it back to how would you feel if there was deepfake porn of your mom or your sister made, because then I think they could connect it to something that would like viscerally bother them in the same way that it viscerally bothers women immediately.
Yeah, but that just reinforces my point that it's because there's a fundamental difference between the way that men and women give and take sex. So of course I would agree with that, but it's because it reinforces my earlier point.
I'm gonna go now. Bye.
Bye. Be careful.
Bye.
Do you think that is pretty much impossible to reduce the level of sexual proclivity that men have to engage in like sexual fantasies?
I have absolutely no idea. That I don't know how much of that is because there are a couple of biological things about us that will never change that might downstream influence how we view sex. Two things are, one is men have external sexual organs and women have internal sexual organs. So the act of sex on just a biological level kind of requires a little bit more trust from the woman part because you're having somebody go inside your body, whereas for a man, it's an external process. So that's like one part of it. And the second part of it is the physical strength difference, that a man has never been in a sexual situation with a woman worrying that the woman's going to overpower him or do something, whereas the woman is. So now I don't know the answer to this, but it might be the case that maybe those two biological facts in and of themselves will always heavily inform the pursuer, avoider dynamic when it comes to sex. That might be the case. I don't know if that's true or not, but that might be the case. And if it is, then no amount of societal rewiring or promiscuity of women or like promiscuity of men will ever change that association with sex in terms of like gatekeepers and chasers. Maybe, but
if it was shown that that sexual proclivity could be conditioned out of men in the long run, do you think that it would then make sense to stigmatize sexual fantasization of women?
I mean, if you could show a bunch of downstream positive things from it, maybe we're rewiring a lot of society at that point. I have to think about that a lot. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out for realsies this time.
Okay, be
Thanks
careful.
for having me. Bye.
Yep. Bye.
Also, Steve, are you the only person that's like supposed to say bye to people? I've been saying bye to other people too, but it seems like nobody else does.
Yeah, I'm the only person. They're saying bye to me.
Got
I don't
it.
care about you.
All
Okay?
right, I'll shut the fuck up.
Okay, singularity. It's these two. Wow, good one, guys. Pixie was really driving the conversation, huh?
Wait. Okay, have y'all ever seen the music video for Kanye West's Famous?
Is that the one with the wax people?
Yeah, and then he like filmed them naked. Like, how is that meaningfully different than like the deepfake porn? Other than like obviously the deepfake AI stuff has like implications.
I don't know if it is. I think a
beyond,
lot of people felt uncomfortable about that, didn't they? Wasn't that a pretty big deal?
Yeah, it was a huge controversy, but like I'm seeing more controversy over this, but I'm wondering if it's like a meta like sort of panic over like, oh shit, this technology enables people to make more things like this. It's not just like the discrete example that they have a problem with. And it's more like this existential dread, or if it is like people taking it down to this like consent thing of like you're violating X person's consent by like depicting them sexually without their permission.
I think for the cutie incident, I don't think this has anything to do with deepfakes. I think it's a very small percentage of it. For the broader conversation, where people are talking about deepfakes, I think the scary thing is just the ease of access. Because before, if you wanted to do shit like this, it's probably going to be like a lot of fucking effort. And now the idea that everybody has it on at their fingertips is probably a bit scary to people. Because before, maybe they'd say like, I'm kind of not okay with this, but it'll probably never happen to me. And now maybe everybody's worried it'll happen to them.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your voice, by the way.
Thanks. I worked hard to get rid of the. I went from sounding like a 50-year-old chain smoker to somebody said Emma Stone, and now I'm just back to my normal ass annoying voice. So
good job.
Cycle's complete. I think there's an argument to be made, though, that the consumption of this porn is, like, absent distribution or, like, patronizing any website that generates these, like, deepfakes and stuff like that. Obviously, that stuff contributes, like, tangible harm. Is almost just as harmful to the individual consuming it, especially if you actually, like, know the person.
It's harmful to the person that's the subject of the porn that's being consumed, or?
No. Everybody, I think, is focusing on that. But, like, I think that there's danger to the consumer of the type of person who's engaging, like, with these deepfakes of people that they know.
What's the danger?
Or, like, the AI things. Like, if you, okay, like, picture you, age 15. You have a crush on, like, you know, 2 girls in your class, Nikki and Jessie, okay? And, you know, 10 years ago, the only thing you would have had access to in terms of, like, quote-unquote jerk material is basically, like, their Facebook pictures. But now imagine a paradigm where you actually have access, like, at age 15, to an AI bot that all you have to do is, like, input some just, like, rudimentary, like, links or access to, like, their social media profiles that can generate something that you can talk to, that you can form this, like, private parasocial relationship to, or make, like, deepfake porn of. And then you're engaging with that repeatedly. Like, that seems like it's not, like, how healthy could that fucking be for you?
I mean,
you
the
know?
same exact arguments were made for porn, right? Like, I think Red Pillars will even talk about how, like, men used to have to work hard to earn pussy and do all these things, and now you can just jerk off to porn, and now the incentive for men to be great and do anything is, like, destroyed. I mean, that might be true to some extent. Like a boy, by the time they're age 11, has seen, like, fucking more tits than, like, their entire fucking, you know, lineage combined at that point, right? Depending on which side you've been on.
Well, to me, I think they come at it from the angle of, like, oh, it's unearned or whatever. Like, you didn't work for it. That's the problem there. To me, it's not even that. It's like especially if you're like the kid in this hypothetical or whatever, like realistically knows that they never have a chance to get with these girls. And yet they're able to get with them, quote unquote, anyway, and even have interactions with them at school, but it's never going to go beyond, like, a platonic interaction. I think that's what would be, like, the toxic element there.
I guess, but does it not happen already to some extent with people just jerking off to people's, like, fucking Instagram and Facebook pictures? Like, you guys have access to crazy shit today that it was considerably harder. Like, Jesus, I'm actually thinking back. I don't think I've ever seen, like, a swimsuit picture of any girl that I went to high school with. I don't think that ever happened. Because Facebook pictures weren't as popular back then. Sometimes these pictures of parties, but girls weren't really taking, like, in 2005, 2004, girls weren't really taking pictures like that. It just didn't happen and then uploaded online. But nowadays, like, kids can see that even without porn. You can go and see, like, sexy pictures of your classmates or whatever they're posting. Can you post as a 15-year-old on Instagram? Actually, I have no idea.
I think you can.
You have to be 13.
Hold on, stop, because this fucking, I don't know if you're 12 or you're just some fucking boomer that's retarded. Limtheo, cameras existed, holy fuck. Getting pictures onto the internet was fairly difficult, okay? You either had to do some weird shit where you were printing out a fucking thing at Walgreens and then scanning it, or you had to, like, I'm trying to think if there were digital cameras. I know that we had, like, you took pictures and you scrolled the thing where it was like, what am I thinking of? And then you got the film developed. Digital cameras existed, but they were dog shit if they did exist. And then, like, trying to upload those pictures or whatever, it was effort. Okay, iPhones didn't exist until 2007, and the pictures we took on our phones were dog shit. They were like 320 by 320 fucking kilobytes. They were horrible. Okay.
The most you had was probably yearbook photos, and then
Sure.
the person would have had to have been in, like, cheerleading or, like, swimming or some sort of, like, sport that had attire that was sort of, like, scantily clad or whatever. Have you ever heard this phrase? It's like, there's no such thing as a private life that's so private it didn't affect the public. I think that's kind of what I'm drawing upon here. With this, like, weird parasocial thing, because you're saying that, like, oh, well, kids now and, like, even then, like, had access to some sort of materials of their friends and stuff like that, like, you know, Facebook photos and even maybe, like, revealing photos or whatever, just in, like, normal group context, like at a public pool or stuff like that. But I think the real potential danger here would be with the stuff that's interactive, that's, like, that goes both ways. Like you were playing earlier on stream, like these, like, AI voices of, like, Vosh saying things, you saying things, stuff like that. If you had the ability to kind of just, like, at will and very easily make these of your friends or something like that.
I thought about this a little bit more, actually, and I actually don't think these things are going to be as big a deal, because I think that the sourcing on these is going to become important. If you're, like, a random nobody and you just come out with, like, having some fucking video, nobody's going to trust it. I think that where they come from, people are going to want to see, like, what was the video, what was the larger context where it came from.
I don't know that people want to know, like, the backstory on, or, like, want to or care to or need to know the backstory on pornography like that.
Or no, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about just like character assassinating people based on deepfakes and stuff. Sorry.
Oh, okay. In that respect, then yeah, possibly.
I don't know about that one. You have to be primed pretty hard to be skeptical. We're naturally very trusting.
What?
Why do you think that?
When you get like just a 20-second audio clip of somebody, I think everybody is immediately skeptical if you don't have like context for where it came from. In fact, I would venture to guess that most people would distrust it if there was no greater context. If I just leaked a random audio clip online of somebody saying the N-word over and over again, I think most people would probably think it's fake without like some kind of greater context of where it came from.
Are you talking about right now or like in 5 years?
Right now.
Look at
how many people are saying the Andrew
disagree.
Tate fucking video, the audio clip was fucking faked. And that literally came from the DA, or the prosecutor, I should say, from the Romanian courts.
Yeah, but all of those people are primed to distrust the media source there. But if it was a completely neutral thing...
Wait, what?
All the people that are saying that the Andrew Tate stuff are primed hardcore to deny that. But I don't think any normal person is saying that's fake.
Oh, yeah, probably. But I mean, like whether you believe something is real or fake is going to fall on partisan lines for sure.
But if you have no interest in something, you're more likely to trust it. If you start from neutral.
If you start from, maybe. I guess it would just depend. I just think it's pretty rare that we just get like a 10-second audio clip that doesn't come from something, right? Like, can you think of for Trump, there was the grab him by the pussy thing, but besides that, like almost every other clip involved at least 2 humans that could verify that the conversation happened, right? It'll either be a phone call or an interview or a room with multiple people in it, right?
I think it's important to have verification when you're making extraordinary claims. I think extraordinary maybe extraordinary claims will prime you to want more sources, but in general, I think that if you're starting from a neutral position, you're going to be very trusting. Even going to be harder to, after you have an impression of that thing, to move you off of it.
Maybe.
So if you believe a deepfake, it's going to be really hard to convince you that it's no longer a deepfake.
Maybe, yeah. Why is this?
And there's a concept called persistence, where even if I tell you that I'm the creator and I told you it's a deepfake, 2 weeks later when you remember it, you're more likely to remember that it wasn't a deepfake.
Wait, Sejin, what do you mean when you say people are starting from like a neutral standpoint?
Like if no one who heard about Andrew Tate saw the Andrew Tate clip where he's saying some crazy stuff, they're likely to believe that he's actually saying that.
I need to not run this recipe.
Steven, you don't agree?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
If someone that doesn't know anything about Andrew Tate sees a clip about Andrew Tate that we're talking about, they're likely to believe that.
Yeah, if there's no other context and they don't have strong feelings about him one way or another, they'll probably believe it, but once they start to develop strong feelings, they might reevaluate it maybe. Kind of like how Bloomberg was polling really, really, really well in every state when he was just spamming ads, but then once people figured out who he was, his shit dropped off considerably.
I'd have to look more closely at that case, but in general, the literature that I've been reading says that like if you have an opinion, it's super hard to move you off of it without some extraordinary stuff going on.
Maybe. Okay. Any final closing thoughts? I gotta leave soon.
I'm good.
Okay. I love you all very much. Be careful, okay?
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, sorry, fuck. I need this to automatically run. Okay. Sometimes my spheres, look, I've got 24 of these. These get insanely imbalanced. Now, these will balance them, but it'll take a bit. And even with these recipes running, it's okay. But when I run these recipes down here, it is too much. And then I get soft locked. I could go and grab another 50 Arcospheres, which I don't really want to fucking do. The ideal would be, is there a way that I could shut off these machines when this gets too out of balance? So like I could have a circuit. I can't turn a machine off. Oh, I could turn the inserters off. So what I should do is, okay. I need to create 8 combinators, and I need to measure any time I have over 10 orbs in a system, I turn the inserters off to run the recipes. I think that's what I need to do. Where's Rodney's?
Ugandan key.
You're the best player in the world. What's happening?
Okay. He's good. He's good.
Crafting.
No way is he dead. He's fine. Oh, it's okay. Hold on.
Lost to the battle. Great game is generate.
Good question.
Taste the spice from the spicy. I taste the pickle. I got a little pickle. The bread.
There was also talks of Seth debating people like Destiny and Jack Anstrike, or whatever the his name is. You guys would know who I'm talking about, but his excuse was, oh, we couldn't find a topic, and he tried to reach out on an alt account and nothing happened. But I'm just gonna say right now, I'll debate Destiny. I'll show you guys how much of a pussy he is. Throw me on stream, Destiny. I'll debate you on anything. We can talk about politics, sports, media, anything. I'll debate you. There's my official challenge. Clyde challenges Destiny to a debate. Even when he and I would debate on certain topics, I'd always refrain from being too dominant on certain topics because he just gets too aggressive if he feels like he's losing, or like his quote-unquote you're being a rat behavior, which he did to Noodles when Noodles was beating him. And I'm sure he's got so many secret recordings of me, which he's going to probably release and be weird. But we've debated, for example, we once debated over the Kaha Nagashionne, which he wanted to upload and try to get brownie points of, hey, look, I beat the Bleach guy. Like, it was such a weird thing to do because I was his
He's talking about someone else now, right?
friend, and he wanted to get that dub over me, which was honestly...
I don't know who any of these people are or what any of this is. We saw this. What are you doing? Oh my god, he's like...
I can't see this shit UI!
I guess.
Most people have never been saved by a police officer, never got pulled from a car before explosion, never got rescued by a police officer, never got stolen property. Blah. Stop asking people to take your money and don't do shit. Okay, most people have never had their money stolen by the cops. Most people have never been shot by the cops. Most people are like, yeah, no shit. Most people don't have insane interactions with cops. Jesus Christ, what is this? Do you think condiment dispensers that look like penis or buttholes would be a big seller? I'm coming to take some deep fake pictures.
Alexa, off. Who are you? Who are you? Please get off. Please get out. No, please get out. Yes. Who are you? Please get out of my apartment.
Oh, he's trying to play it off. Oh, I thought you were my friend. I thought I was coming to my friend's apartment.
Please get out of my apartment right now. Get out! Get out! Hello? Please come in.
Jesus. God, Meta. What are we opening tomorrow for? Oh, I didn't even read the rest of this dude's post. I'm sure it's great. What did Hassan get mad at?
The point is, I think people feel frustrated, but they don't want to think about like systemic structural issues.
Yeah, I'm good, dude.
Fuck people who fucking try hard to get the fucking taste right and something. It's still ending up the same in your fucking stomach in like 20 seconds regardless.
Very good. Yeah, like say they were
First time, and it's squishy and delightful.
I'm from Louisiana, so we do a lot of gumbos and stuff, and to be honest...
Bet at tier 5 you can't hit a 915? Yeah. You're about to lose $80, bucko. What? What is this broken ass bullshit? Bro, my shit is fucked. My shit is fucked. Huff Daddy, I don't know if I'm ever speedrunning that game, okay? I need green cards. Listen, I'm leaving soon, okay? So if you're here for entertaining shit, it's done. We're done with the entertainment, okay? Now it's just some Factorio for a little bit. AFK for like 4 hours. Yeah, I know. I didn't get anything done today. Not good. Today was supposed to be my last day. My last day. Sneeko about to finish an IQ test.
2 minutes.
I'm gonna guess 127. That's my guess. Okay. Okay, combinator. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Needs to be pretty. Fuck. 1, 2. No. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay.
This is it? Okay.
Come on, Sneak. You can do it.
Did this one? No, this one fucked me up. I don't know, bro.
Okay. Boom. 2, 3, 4. Okay. If this is greater than...
I don't know.
No, less than. It has to be less than 10.
What the fuck?
133. Oh, I was pretty close.
Bro. What?
Huh.
Bro, I wanted to hide that shit so bad, bro. Bro, I wanted to hide that shit so fucking bad, bro. Alright, done with this fucking bullshit, bro.
Okay.
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 This is a fucking headache, man.
Okay. When I'm getting 8 check marks, check marks equal 8. I need all 8 of these to be balanced. Then we output a green signal.
Bro, that shit is bullshit, bro. I'm not a genius. Like, that they put me in, like, the level to...
Check mark equals 1.
Cinco, that's a W. We're getting clip for all the faces. Bro, that I'm telling you, Ogdash is like got 28. I must have up syndrome. Bro, stop. You have low IQ if you think IQ is a
Boom.
good test of intelligence.
There we go.
That's a low IQ thing to think that an online IQ test is accurate. Can you see which is correct? I don't know.
Wait, it's got to be...
I don't know.
We'll say less than 12.
Brandon said, LMAO, I like how everyone went from retard code to smart and W fake fans. Bro, this is what I'm saying. This is why not looking at the chat made this so much easier than the first time. Because the first time I was like, and it was like, my unmatched perspicacity coupled with my sheer indefatigability makes me a feared opponent in any realm of human endeavor. I did look at the chat like twice. But bro, I don't even... Bro, it's not... This shit is not a good indicator of intelligence.
There we go.
It's not. Nick got 153.
Boom.
This is not a good indicator. Let me read the super chats before we continue.
Can I turn on all of these?
Sorry for the boring stream. Bro, this shit is bullshit. This shit is bullshit. But it's funny, the 95 one will continue to go viral. But just... For the Twitter shooters out there, now you got some ammo, okay? That 145. Well, I got 145 the first time, but no one cared about that one. Fine.
I don't really need to run all 4 of these.
Thanks for the 5. LMAO, everyone from Retard Coda. For my test, I got this. Your IQ lies outside the area that the test is able to measure. We are hoping to extend this area as soon as we have gathered more data. It's BS, the scoop sesh, yeah. We, the Asian delegation, have closed all trade offers for Sneeko. He is one of us. W. Well done, bro. I'm Chinko once again.
Jesus.
Nick got 169? You're fucking lying. Really? Now go in person for an official test. I'm down to go in for a real test because, bro, I genuinely think all this shit is garbage, bro. You got 97. You're weak, bro. Even.
Okay. Okay. I have everything is set up except for the final card, which I have to get in a spaceship, right? So tell me, how does this work? It says, made in a nexus in a moving spaceship, moving in interstellar space with a larger, faster ship generates data much faster. So I throw a nexus in a ship and I fly with it, and that's supposed to help me. And then I just get this data card and then I bring it back. That's what it's supposed to be. And then once I do that, that's Deep Space Science 4. And then all I have to do is research this. Research spaceship victory condition. And then once I've researched the victory condition, we just have to go at 250 speed for 600 seconds. And then we win the game. I'm going to do this tomorrow. Did you see the Netflix password change? I don't know why people are being such big fucking babies. People are so fucking entitled. I mean, it used to be back in the day that, like, we all knew that we could share Netflix passwords, but you knew it was stealing. You knew it was cheating. Like, can I get your Netflix password? You knew it. And now they're, like, figuring out a way to crack down. I was like, yeah, of course. I feel like a reasonable person, like, this was always coming. Of course, this was always going to happen. But people are acting like, oh, no, you have a right to share your password with everybody. Oh, like, no, what the fuck? Obviously, we were all stealing. It was basically like legal pirating almost. Like, that's what was happening. We already pay for multiple accounts? Do you? Oh, I didn't know that. I always knew people who just share passwords with, like, fucking, like, exes and shit. Or family members and stuff. Not people who are, like, buying multiple accounts on one Netflix thing. They're just people that are... What about people who travel? I don't know. I don't think most of you care about this. I think you're just looking for outs to keep your free fucking Netflix. What about the person who travels every month and they're gone for more than 7 days in a row? And it's like, bro, is that you? Well, no, but that's like when PC guys are like, PCs are way better than consoles. PC is way better than PS5. Really? Is your PC better than a PS5? It could be. Like, okay, dude. Melker. Time is 8:30. Okay, I gotta go. Work politic time. Okay, rules to erase emails past 90 days. Okay. Where are you going? Can we come? I'm gonna go out with the Melly Mells. Yeah, you can all come if you find me. What does this need? This just needs an Acquium processor. And then the catalog. Oh, and this is the last one. This is it. Boom. Boom. Are you doing half off sake at Tanuki? Is that a place down here? Probably not. If it sounds Asian, or if it sounds fucking Japanese or whatever, it's probably fucking seafood. Gross. People are talking about how Netflix is going to lose a ton of subscription. Yeah, People that are all complaining, guys, all the ones that are complaining, you guys are poors. You're probably not paying money anyways. 95% of the people complaining about the password sharing shit, they're like, I'm gonna cancel my account. No, you're not. You broke motherfucker. You don't have an account to fucking cancel. You're stealing from your brother, sister, or mom or dad, okay? Realistically. Nobody cares about your complaining. It's like all the people like, oh, I'm an enthusiast. I'm never gonna buy a cell phone without a 3.5 millimeter jack. Yeah, bullshit. Look at every fucking cell phone today. Fuck you guys. None of you guys even buy this shit or have the money for it, or you don't actually care. You just make a stick about everything and then, yeah, no one cares. Where the fuck is this connection? Oh. Okay. Yep. Yep. Right there. There it is. And then it's gonna go into... Oh, I need to make all this annoying fucking shit. Hold on. The broke cards. That's what you guys are, broke. You guys aren't rich enough to join the elite Netflix account solo owners. People that don't share passwords at all. Okay, the truly the wealthiest of society. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I doing? Let's just fucking go right up here. Yeah, that is what we'll do. Boom, true. Boom, shakalaka. Okay. Okay, boom, here it is. It's ready. It's ready. It's ready. It's fucking good to go. I need like 1,000 of them from this dumb fucking thing. Deep Space Science 4. Boom. Boom. Okay. So tomorrow, I need to make the ship that gets us through to the end of the game. That's all I need. I just need the ship that beats us the game. I'll probably that'll be the same ship that I do the Nexus research on. Oh, because I have to run that Nexus anyway on the ship, right? I already made 4 antimatter reactors. 2 Nacrium Tesseracts. Are you gonna play another server? Bro, no, I'm taking a break. I can leave this run overnight to collect some more naquitite, whatever the fuck it's called. My balancer is working beautifully. Nice. Didn't you have a podcast you're doing? Oh, it actually went pretty well. I did it earlier today. How is this guy going? Oh, fuck that. We'll do that later. Nexus. Tesseract? Is that what these are? Oh, yeah. You stop, Mel. I love you. Look at how easy she is to control. Just a few words. Okay. Who's the podcast with? I don't know. Some guy that runs something called Charisma on Command. That guy. Wait, why are we saying that guy? Is he a guy? Wait, dude, is he a famous guy? Why is everyone saying that guy? $6 million subs. When I looked up his podcast, it had like 60,000. Wait, are you serious? That's a side channel? Oh,
Keanu Reeves.
Damn, this guy does have a lot of subs. Oh, this is a big dude. 16 million, 10 million. Damn. Oh, I should have been on better behavior. Oh yeah, it was called Dropping In. This was the channel that I saw when I looked him up. It was this, because this is the one that they linked me. 70,000 subs. Damn. Yeah, they did a podcast with Vaush once. Oh, the Nexus. Here it is. Oh my god. When do you go on there? Oh, I did it this morning. I think it was actually a really good show. I think it's probably one of the better ones I've done ever. I thought it was pretty good. He was pretty entertaining, asked good questions. And I was on my money today. Boom, 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 boom. Look at this dude's post history. Next Lex appearance when? Good question. Okay. Where is the guy? I'm not sold on the antimatter shit. I don't think it's that much bigger. And I've got to waste antimatter fucking running it. Is it really that much better? I'm not sold on the... I'm just not sold on it. I'm not sold on the antimatter engine. You're not finishing this tonight? I can't. I spent too much time doing other shit. Only functions on a moving ship. Energy use proportional to speed. Can gain data from interstellar movement. Data generation based on ship kinetic energy. The next is designed to act as a distortion drive, and with the right technology can enable escape from the local stellar cluster. Applies 2,000 container integrity stress. Damn. Antimatter reactor. I guess I could stick 4 of them together. Or 2? How much fucking power do you need? How much power does this thing need to run? Just try running it and you'll see. So if 4 antimatter reactors together should give me more than enough power, right? I guess if I just make like fucking 200 fuel things, it's probably enough to end it on. Four should be fine for this card. Probably need more for the victory condition run. Nah, no shot. Wait, give me a picture of what your ending ship looked like. Look, Proteus, here it is. It's the final catalog. It's right here. It just needs some cards. Just need some cards, baby. And then we're done. We're donezo. Let me grab a screenshot of my endgame ship. Yeah, I'm curious how big it was. I never mind that one patch of Naquitite. Fuck this ore. Who the fuck makes these names? Are all my ships working? It should be 1 gray on every signal. Yes. Wait, what am I low on here? Red cards? Why? Oh, we're not making plastic. Why? I don't have any coal. Ew. Why? Because my things aren't running. Why? Pyro. Oh, I've actually have an overabundance of this fucking material for once in my fucking life now? Fuck me. Let's just fucking axe it all then. There it is. Oh my god. She finally blocked me on Twitter, thank God. This was my victory condition ship. Jesus fuck, dude. Insecure much? Bro, do you really need this many fucking shield blockers on the side of your ship? What the fuck? How fast was this guy going at the end for you? This was going 250? Cringe. There's no way you need this much power. How much power do you need for the, what does this give you? 6? 4, 5, 6. This is like 7 gigawatts of power. The Nexus is so fucking power hungry? Huh. Interesting. What is, wait, what is this building? Or what are these down here? What are these things? That ship made the Kessel run in less than 12 parsecs? Wow. It's 6 gigawatts to run the Nexus, 1 gigawatt for the ship/defense. Damn. Giant accumulators. It's a Factorio 2 thing. Oh, unethical. Did you really need these things on the side? I don't believe you. Okay. I'll probably need more flying. Okay, tomorrow we'll build our ship then. That's what we need to do. Because I might as well just build a ship for the end state, huh? Because the Nexus is going to take a lot of power. Just do it now. No, I gotta leave. I gotta do stuff. All right. Right back on cappuccino, pop channel. Holy shit, bro. What the fuck? Bro, what are you... This looks hella unethical. Is this unethical building? How are you even depositing in the fucking... How are you depositing? Using cargo wagons like this, or like cars displaced, like to get around like belt limitations, that is an illegal build. Illegal and unethical build, okay? Okay, I'll be back tomorrow, and we will finish this game. Tomorrow is the end, okay? Tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow is the end. Whew. Oh, man. Stay strong, dudes. Google Calendar, but it shows the cost of the meeting. That's pretty funny. Jesus Christ, dude. Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Bro, are you... Okay. Good luck, guys. Rip on.